get my phone back into hand and to take a picture. It was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement.
Welcome to day 3 of the Board of Supervisors workshops. Just a reminder for everybody to silence their cell phones. And I'm going to let you know what's on the agenda today, which is also in your binders. But our first topic this morning is going to be housing. And after the housing panel, we will take a break. And then we have a panel on homelessness. And then we will have a 30-minute lunch break. You'll come back after that lunch and we'll get into the new Board of Supervisors topics. And then we will take a break after that for funding direction presentation by Martin. And then we'll get into the 2023 board objectives prioritizations. And then at the very end, closing comments from every district. So any announcements from anybody? Okay.
Lori, I'll just reconvene the special meeting of the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, yeah, facilitator. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much, Chair Schofield. Thank you very much.
Well, and I still want to say good morning and thank everybody for wearing the red, and our deployed servicemen appreciate the thoughts that are going behind that. So it's so fun to see all you. And later on, I would love, there's very many varieties of red and I love that. We got red pants, we got shirts, somebody dragged out their Christmas scarves, and I just thank you all so much. I appreciate that. And I would love it later if we could all just get a picture of all of our red. That would be fantastic. And we could put it on the veterans page. It'd be awesome. David West is doing a terrific job over there. And we just appreciate him. And he supports us every Friday while we're red. So thank you all so very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Hook. And thank you, Chair Schofield, for reconvening our meeting. I'm going to hand this over to Mike Dent for this next portion.
Morning, Chair Schofield, and greetings to everybody in the room. Mike Dent, Director of Housing, along with Child Support, and I wanted to introduce our panel today.
Can everybody speak closer into the mics? I had such a hard time yesterday. I know these things are a pain in the neck, but I hate to have to remind people. I mean, we haven't been reminding people. Everybody needs to be really close to the mic. Mike. Thank you.
Mike with the K. Thank you. Is this better? Yeah. Like, be all over it. So I'd like to introduce the panel to my right. Go ahead, Tyler.
Morning, everybody. My name is Tyler Barrington. I'm the county's principal planner.
Good morning, Emily Vitus, Executive Director of the Truckee-Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, and very excited to be here with you all today.
We have 90 minutes to cover housing. I have to do this. Thanks. So we're going to hit some areas we've covered over the last couple of years, and then also dive into a new frontier of missing middle and other ideas about helping people that are in the 80% AMI to 120% AMI. Here's our board objectives. Spoiler alert, we're not making any recommendations to change this right now, but as always, we'll follow your direction for any changes. But it reads, coordinate with local jurisdictions, developers, and other partners to facilitate development of and access to affordable housing and workforce housing development. So the presentation today, sorry. So we're going to be looking at, sorry, this is awkward. Is there a hand mic? Could I just use a hand mic? Thanks. So we're going to review background, future decisions, and initiatives, and Tyler will give an update of what CDA has been up to. I'll give an update on the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund partnership between Grass Valley and Nevada City. And then finally, we're lucky enough to have Emily here from the Tahoe Truckee Workforce Housing Agency. Ooh, that was good. And we need her insight. So Truckee's been battling the affordable housing issue. I mean, we all have, but over the last decade, a lot. It's been getting worse and worse up there. And so they have a lot of experience that I think we can glean from. And so we're really excited to have her there. And then at the end of it, we'll consider additional investment into the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund and possibly becoming more involved in the Workforce Housing Agency up in Truckee. Okay, so I'm going to talk about affordable housing, and that's the 0 to 80% AMI, annual median income for Nevada County. That is a single who makes $55,000 or less, family of 4 that makes $78,000 or less. And so the slide you're looking at right now, the circled area, you'll see the slide twice in this presentation, but that's the area that I'm going to be talking about here for the next few minutes. I'd like to talk about some successes and some challenges. We are at year 3 of the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund. Again, this is a partnership, and we'll get into it in more detail in a couple slides later from here, but this is the partnership between Grass Valley and Nevada City and the county. Originally, back when this became a objective of the state, we did invite Truckee, the town of Truckee, to participate as a kind of a county-wide JPA on this, but they had other priorities with their funding, and I'll get into the funding amounts here in a little bit. So that's a success, though. We've maintained that. We're getting money flowing out of the trust fund. We just received our year 3 allocation, which was $928,000 between the 3 of us. And so we're that project is moving along. We actually have an open RFP I'll get to in a minute. Lone Oak housing is complete. Keshen's Field, Brunswick Commons, these are all done this last year and a half. And when you add all those up, it's that plus the projects in the works. We're looking at about over 300 units of affordable housing here in the county, both sides, eastern and western. Some of the challenges, first and foremost, is the cost of construction. You heard a little bit about this on Tuesday at the board meeting. We're pushing north of $900 a square foot for an affordable housing project. That's prevailing wage. When we costed out Ranch House, for example, in 2019, we guessed that $450 a square foot was a lot, and actually it's twice that now. We're hoping it'll start tailing down, but only the future will hold. See what kind of recession if we do get into one. There's a lack of affordable housing units. It's been mentioned, I think, previously in this meeting in the last couple of days. You know, the wait list for those 3 projects successes above are in the hundreds of people waiting to get into those units. So we do have a demand that we're working towards. And then the final, it's you know, the cost of living in California. We were always traditionally the third most expensive place to live behind New York and Hawaii. Now it's just Hawaii and us. We're next. So you're looking at the average. This is a great website, National Low Income Housing Coalition. You can search by state. And it's really neat because, you know, unfortunately, we're realizing you need to earn about $39 an hour to afford a 1-bedroom in this state, and that's it's tough to come by. Not everybody can do that. Some people can't work. Some people are disabled. Some people are retired or on a fixed income, and this is a very challenging area.
It's a heck of
active projects.
Have to do that.
Improve Mine Courtyard, that item went to the board earlier this week for the last chunk of funding. This was a home key project where we purchased a motel, and we've converted 9 of the units. We're the last tranche of funding will finish the other 9 units plus the space for the provider, which is AMI Housing, and we're going to get 22 units of housing out of this. With the money going out, I think it was 2 board meetings ago. The contractor's hoping to have this done in about 6 weeks, finish it up. We'd like to get you guys out there before we occupy those other 9 rooms. The first 9 rooms are already occupied. Ranch house, you've already heard about a lot of, but we're hoping to bring this back to the board for RFP for a developer or a contractor to do the demo and construction, probably towards the end of March. But we'll have to get permission from you to get the RFP going. We're looking at hopefully moving dirt and getting the foundation in before winter comes next year. Lone Oak 2, I checked in with Gus Becerra over at Regional Housing Authority. Just this past meeting, you approved about $1 million of program income from Community Development Block Grant. Those are loans that have been returned, paid off in essence back to the county to help people buy houses years ago. And that's program income that we can reinvest in the community. And one of the biggest ways to make an impact is to invest in a high density project like Lone Oak 3. So the board approved the $1 million on Tuesday. We also did an RFP and identified as part of the recommendation to you, the Community Development Block Grant, disaster recovery DR money. That's from the wind complex fire in 2017. We got about $400,000 allocated as an extra chunk of money. So it'll be about a $1.4 million boost loan to Lone Oak. And checking with Gus at Regional Housing Authority, he's actively looking for other funding sources. You can get a perfect score. I'm sure Supervisor Hook, you're well aware. You can have everybody who's getting funded has perfect scores. It's the tiebreakers. How much soft financing, how much other alternate funding has been lined up for a project that boosts your tiebreaker score and puts you over the line to get funded. He doesn't think they're going to apply for. It's a long shot for August TCAC, more like 2024 TCAC for Lone Oak 2. Pacific Crest Commons is up in Truckee. This will be the project that's going to be built next. There's just a ton of money that the same developer as Lone Oak, Regional Housing is a partner. We're a partner with No Place Like Home. We have about 2.6 million in No Place Like Home. That'll give us 10 permanent supportive housing units in Nevada County on the eastern side. That's a first for the Truckee area to have permanent supportive housing that's allocated and administered by the Behavioral Health Department. But yeah, there's $1 million from the town. There's another $1 million from Martis. They did a local government match grant program, which is a funding source just for the surplus properties. This is a CHP surplus site up in Truckee. 99-year lease with the state. And they were successful in $5 million on that. They were so close to getting 4% tax credits that they accidentally got invited to the funder meeting. And then they were uninvited because the project did not fall out that they were anticipating. So Gus is going to resubmit for 4% in February. He's very optimistic they're going to get funded. Once they get funded for 4%, then we start that 6-month clock to get to construction financing, and the dirt moves at the end of that 6-month period. So that's good news on that. Affordable housing built. These are projects that have completed. We've already kind of covered them already. But there will be a ribbon cutting on Cashions on March 20th at 2 o'clock. There should be a save the date. We're going to find out. We're having our first planning meeting next week, and we'll get more information out. Please feel free to share it. The developer wants to have as many people as possible, and they also wanted to wait, even though it occupied in January, but wait till there was some better weather because they want to make it an indoor-outdoor event. Besides these projects, we're also working on smaller projects. There's the Quarry House, there's the Orchard House. Those are all permanent supportive or Prop 47 beds that are operated by behavioral health. And those are really, we'll get to that in the next slide, but those are key points to have all flavors of housing available. Another nice note about Cashions, when we got our tour, is the property managers indicated that over 65% of the new tenants came from the 95959 zip code. They came from Nevada City. If you add the other zip codes like 45, 49, 46, it was over 85% of the new tenants were from Nevada County. They were local. You always hear that. It's kind of like the bus that brings homeless people in the middle of the night story. We build these and they're only filled with people from out of town. That is not true. We saw that up at Artist Lofts in Truckee when that rumor was swirling around. Data proved otherwise. So it's good to know that we are helping our community. As I mentioned, permanent supportive housing is a key part of it. At the meeting on Tuesday, you heard from Phoebe Bell, our behavioral health director, they serve hundreds of people a day or every day, up to maybe 1,000 total. Dozens and dozens are on some form of supportive housing, whether it's just helping out with rent or they're in a unit that's got case management on it. So all these projects, especially when Pacific Crest Commons is built, will give us 28 units. And I point out that these are all No Place Like Home projects. We applied for 3 of the 4 chunks of funding for No Place Like Home, and we got all 3 of them. So we didn't go for the year 3 because we didn't have a good project to go for, but this is good. We did well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tyler.
Great, thank you, Mike. All that good work is really making a dent in housing needs of our county. So good job, Mike. Glad to be here today. Thank you very much. The planning department and CDA has been working towards legislative initiatives and changes to our zoning code to help accommodate and future housing growth. And some of these come from state grants. 2 of the grants that I'll speak about are from the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And the first one the county's had for a few years is called the LEAP grant, which is a local early action planning grant. It's $300,000. That has funded 2 projects. One of those projects is the Greater Higgins Area Plan, which will be coming before the board probably in March. It's a collaborative effort of the community to look at the Greater Higgins area and develop policies for the future growth of the area. It's not a capital improvement plan. It doesn't change any zoning, but it does guide the way for how development should go over time, over the next 20 years or so, based on the community's vision. The second project was something that CDA is really excited about. It's a project that's being done by the county building department primarily, and that's stock housing plans. This has been in the works for a couple of years. The county has a consultant, Jackson and Sands, who's preparing the plans. They're currently in review to come up to compliance with the 2023 building code changes. The last I spoke to the building department, they anticipate coming to the board for a contract amendment to make those changes, and then we'll be doing a presentation, informational presentation to the board once those are released. It's really exciting because it allows people to utilize those plans without paying for a design professional to prepare the plans. It is a little difficult in Nevada County because we have such a diverse topography. So there's different snow load requirements and not every property is flat, but that's really exciting because it does provide opportunities for people to use those plans. The second grant is the Regional Early Action Planning Grant. It's a $462,000 plus or minus grant from HCD. There's 4 projects that are tied to those, one of which the board just heard on Tuesday, but I'll go through them in order. The county is working with the Mother Lode region, which includes Nevada County, Calaveras County, Amador County, and Mariposa County to prepare a ADU workbook or accessory dwelling unit workbook. This workbook is supposed to help guide property owners and developers with building ADUs. At this time, they have a consultant on board who's preparing the plan. Nevada County has contributed $45,000 of our regional housing early action planning grant towards this effort. Amador County has contributed $37,750,000. Calaveras is putting $200,000 plus towards this effort, and then Mariposa has $60,000 plus. Currently, we're the group is facilitating getting stories about people who've lived in ADUs to help highlight the benefits of them. And we're looking at hoping to have a release of the actual workbook sometime in fall. There will be a website associated with the ADU workbook that will go live, I think, in February. So it's a pretty exciting effort to collaborate with our other counties. The second project, actually, there's 2 projects that are kind of tied together, and they're tied to zoning ordinance amendments. One of which is looking at the county's density bonus and senior housing ordinances. The county is behind state criteria. Essentially, our ordinance doesn't match the state law. It's more restrictive. So technically we're required to adhere to state law, but our code doesn't reflect that. So part of that effort is to update our codes to match what's allowed by state law. They've been underutilized and a little bit redundant because there's 2 sections that deal with density bonus. So that's one of the efforts in the zoning ordinance. The second one is to implement housing element programs that help facilitate future housing growth. And we're also expanding that a little bit to codify requirements for ADUs. State law has changed over time and it's less restrictive than the county's codes. Things like junior ADUs are now allowed by state law, which aren't codified in the county's codes. And so we're hoping to put that information in our zoning ordinance, which will help homeowners and developers follow the law without having to go into state resources to kind of conflict with the county's codes. Other things we're looking at with that is parking standards and other things related to housing development. We're also looking at codifying requirements for SB 9. SB 9 was passed, which allows for single-family residential zoning to have either 2 units or to do what's called urban lot splits. That's where you're allowed to split your property ministerially without going through a discretionary process, as long as you can meet objective zoning standards. And so while the county has to adhere to those requirements, they're currently not in our codes. And so someone has to go somewhere to state law to determine that is required. So we're hoping to update that. And then the fourth project, which I briefly mentioned, was an infrastructure planning grant that went to the city of Grass Valley, to the city of Nevada City, and then to the Truckee Sanitary District. And the intent of that grant was to allow the cities to look at their aging infrastructure and to determine where they can do upgrades. $115,000 was provided to the city of Grass Valley, $60,000 to Nevada City, and then $30,000 to the Truckee Sanitary District. Grass Valley is looking at some of the recently annexed areas in the city to look at their water infrastructure, and they're partnering with NID to help upgrade those areas. That will help future growth, primarily down in the Bar Meadows area, and then also over by the fairgrounds. City of Nevada City has aging infrastructure, as you all know, and so they're looking at their infrastructure and they have several areas within their sphere of influence they've identified as potential housing growth areas through their housing element. And so they're going to look at those sites and prioritize where to do infrastructure upgrades. And then similar to the town of Truckee, or the Truckee Sanitary District is going to perform a survey of their members and determine where there's areas where members would like to connect to their sewer that are currently on septic. And then the final part of my presentation is to talk a little bit about the regional housing needs allocation. Every housing element cycle, the state of California provides a projection of housing needs in our county, and that's split up between the jurisdictions as well as Nevada County. And that's started in 2019 for our current housing element cycle, and the county has till 2027 to meet those goals. I will note that historically the county has not met the regional housing need in terms of housing growth, but I will state that it's really a private development side, and again, some of the work that Mike's team is doing will help go towards that. But we aren't out of compliance by not meeting those numbers, because generally what you're required to do is to demonstrate in your housing element that you have adequate sites that are zoned appropriately with infrastructure that can meet the numbers that are assigned to the county based on all those income levels. And so like our very low and our low, the county is required to have high density zoning sites. And as some of you may recall, back in about 2015 or so, the county went through an extensive process of rezoning properties throughout the county to up the zoning to meet these numbers. The county is not a county that typically denies housing projects, so we're not really at risk of I guess the wrong word is probably being slapped on the wrist by the state of California for not meeting these numbers. And if we were to, if HCD was to find that the county needs to, was not meeting those numbers, what it would mean is certain projects may be required to be approved ministerially. But again, as I mentioned, Nevada County doesn't have a history of not approving housing projects. And so it's unlikely that we would meet those. So some of those numbers that you can see, the city of Grass Valley is accommodated in the last, and this goes through December 2021, about 15% of their regional housing need. Nevada County is at about 18% as of 2021. Nevada City, you can see, has done a pretty good job of meeting their needs, and a lot of that's attributed to Cashin's Field, which is about 51 units. And then, of course, the town of Truckee is being very successful at this point in time. So if Nevada County continues this trend, we'll meet about 49% of our regional housing need if we continue at the same average of housing units that we build over the last 4 years. So that concludes my part, and I'll pass it back to Mike.
Thanks a lot. I just realized I forgot to mention one of the projects in that are active, and that's Cameo Drive Apartments, 47 units down in South County. I reached out to the developer, and it's alive and well. They have about $7.8 million in multifamily housing funds. They're also working with, they had support from the CDA, and they're in the thresholds analysis stage for infill grant. And then they're also working with the Department of Rehab, getting disabled units through Alta Regional. They're looking at about a $1.5 million loan that there's interaction between the state and Alta Regional and the developer, Chelsea Investment Groups. So Mike Cates, who I spoke with, said that it's still working its way through the process of approval. They're making some headway on the secondary access with the fire department, and they're looking at probably going for TCAC 9% in August, just to bring that up.
So one thing that's really exciting about the Cameo Drive and Lone Oak Apartments is those are two sites that were rezoned as a part of our rezoning effort, and they allow for those sites to develop as a by right use. So all the environmental has been done for those. Typically, they just require design review through the Planning Commission. So it's really exciting to see those actually build out.
Thank you. I have one last slide, and that's the Regional Housing Trust Fund. It's a project where we just received year 3 funding, as I mentioned, $928,000. The breakdown, so you know, this all came from the state legislation that required a $70 per document recording fee on certain real estate transactions. That money goes into a pot, and then we get our portion back out about 2 years later. So the funding we just received, the $928,000, is actually from 2021 funds. And probably towards the end of this calendar year, we'll get 2022 funds. And it varies. It started out about $600 and something thousand. As I mentioned, this last tranche was $928,000. If you look at by the city jurisdictions, Grass Valley has about $225,000 this year. Nevada sees $136,000, and then we contributed $566,000 in this third year of funding. So that money comes to us. The county administers it on behalf of the 3 jurisdictions. As I mentioned, we did invite Truckee to be a participant way back when this was created, but they had, I think it was ADU priorities at the time, and they wanted the money to go towards a program they were starting up, which is, it's fine. So that's why we put in the word Western Nevada County, because it's just the west slope. We do have an RFP that went live this week, another $1 million. As Tyler mentioned, you know, Cashin's Field was made possible by our first loan, which was about $1.5 million towards Cashin's. That was our first chunk of money that went out to the community. We have an RFP open right now for another $1 million. Also this year, we're going to explore the owner-occupied purchase construction. There'll be another RFP that's, think of it as owner-occupied purchasing, or if you wanted to build your own house. We put this in our plan back in 2019, and things, as I mentioned, you know, have changed. Landscapes change with building construction costs. We feel that we'll go through this RFP if we are unsuccessful of finding anybody, and it's not a lot of money, $285,000, that we will then circle back and amend our plan, our PLHA plan with the 3 jurisdictions, and probably move that money over into affordable housing. It's just, we get a bigger bang there, or we might use it to go for infrastructure. As Tyler mentioned, there's a lot of annexation going on in Grass Valley, and it would be projects that would be administered by the jurisdiction. We're going to be putting in our matching requests for everybody's reference. We took year 1 and year 2 money, a majority of it. It was boosted with about $500,000 in general fund. We went to the state and said, hey, can you match it? They matched it, and we doubled our money. I was here last year telling you that we were going to do that again, because this matching program comes out in May or June of each year. And you have to have a minimum amount of money in hand. And we didn't have year 3 funds. Even though we've applied for them, we didn't get them till November. So we didn't have the money to apply. We didn't have that floor funding. So we have that funding available now. We're going to be putting in an application when it opens up. I think it's in May. It's targeted to the RFP to open. And then the ask later on would be, if does the board want to contribute more flexible funding to boost it? Because we took the 500,000 and it became $1 million when we did this last time. So as we transition over to Emily, Ted, you might want to come up here. I just want to show the starkness. I've been talking 80%. I've been talking 80% or less. These are the programs that we operate or that are available for affordable housing on the left. There's a whole bunch of stuff, a lot of options, up to 80% AMI. You start talking middle income, and it's the vast wasteland of nothingness from state or federal funding programs. And so that's where we want to turn. And like with these programs on the left too, the cap right now is $473,000 for purchasing a home, owner occupied or housing preservation or first time home buyer. And then on top of that, you can only be making $80,000. We haven't seen $479,000 houses in Truckee in decades. So therefore we don't do any programs up there. So we want to bring in the wealth of knowledge, and I'll turn it over to Emily and Ted for introductions.
Yep, I'm going to start. Can you hear me? Chair Schofield, supervisors, staff, and guests. I'm Ted Owens with the Tall Forest Health System. I came down today because I heard there was a free microphone and I'd have an opportunity to use it. So I thought I would do that. I want to give you a little bit of background on the Joint Powers Agency and where it came from, and how it got to where it is today. I'm not going to steal any of this thunder. Back in 2018, the health system and other agencies were involved with a group called the Mountain Housing Council. We had the problem at that time, and it was over lunch and over burritos. And I would suggest that eating burritos together can produce some wild ideas. And so be careful if you're engaged in that type of activity. So we started to talk about I was sitting there with the superintendent of schools and the general manager of the airport, and we were talking about what local government might be able to do to take a bite out of this problem. And we began to think of a joint powers agency. Has it ever been done before? Could it be utilized for this purpose? What benefit might come of that? We immediately set to an 18-month process of research. It's never been done in California before, to develop a joint powers agency for workforce housing. And at that time, we were very focused on our own agencies. So employees that the public expect to be there and part of the community, teachers, nurses, linemen, and airport folks. So very often these folks are traveling more than an hour to get to work every day. On that basis, we created the JPA based on the assumptions that we made and that we had at that time prior to the pandemic. We were thinking in terms of master leasing of units that we could trade in and amongst ourselves, really as a good way to start or a place to begin. But we enabled the JPA to acquire and own, and also to develop, thinking, 5 years, 10 years down the road when we mature, then maybe we might be taking a look at that type of activity. And then the pandemic hit. And the influx of folks from the Bay Area to the Truckee-Tahoe region, I know that's happened here and elsewhere about the state as well. And that really changed all of the assumptions that we had utilized to build the JPA. And through divine intervention, we were able to hire Emily Vitus as our executive director. And this has been a big lift for her, but she has risen to the task because the JPA had to pivot radically and become something different than what we had envisioned on day one. And I'm not going to share with you what those things are. Emily will. The JPA has grown. Members are now Nevada County and Placer County and the town of Truckee. And I think we've got some other interest as well. If it weren't for Emily, her drive, her intelligence, and her frustration with how long it takes to get things done, we would probably not be where we are today. I came down today because I'm exceptionally proud of the work that she's done with her team. And I'm hopeful that you enjoy the story, because I think there is a there, and there's a future. There's some changes with the JPA, and I think will be beneficial to the whole county, not just the eastern county. But I think we're onto something. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you very pridefully Emily Vitus.
Wow, thanks, Ted.
I'm going back there.
Can you hear me? Cool. Thank you, Ted. That was I didn't expect that, but thank you very much. It's nice to have Ted as a special guest because he really was the driver behind the Workforce Housing Agency. So as he mentions, he met with these individuals or general managers of our public agencies that formed the JPA, but Ted really was the person behind the scenes actually doing all the work, and he has been my advisor over the last 3 years. So I'm happy to have him down here with us. So before we jump into Workforce Housing Agency stuff, I want to, we'll be talking about 3 components today. The first is, let's just have a conversation about what middle income workforce is. What does it mean to our community? Then let's jump into what is the Workforce Housing Agency and where are we going? We just approved a pretty significant strategic shift last week. So you heard it first. You're really the first to, besides the Mountain Housing Council this morning out in the hallway, the first to hear about this pretty significant strategic shift. And then finally, let's talk about what all of this means for Western County. Staff has told me that there's interest in, looking at or considering the 80 to 120% area median income category because there is a significant need there in our community. And so let's talk about some considerations that you all can make when you're thinking about how do we actually show up for this really crucial component of our community. So let's talk about middle income. What is it? Well, I refer to it as middle income. You often hear the term missing middle, which can sometimes feel like slightly cringy, but missing middle actually is referring to the housing type. So duplexes, triplexes, condominiums, townhomes, whereas middle income is talking about the individuals, right? So the people that we're trying to represent in the 80 to 120% area median income category. So this housing bridge that you saw earlier in the presentation, one speaks to the area that we're speaking to today, but also shows the types of housing that show up in those different categories. So the 0 to 80, we know that there's a significant need for supportive housing efforts. In the 80 to 120, we know that we're just looking at a wider scope of housing that is more traditional. So as I mentioned, the duplexes, triplexes, and townhomes, but also the rentals, the more affordable for sale products, and accessory dwelling units. Got my notes here just to make sure we don't miss anything. Up in the right-hand corner, we do have kind of a breakdown for you around 80 to 120, what that means for a single individual or a 4-person household. So who makes up this category, the 80 to 120% category? We can say it's individuals that make between, single individuals that make between about $26 to $40 per hour, or a 4-person household with 2 income earners that are making between $20 and $30 per hour. And what kind of employees fall within this category? On the western side, I was doing some research last night on Indeed. It's the cashiers at 7-Eleven. It's the cashiers and a lot of the staff at the new Target. It's the workers at the local Tractor Supply, all the way to the teachers that are teaching your kids, the medical assistants and nurses that are helping us at our healthcare facilities, our restaurant managers at the restaurants in throughout the county. But it's this broad spectrum of individual that makes up kind of that middle income or 80 to 120% area median income category. And it's broad and it really makes up kind of the backbone of our communities, right? There are our services, all of us, as Ted mentioned, not only expect, but actually are crucial, whether it's lights, water, education, healthcare, safety. A lot of those individuals fall within this category. So important for us to really kind of have a shared understanding before we talk about how the housing agency shows up for the middle income workforce. This slide really is just, I pulled a bunch of census data a couple weeks ago because I was interested in understanding the differences between the 2 sides of our county. We are one county, but we know that Eastern looks significantly different than Western as it relates to income, housing, et cetera. But what I thought was interesting about these numbers is, yes, we look very different, but actually if you were to calculate them out, we actually don't look that different, right? So different needs, but we still are the same. So when you look back on the slide previously and kind of that housing bridge, we know that Western County has a greater need to show up in the supporting housing side of things, the 0 to 80%, whereas when you look at Eastern County, we are really talking about that 80 to 120, the middle income, the duplexes, townhomes, triplexes, ADUs, rentals, et cetera. So this information really was just my way of looking at the information between Eastern and Western and recognizing that it really is not that different, even if the numbers look different, right? So we typically calculate housing affordability as more than 30% of gross income. As not paying more than 30% of gross income. And if you use that calculation, we actually identify that rent must be below, for a household making 120%, a four-person household, two income earners. Rent must be below $3,000 per month. And a four-person family making 120% can afford a home around $450,000, which is what Mike had shared with us earlier. Last night I was just clicking around on realtor.com and saw that in Western County, we have about 10 homes right now for sale below $450,000. Of those, 2 of them are 3-bedroom. So as I'm talking about the 4-person family, the 2 income earners, they probably need 3 or 4 bedrooms. Western County has 2. Eastern County currently advertised has 3 manufactured homes and 1 studio for sale below $450,000. However, they're all smaller than 800 square feet. I don't think that a 4-person family can actually fit into an 800 square foot studio or manufactured home. In addition to that, rent in Truckee, which it actually didn't look that much different from the slide that Mike shared. Rent in Eastern County, we're looking at a 3-bedroom around $3,000 or kind of $1,000 per bedroom, and it actually didn't look that different when I looked at the numbers online for Western County. So all of this to say, the individuals that we're talking about today, the middle income workforce, they can't access housing opportunities that we've talked about already today, the housing opportunities that go up to 80%, right? But they also can't access the market rate housing that we have available for them in our community. And so, really, we know that these individuals are crucial. We know that they need our help. We know that currently the county is focused more on our community members, legally and through funding streams, our community members that go up to the 80%. But the statistics that we've kind of shared today really look beyond the need to look beyond the traditional affordable and consider an increase in the way in which we serve the AMI, beyond 80%.
So we'd like to take a minute and just hear from you. This is a step in the progress. I've been talking affordable. Emily's introduced you to the idea of the 80 to 120. There's not a lot of resource out there, but maybe the conversation should be, while we continue to look for affordable housing projects, should we take some sort of position or direction from you to seek out a middle income policy countywide, municipality-wide, where we're all talking the same commitment?
And can I add to that really quick, yeah. Mike? So as I mentioned today, we are talking about the housing agency, but then we're also talking about some short and long-term solutions that you can consider that would serve Western County. And so this discussion might also be helpful once we are able to talk about the solutions as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. We'll bring this back up at the end too. But I just want to plant the seed. Are we going to start looking towards middle income as we move forward? Any comments before we move on?
A lot to absorb. Just a quick question on Cashin Fields and Brunswick Common. What is the average rental? I mean, we hear a lot about the cost of it, but I don't know I've heard that much about what it costs to actually rent it.
Yeah, so 1-bedrooms are around $800 to $900 per month, and they're vouchered. Most of them are. Cashensfield, there's only about 20 units that are vouchered. Brunswick Commons are 100%. So with Brunswick Commons, it's 30% AMI. So 30% of your income would pay your rent. The rest would be paid through the voucher. And the total nut for a 1-bedroom is about $800 to $900 per month. I believe 2-bedrooms are about $1,400 per month rent. But the occupant, because it's a vouchered unit or it's a subsidized unit, you don't pay that. You pay 30% of it. As Emily mentioned, the standard is 30% of your income should go towards your housing. Anything over that, and you're burdened. Your housing is burdensome to you.
So if we are looking at middle income, there'd be a similar formula there, and I know we're getting it. Any other?
So can you go back to the slide that had the RENA numbers on it? There it is. So do you have the breakdown on those numbers by the zoning, or the, you know, the, because I know that they say you have to have X number of units or acreage that needs to be, you know, for the 80%, and I think they term it as very low, low to moderate, and market rate.
As Supervisor Swarthout, I have the county's numbers,
Yeah, that's fine.
right? So for the very low, according to the RENA, the county is required to accommodate 402 units. The low, it's 247 units. For moderate, it's 250 units, and then for above moderate, it's 720 units.
Okay. And then the 18% that you're showing, do you have the breakdown of what you've built to, or are those all the low and very low?
So okay, so unfortunately, my numbers are include up to September 2022, but up to September 2022, the county's done 73 very low, 120 low, 96 moderate, and 150 above moderate.
That kind of tells the true story when you look at housing to see where we're building to. And I guess that to answer your question about should we create policy for the middle, my experience is that sometimes that middle you can work with your private development, because once government puts their hand in it, it takes the price up so high that it's really not affordable for the middle income. I mean, I think that's the conundrum with how you develop these things. When you look at the ranch house project and what the cost there, and you're talking about $900 a square foot now to build something, when the private sector can build it for $450 a square foot. So I think, I guess I would caution us to not to really work with the private sector on some sort of creation for that, so that we don't get into a situation where, we're building things that are still not affordable for people unless they get some sort of subsidy.
I agree with you. And to be clear, we're not looking at a financial commitment. We're looking at more of a philosophical statement that can be shared between jurisdictions. But yeah, we hear you on that. Anytime you bring state or federal money into a project, the entire project becomes prevailing wage, whether it's state or federal rates. State's a little more expensive, but you're absolutely correct, Supervisor.
Two comments. Let's see. Almost forgot my first one. Okay. The vouchers. There are different kinds of vouchers, right? I get confused. There's the Regional Housing Authority has their own vouchers, and then we have vouchers through our programs.
Permanent supportive housing. Those are allocated through HUD also. They're very few and far between. Ryan, I'm looking to you. I want to think there's maybe 40 of those vouchers. We work actively with Regional Housing Authority to capture any new vouchers that come out. There have been some programs, especially during COVID, where we had the opportunity. I think we brought in an extra 30 vouchers, and they're only good until they're turned back in, and then they disappear. It was a COVID thing. So, we try to work with them and capture different types of vouchers, but most of them are allocated to the county. I think we have about 400. So there's VASH vouchers, which are for veterans. We regularly maximize our VASH voucher allocation. And what's nice when our partnership with Regional Housing Authority is if, let's say, Sutter's not utilizing theirs, RHA is under direction to use those vouchers or lose them kind of thing. So they'll look to the other county jurisdictions that are maxed out and go, hey, we have 5 over here that haven't been utilized in 6 months. Would you like a couple of them? And so we've been able to slowly gain vouchers.
So about 400, you're saying?
A little bit over 400. My gut would tell me about 420.
And those are the ones that say you pay 30% from your salary and the vouchers cover the rest.
Correct. They're all generally about the same philosophy.
Okay, and they are only applicable to the up to the 80%.
60% AMI vouchers.
60%
AMI. Yeah, the 80% is for like a down payment assistance program or an owner occupied rehab program. They'll go up to 80%.
So where is this part between the 60 to 80%? Or
It's
are we,
mostly OOR, owner occupied rehab, or first-time home buyers.
so are we talking about that also in here when we're
That, I
talking?
think we have that program pretty much covered. We pull down the federal funding on down payment assistance and turn around and do loans. Earlier I mentioned program income coming back from those loans. We turn around and invest into projects because we get a bigger bang on a high density project. But so I think I'm answering your question, but let me
Yeah, I
know.
think so.
Yeah.
We're just trying to visualize that whole spectrum because of those people that both Sue and I keep raising, the ones who go above the requirement for a lot of our low income housing, and then there's nowhere to go. That's not the middle income. That's this other section between 60% and 80%, or that is the middle income.
Program wise, it would be over 80%.
It's over the 80%. So the examples that you have brought up historically are above the 80%. And if you go back to the slide that Emily had, and so we have context of the per person household, 80% AMI is someone who's making roughly $55,000 as an individual.
Right. Okay. And then as I recall, Cashin's Field, when we were there, said they had this policy that if you go over 80%, but you're under 120%, they move you into one of those apartments so that they can still keep you for a certain amount of time before kicking you out, right?
That was news to me, and I think there may be some flexibility because some of those units are not vouchered by a housing choice voucher, that they can be more flexible with shifting. Let's say you're making 85% of the AMI, but somebody else is making 50% of the AMI. They can shift that 10% underage to your overage and
Right.
be able to keep you in there. That was kind of news to me when I heard him explaining that.
Yeah, I think that, so when we start talking about policies, that's the kind of thing that might be really helpful because that they still eventually have to leave, but they have more time, a lot more time.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, and we kind of need to stagger, we need to give them a ladder, not just a you're in or you're out sort of thing. So I just think that's important to think about. And then I just want to make this one comment because this always gets lost. And Emily, I appreciate that you put this statistic in here that to rent, you need to make $39 an hour. And when we say, no, we don't want a prevailing wage, and no, everything's too expensive, and no, what we're doing is we're not making sure that those people can earn $39 an hour. And so they're falling into the low income category, and we end up spending money to house them. So we have to remember that supporting decent wages translates into people being able to afford housing. We don't support decent wages. We end up supporting them anyway by giving them help to get into housing. It's just really important to me that we remember that link. So that's all.
Absolutely. And so the normal process would be we're all young once. We got in our first apartment, probably wasn't a great place to live. Then we leapt out and we either bought our own or we traded up to a better apartment with more rent. You're talking about a flow to the next level, and it really becomes a family by family issue or a person by person issue. And subsidized housing is really for those on fixed income, young families, people with disabilities. And what we want to bring to the conversation now is what often is called market rate, which is over 80%, because there's no federal programs or state programs really to help that out. It really becomes the community's responsibility if you want to increase or develop housing stock. It takes a community effort. We're seeing that in Grass Valley with their annexations, and they're really planning ahead for, I would call it market rate. There are some high density affordable parcels in there also, but they're looking at filling that void to create that pipeline. So any other comments? We'll bring this back up.
Quick question, the RENA numbers that are described in there, Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee, they're inside the county and we have contributions made to those projects. So who gets those RENA numbers?
Supervisor Bullock, my understanding is the cities or the jurisdictions that where the units are built or the building permits are issued, it's the credit for those units.
Can we change that?
I anticipate that when we do our next housing element in 2027, 2026, we'll be looking at putting some information about the efforts that the county has done towards contributing towards those units.
Okay. And the other question I had is Placer County and other jurisdictions, I know we've done some of this tiered solutions that go 60, 80, 120, and there's at market rate, units brought in to subsidize other things. Truckies has a bunch of those examples, but I guess my question is kind of to Supervisor Swarthout's point is that public-private partnership has so many opportunities available. Do you see a future landscape where we can capitalize on that? And I do. So I just want to see if we can talk about those solutions maybe as we go forward.
I'd say we're going to get there today.
All
We
right.
are going to be talking about some public-private solutions in the third segment of my presentation. So you've set me up. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of my questions got answered in between. I do have a question though about the trust fund, the
Yes.
housing trust fund.
Mhm.
So when you get down to, I was looking, it's not in here, but so those dollars that came in for oh, I don't remember the exact word of it. There's like $285,000 that goes in for owner occupied build and
Yeah.
stuff. So how come we can't use that maybe to support our habitat program that's working?
So that is a conversation I've had with the city of Grass Valley with Tom last a couple of times, because that's a project we really want to see get over the goal line. I heard there's other issues with the parcel that he's working on as of yesterday when we talked about this. But so the maneuver we would need to do is modify our MOU, free up that money and assign it to a different category, and that category would be infrastructure. And then say, hey, Grass Valley, I'm just using this as an example. Here's the $280,000 for infrastructure, for sewer extensions to the property line, to water extensions to the property line, and it would be an investment. The state HCD says that we can do that internally amongst our partners if there's a high probability the project's going to be built within a couple of years. We just can't like go take a sewer line out to nowhere with no plans. You know, it has to be like active plans and approved plan on that parcel as our destination. So we can do it. But the mechanics is why I wanted to warn you that if we have an unsuccessful RFP and we have, I think, about $500,000 or $600,000 allocated in year 4 for more owner occupied construction, and maybe we go back, change our plan, get the MOU adjusted, and maybe invest it in infrastructure for affordable. Has to be 60% or less.
Okay, no, that's all interests me. It kind of fits that with the income side of it, but also it's owner occupied construction really in the long run. So just kind of interesting, but infrastructure is the challenge there. So I'm glad to hear you at least talking about that.
We are.
That's important. Our habitat housing here is incredible, what they're doing.
It is.
And I just want to say, I'm glad to hear that Cameo is back on track, because I had heard differently.
Yeah, they're active. They put the pencils down on the easement while they were working on this unit designation for disabled through Alta Regional. But now that that's looking like it's coming in, they're going to readdress the chief over there. And there was progress before Christmas.
Yeah, well, I heard the interest rates were, but anyways, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I think we're back to you guys.
All
And
right.
if I could just make a couple comments going into the next, when we start talking about solutions. So the Board of Supervisors has made housing a priority, and they have made, all of you have made general fund investments into the Housing Trust Fund. We are being very strategic and bringing down dollars from the state and the feds and working with our regional housing authority. And that is serving individuals 80% and lower. So as you're hearing through this presentation, now we're going to go into a conversation about that 80 to 120%. And we're really seeking policy guidance on how or if we want to make this a priority in our housing initiative. So what I'm hearing so far from the board is that yes, there is interest in looking at expanding our housing programs, which will be a commitment. If we do, those dollars will come from general fund, because we recognize that the state and the feds do not support the 80 and above. I'm also hearing that if we make an investment, that we want to emphasize the public-private partnerships, which could lead to a discussion on what tools we have available. And then Emily's going to be talking about similar models to what you invested in a trust fund for the 80% and below, and can that translate for 80% and above? So with that, I'll go ahead and hand it back to the panel. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Just one quick response to Supervisor Hall's comments around livable wages. I had a conversation with a woman at Sierra Community House recently, and Sierra Community House serves the North Tahoe Truckee region as it relates to kind of social impact and community support services. So working on homelessness, working on food issues, working on behavioral mental health concerns, et cetera. And she made a comment around oftentimes they are recommending to individuals that come to them in significant housing situations, crises, to actually ask your employer if they can decrease your hourly pay so that you can stay in the housing that you can actually afford. And so when you're talking about livable wages and we have people that are actually trying to advise individuals in the community to, if you could just make a little bit less, you can actually stay in the housing that you can afford, feels to me like a big part of the crisis. And so I just wanted to bring that up from the conversation I had recently around living wages, but also affordable opportunities for community members that make even 1% or $500 more than the 80% cutoff.
Thanks. And if I could just interject also, because I'm not sure, Allison, that you captured the concern I have is this lower gap. And so as we go further, I can get clarity. But just for example, I just looked up the average wage, average income, annual income for fast food workers, which we talked about. It's not just fast food workers, it's teachers sometimes, right? It's assistant restaurant managers in California is $32,500. That is not enough to get any of this middle income stuff we're doing. But these aren't necessarily people who fall in the supportive category. They're just regular people who aren't earning enough to get in anywhere. So I want to be mindful of that gap, that from 32,000 from that to the 80%. So 20,000 to 55,000 who don't need special supportive help through mental health or, that's the gap I keep trying to get at too. I want to make sure we're capturing that somewhere.
That's why we see layered households, multiple wage earners inside one unit just to hit that $39 an hour to pay the rent.
Thank you.
I noted that, and that's captured.
Okay, let's talk Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. So Ted gave you a bit of a update or introduction to who we are and what we're doing. So I'll make this somewhat brief, but in 2018, 4 public agencies, came together recognizing the conundrum that we are discussing here today, right? And they also recognize that we have a workforce sustainability issue of which housing is the #1 contributor. And so for them, it was how do we actually add additional capacity, not how do we only serve our employees and nobody else. It was how do we add additional capacity to what our entitlement agencies are already doing on the 0 to 80% AMI, because the majority, about 95% of their employees make up 80% and above income earners. So these 4 public agencies came together to determine if there was a way to combine their resources to provide housing to these employees. Most, again, fall above the 80% AMI category. So this conversation resulted in 1.5 years or a year and a half or 2 years or so of planning and led to the creation of the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. We are a joint powers authority, which allows public agencies to come together to commingle resources for a shared mission. In this case, mission is housing, right? And so we founded in early 2020. Operations really started in March of 2020, the week that the world shut down. So as Ted mentioned, originally they really thought master leasing is going to be the thing. Everybody wants to rent to a nurse or a doctor or a school teacher. We've got significant empty housing stock in Eastern County. Like, this can be a solution. We lost all of our housing stock in the course of 6 months, right? Everyone moved to outside of the cities during the pandemic. And so we've pivoted significantly over the last 2.5 years. It has been extremely challenging. But last week, our board approved a new strategic direction that I think is going to have a really positive impact on the way in which we can serve our middle income community. So this slide just shows the 7 member agencies. Our kind of original mission was to provide housing solutions, access affordability to the members or the employees of our member agencies. Our mission has actually shifted to creating innovative housing solutions or just housing solutions to the middle income workforce in North Tahoe, Truckee. So again, Ted touched upon most of this. We are focused on serving the middle income workforce. Our original mission allowed us to serve about 2,300 members of that workforce, the employees of those 7 member agencies. That's about 15% of the North Tahoe Truckee workforce. We are currently funded through annual member fees that are tied to employee count calculations. So you will see a slide today that really shows the breakdown around the 7 member agencies and the contributions that they're making on an annual basis. And again, this new strategic plan that I'll be sharing with you all today really kind of throws a lot of this on its head, because it's a, how do we serve our community in which these crucial public agency employees are a part of? So how do we serve? You know, in our first 2.5 years of operations, we've served nearly 300 employees and their families in navigating the housing landscape in the Truckee-Tahoe region. So we really show up in 3 ways currently, and that is really general housing support. So it's amazing how many people come to us and say, I make this much. Does that mean I can get into affordable housing? Does that mean I can own a home? What's this development down the road, and could it serve me? So there is a need for education in the community around the really complex housing landscapes that we have. Home purchase education and assistance. When you start to move into that middle or upper middle income category, really it is your dream and your goal to own a home. We know that not everyone can do that, especially in the communities in which we live in. However, there is a major interest in financial education and home purchase education. Doesn't mean it's going to lead to them buying a home immediately, but there is a really great interest in the middle income categories around, can I afford a home? How can I start to plan? How can I fix my credit score? So on the whole spectrum of education, we are showing up. And then access to rental homes. So this has become a supplement to the Lease to Locals programs that are happening in the town of Truckee and Placer County, which I will share with you today. So what we do on the rental home side is we're really going after the homes that can't qualify for some of the programs that our entitlement agencies are leading, so that we can make sure that these homes are still going to members of our local workforce. We're not only looking at long-term rentals. You know, our public utility district has significant needs during weather-related events to actually house their employees for a night or 2. And so we're helping with that really short-term housing to make sure that our community can be served as best as possible. So shifting to the strategic plan, you know, during the last 2.5 years, we have really recognized that we are living in a very, very different landscape than we were in March of 2020. So we recognize that we really need to assess who we are and how we're showing up, understand what the community actually needs from us, of which 15% of that community are the employees of our 7-member agencies, and just identify how we can best serve in a bigger way. So in early 2021, we entered into a strategic planning direction, brought in a consultant, worked with them for 11 months to create what I presented to my board last week, and it was approved last week. So our strategic plan has 5 goals that will serve 6 targets, and right now we're on a 5-year strategic plan. So everything I'm talking about today, the targets I'm talking about today are actually 5-year targets for us. So let's talk through these goals fairly quickly. I know that we have 25 minutes left, and then we'll look at the targets that we'll be pursuing as well. So the first is to create innovative financial tools to support workforce housing solutions. How do we look beyond the $400,000 operating budget and those member fees to actually unlock significant housing impact? How do we look at bigger public dollars that can leverage private dollars to actually pursue development, acquisition, region-wide programs that serve the middle-income workforce? The facilitation of development of workforce housing on publicly owned land. All of our member agencies are public agencies, and most of them do have parcels that we could consider for workforce housing. In addition to that, we have crucial community members, other public agencies, the United States Forest Service, state and federal government entities who all have land in the area. How do we look at that land for workforce housing development? And can we look at it in the lens of the land can be contributed, which will keep costs lower? And so looking at publicly owned development, which we'll talk about a little more here shortly as well. The acquisition of existing properties. We have seen through the pandemic, a lot of properties have gone to out of area homeowners and second homeowners. On the multifamily front, we've seen them sold to investors and flipped and turned and sold for, you know, double what they were. How can we start to acquire that kind of middle income workforce housing so that we can hold it and make sure that in perpetuity our local workforce is able to live in those units? The expansion of our housing programs and services to serve more of the regional workforce. How can we look outside of that 2,300 employee base to actually serve more of our community members, because we have so many that are making up the middle income workforce? And so that looks like, you know, tiered programs. How do we make sure that we're still honoring our founding structure, our joint powers authority legal structure, while also looking beyond ourselves? And then finally, There's a lot of state legislation or potential state legislation as it relates to middle income. And so how do we start to lean in on that? We have policy groups working in Eastern County through the Mountain Housing Council that are building state legislation platforms specific to middle income housing. How can we contribute the power of our 7-member agencies and the 2,300 employees that make up a component of the middle income workforce to make sure that what we're asking for is actually serving them? Okay, so some really lofty targets, but we need lofty, right? We need something to shoot for in the next 5 years. So I'll talk through each of these briefly. The first is that financial tool that we'll be showing a slide next on. So how do we unlock significant public funding that leverages significant private funding for middle income workforce housing solutions? We do have soft commitments, about $10 million from our member agencies, our public member agencies right now over the next 5 years, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. The next 3 are, how do we pursue development and acquisition of this housing, right? So the numbers that we're tying to what we want to do on publicly owned land in the next 5 years, 75 units on publicly owned land, 50 units of incentivizing development on privately owned land. So how do we create the tools to actually help developers bring the type of housing that we need to the Truckee Tahoe community? As I mentioned, the acquisition of at least 24 units so that we can make sure that those units are staying within our community. The expansion of all of our programs and services to serve 1,000 employees over the next 5 years. As you saw on the 2 slides previously, we're serving about 100 per year, and about 1/3 of those are actually, we are placing them in housing. And so people show up in the kind of the landscape or the spectrum of housing needs, whether it's please just hold my hand and understanding how I can access X, to can you help me actually buy my first home, and what are the down payment assistance programs available. So increasing beyond our member agency employees in those services, and again, the increasing of state funding through legislative activities and policy platforms that actually are focused on the middle income workforce. Okay, so I want to move into showing you the actual new structure, the organizational financial structure, but I first wanted to share with you, as I had mentioned previously, how we are funded currently. So when we founded the agency, again, we were looking at master leasing and some kind of smaller or lower hanging fruit type activities. We weren't thinking development, acquisition, significant regional programs, but we are there now. And so our initial funding model was based on an employee count calculation. At the beginning of each year, our member agencies let me know how many employees they have that are serving Eastern County. And those numbers contribute to what we're operating under currently, which is a $400,000 operating budget. That $400,000 has contributed to staffing. We have 2 full-time staff, all the activities to run a public agency, which we are, and then the programs that we have seen success under over the last 2.5 years. So I'd say we have had a really positive impact through the existing model, but we know that $400,000 is not going to be the thing to actually shift middle income workforce housing in Eastern County, right? And so while we will continue to look at this member fee structure, we're trying to unlock significant dollars through a new expanded financial structure. Okay, so this was kind of a first draft. It's not as pretty as what we put in the strategic plan last week, but it does show all of the pieces that I wanted to share with you today. So this is our new kind of financial and organizational structure. Previous to this strategic plan, everything I've been sharing today was just that top bubble, right? So the housing agency serving its member agency employees under $400,000 operating budget. Everything below is new, and they are financial tools to help us do all of this work. So on the left, the kind of light green is this new 501c3 Workforce Housing Trust Fund. So when you think about the structure of this, you can tie it to the Western County Housing Trust Fund that is serving the 0 to 80. This is a trust fund that is serving the middle income workforce and is a combination of public and private dollars to actually pursue the 3 things that you see here below. So as I mentioned, we do have soft commitments of $10 million in public funding over the next 5 years that we will need to use as leverage to secure private funding. We already have businesses and private employers coming to us. I'm hearing from them frequently now that word is getting out about our expansion. I'll share that a little bit about that here in a minute as well. So 3 pieces or 3 components of this 501c3. We have no idea where it's going to go, right? We founded this JPA 2.5 years ago, and now here we are today. And so what we're thinking is 3 components. Regional programs. How do we serve the entire middle income workforce outside of our member agency employees? I actually just got a text during this meeting that the town of Truckee is actually interested in working with us on how can we administer their programs for them so that they can continue to focus on some of the areas that they really need to focus on as an entitlement agency. Can we actually take over their down payment assistance programs and run it for the community as the housing agency that is now serving the entire community? So regional programs, TBD, right? It just depends on what's coming to us and what the opportunities are. A revolving loan fund that serves developers that are working to bring middle income workforce housing to the community. So this is a below market rate, lower interest, 5-year, up to $500,000 loan that can be used in pre or post entitlement for developers that are working on middle income workforce housing, even if it's just a component. They're bringing a planned development and 15% is deed restricted to middle income. A revolving loan fund that actually serves in that way. Dollars come back and we're able to put them back out into the community. And then finally, the housing acquisition front. We want to make sure that we are acquiring housing that allows individuals to stay in that housing and allows individuals to afford that housing. So using this mix of public and private dollars to actually be able to do that as it relates to serving the middle income workforce. Let's see, what else can I say about that piece? I'll come back to it. The final piece is the accelerator fund. This is wanting to make sure that we continue to honor our original structure, which was to serve our 7 public member agencies. They do have unique needs for their employees. So how do we make sure that through funds that come directly from them, we can still serve their employees directly? So for example, 2 weeks ago, we launched a new down payment assistance program for the hospital. This is hospital funded, which means it's hospital employees that receive the dollars. We will administer the program because they do not have the organizational or staff capacity to learn this or administer. So the housing agency will administer for them, and it's a kind of quote unquote runs through the accelerator fund. Additionally, our airport really would like to start acquiring housing that allows their employees to have first right of refusal or first opportunity, and then those units open up to the remainder of the workforce if their employees don't want them. And so using their dollars specifically for their employees' benefit, while also working to kind of serve beyond their employees. And so 2 new financial structures that we will administer. So these will live underneath the Workforce Housing Agency. We administer the programs, we manage the operations of the organization, we are raising funds and distributing funds. So that's a lot. I kind of want to stop for questions, but.
So I would suggest there's a lot of content. If we could go ahead and conclude the presentation so we could have board discussion and questions.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we leave enough time for that.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to shoot through the rest of these slides in less than 5 minutes. Okay, as we're talking about middle income workforce housing and unlocking publicly owned land, we are pursuing an opportunity with Nevada County up on the Hobart Mills work site. That is outside of the town of Truckee in unincorporated Nevada County. It is a site that is owned by the United States Forest Service. County staff and Supervisor Bullock have been working in partnership with myself and others and identifying the opportunity on this land. Could this be the proof of concept to actually help us understand how you develop on publicly owned land, how you keep costs lower because of that, and how you partner with other public and state government, federal government agencies to do so. So we're looking at a land leasing model, which is something that the Forest Service has allowed, that would require Nevada County or any entitlement agency to actually hold the lease on the land, lead the development, and place the housing on those units as long as there's benefit to the Forest Service. The Workforce Housing Agency could act as a partner in managing the property and administering anything that is on the land. And so we're working with a private developer who is providing pro bono services to help us understand what the opportunity is on this 60-unit parcel right outside of the town of Truckee. Additionally, projects like this can utilize this housing trust fund that I just mentioned. The developers can utilize those revolving loan funds. The housing trust fund could hold dollars from our entitlement agencies, private philanthropy, et cetera, to actually help us to fund projects like this. Okay, so that concludes kind of the workforce housing agency component. And then my final component today is talking with you about some of the housing solutions you can consider to serve the middle income workforce. So we have long-term, which is really that joint powers authority or the housing trust fund model. And we have some short-term projects that I wanted to just quickly share with you as well. So on the long term, I do have one more slide and then we'll conclude that actually speaks to considerations if you're interested in pursuing some sort of joint powers authority or middle income workforce housing trust fund. And on the short term, as you're thinking about middle income, there are some opportunities that could be considered. The most successful programs that we've seen in Eastern County are the lease to locals programs. These are programs that are administered by the company landing locals, paid for by our entitlement agencies. And what they aim to do is unlock existing underutilized or empty housing stock for our up to 150% area median income earners to rent. And so they're connecting homeowners with empty homes with local members of our workforce, and the homeowners receive a financial incentive in return. So financial incentives in Eastern County are fairly significant, up to $25,000 per home if you have 4 income earners in that home. So it's how do you ensure housing stability while not contributing too much of a financial incentive, depending on who's in the home, right? So if it's a single individual, $2,500, 4-person income earning home up to $25,000. I don't know what it looks like in Western County as far as underutilized housing stock, but programs like this really can start to help the 80% and above income earners in your community. And then finally, what I mentioned earlier, there's a significant interest in the home purchase education and navigation component for our middle income workforce. This is not a heavy lift, right? It's how do you create educational opportunities for your middle income workforce so they feel like they have an understanding of how they can move down the pathway towards home ownership. How do they repair their credit score? How do they start to really understand their budget so that they can plan, even if it's 5 or 7 years ahead, to be a homeowner? Because that really is what we're hearing from our middle income workforce is kind of the end goal, right? And finally, staff has mentioned that there is some interest in at least exploring what can be done in Western County as it relates to middle income. And would it be a joint powers authority? Could it be a housing trust fund model like what we're creating underneath the Workforce Housing Agency? And so I just wanted to share some considerations here because I want you to learn from us so that you don't have the learn from us that you don't have the years of trying to kind of build. So I'm not going to read through these, but I wanted to leave you with considerations if you were to think about moving down that pathway. Whew, I did it in 4 minutes. Supervisor.
And I think we'll probably pick up some of these in the questioning too. And if we need additional time, we can extend it a bit too. So how do you want to this off?
Yeah, thank you so much. Great information and a lot of content, and I recognize that. I drastically underestimated the complexity of housing challenges when the voters put me into this position, and I've spent a lot of time in meetings trying to solve this and talk to Mike Dent and staff and at all different levels of community in multiple jurisdictions. And we went to Civic Law last year, and it was basically I think Supervisor Hall can correct me, it was 3 days of discussion around this exact topic, right? There's a lot of brain trust come into play in trying to solve this. So I guess my point is we're not unique among counties, cities, towns, the state, or anybody else. It is unique to California because the problem is so exacerbated. So I just wanted to let everybody know we're not doing something wrong. We haven't failed in any way. We're just trying to respond as best we can to this challenge that we're faced with. I'm really excited about the JPA and the work you've done, Emily, and I just have to echo Ted Owens and his comments because it's been such an accelerated process to get up to speed. And I'm really glad that the county is part of that. We have a limited workforce compared to what we have in the West County, in East County, that we need to get housing for. It's challenging too because it's hard to get to Truckee. So unless those people can live there, it's greenhouse gas emissions, it's travel time, it's safety, it's lost productivity, it's lost service provision to our constituents in East County. So there's all these multiplications of considerations when it comes to housing. Just as one board member, I support policy direction that will help us get workforce housing into into everything we do, because I believe that it's an economic multiplier. We had this event a couple weeks ago when all the restaurants in Palisades were closed because the workforce could not get there. The workforce had to get there because they don't live there. They had to drive from Reno or Kings Beach or other areas. So housing is kind of at the center of at least the Eastern economy. I don't see it getting dramatically better until we all work together to make it better. I'm really excited about the concept of public-private partnerships because the economic barriers in East County are so huge that no government or entity or anybody can really fix them on their own, but private industry, as we know, has a way of building things cheaper, building things faster, and really getting to the bottom of that problem because they're there to make money. And I think acknowledging that it's okay for that capitalist energy to come into a process to make a solution, I think is the right way to look at it. And some people are like, wait, we're mixing two worlds there. I really disagree. I think it's the way we're gonna solve it that way. So I'm looking forward to that. I think Hobart's is an awesome opportunity to get this administrative lease, and I think there's probably other. The JPA actually identified another property that was close to town. It had some zoning overlay problems that we couldn't really overcome, so that parcel fell through. But there's a lot of jurisdictions that own government parcels, whether it's a special district, a school district, even a cemetery district, a town, a city, county. So there's a lot of these parcels out there if we can get to that next step. That's it for me. I think on you had a slide in there with like create, facilitate, and expand. I think it had 7 containers. 3 of them are directly related to what we do as a county. So I think there's other pieces that are already folded in there. So I'm just looking forward to hearing from our colleagues on it and trying to figure out how we can make contributions to that workforce element. I do think there's something to be said in combining. I like the 501c3 model. The member served JPA, I think, has some challenges. So I would focus on the 501c3 wider impact of that type of organizational structure to Western County, right? Instead of creating yet another JPA, because it really is it's got boundaries and who can participate, and housing affects everybody and everybody's economy. So just as one board member, that's kind of where I stand on the policy side.
Allison, I want to once more, if you just kind of clarify just what you are looking for from the board as far as direction to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Schofield. So as I stated before, housing has been a board priority. We have invested general fund dollars in the 80% AMI and lower. We have leveraged state and federal funds to expand the work that Mr. Dent and his team have been doing very successfully, bringing close to 500 new units over the last 5 years for low income individuals and families. What we're seeking policy direction on is if the board wants to expand their housing priorities to the 80% and above. I recognize Supervisor Hall's comments regarding that 60% to 80%, where that's not all inclusive programs. I think we could work with our team within state and federal programs to help start address that, especially through your legislative advocacy programs. But the decision for the board to consider today, do you want to invest general fund dollars and county resources and staff time to expand this model that Emily has been speaking about to serve what we're calling workforce housing, missing middle of the 80 to 120%. So the tools that you have available or options is to expand the 501c3 model, to explore that with the housing JPA, to invest dollars into a housing trust fund model to leverage those public-private partnerships moving forward. So we're not going to be designing program today, but we just need general policy guidance so we could go back and work with our stakeholders and partners to bring back recommendations and a budget to the board at a future date. Also, this morning's discussion is going to frame the discussion you're going to have with Mr. Polt in terms of aligning resources going into the next budget cycle.
Countywide. So when you're talking about 501c3, you're talking about countywide. There's no, for this purpose, we're talking about county.
Correct. So right now, the 501c3 through the that Emily has been speaking of only serves Eastern County. But speaking with board members of the JPA as well as with Emily, they are open to exploring conversations of how that existing 501c3 would serve countywide. Now, remember, this is a partnership also with Placer County and the town of Truckee, and so this would need governance discussions with that JPA. But if there is interest of the Board of Supervisors of exploring that, then that would be the next step.
Heidi?
Thank you. This is really interesting. Thank you for the clarification, Allison. That was helpful. And for that additional question, I wasn't clear on that either. So it is a lot to take in. I guess I would start with, I think this model looks really interesting. I'm assuming there are other models out there that you've looked at.
We haven't found any like ours. So you have 501c3 housing trust funds. You have
Okay.
joint powers authority. They're led by only entitlement agencies. This
Okay.
is a combining of the two because of that original JPA structure that was only public agency serving.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. So and I'm also I'm absolutely supportive of public-private mix, whatever we can do to make it happen. I am cautious about what it would mean to expand it into the Western County and how much that would, I would want to understand more what that would take. But I feel supportive of this project and moving forward and including that middle workforce to addressing this portion of the 80% and above. My one caveat, and I know this is complicated, but if we're going to, so when you have something like, if we're gonna, there's this entitlement idea about, so the hospital, for example, say if we're gonna make sure that we're we're addressing the employees of the 7 entitlement agencies, right? If I understand this correctly, those entitlement agencies are paying in and we're looking to house those employees first, potentially, making it possible for employees from those entitled agencies to find the kind of housing they need, right?
So through the structure we have in Eastern County, yes, we always want to make sure that our member agency employees show up in some way, even if they're just a component of the program.
Okay. So yeah, which is great. It's a fascinating way to do it. But I want to know that those employers are paying their employees properly. So I don't want us investing in providing housing for employees of an organization that doesn't want to pay their employees enough so they can get their own housing. Does that make sense? I don't know how we incorporate that, but there has to be this commitment to provide decent wages so that if they still can't get, they're getting decent wages and they still can't meet that middle market, then we're going to help them.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be the one subsidizing private companies who aren't paying their employees enough.
Yeah, to add to that, I think it's a structure that private agencies or private businesses are looking for to actually unlock their own dollars. And so now that we've launched this new strategic structure, I've actually heard from a number of private employers in the last 2 weeks saying, well, we actually have a couple $1 million, but we have no idea what to do with it. We can't be the ones to administer programs for our employees. I don't know how to go buy a single family home to house 4 of my employees. Can we actually utilize this structure to be the expert to help them unlock the dollars? And so one of the conversations I had recently was with Marta's Camp. How do they actually use $1 million or $3 million to create their own down payment assistance product for their employees? And so it's actually dollars coming from themselves. And then you have the development and acquisition piece that you would see more of a mix of public and private dollars.
Or which is a great commitment, but it's still not the same as, you understand what I'm saying, a commitment to provide decent wages in the first place, so they don't even have to, yeah, okay.
I think you could get there. I think you can get there. You know, to your point, I think that's really valid, and it's great that you made that connection there. I think through policy direction, we could probably include something like that. It would have to be scaled appropriately. I mean, some of the public agencies, I know TTAD, Top Force Hospital, TTUSD have totally different wage scales than the private sector in Eastern County, so that's another thing to take into account. But I like it. I mean, I don't think why we couldn't include that.
Okay, well, we're going to give 10 more minutes to this. Sue?
Well, this has really been a great presentation. I think there's a lot of things to think about. You know, I know home ownership is always the goal, but I think we still have to stay focused a little bit on the rental market too. We have high insurance here. People that have houses are selling them because now they can't afford their insurance, right? So I'd really like to see a focus stay on there for that middle group too as well, a multifamily housing or whatever you want to call it. But I'm just saying there's so much more to this, and I'm okay with what Heidi's saying, but I got firefighters that have to work 2 jobs, right? That we're not going to see them an increase in pay because it's tax funded through their property taxes, right? So I don't see their wages going up anytime soon, and yet they provide one of the biggest services for our community, my share. I mean, there's just a lot to that. So as long as we're still focusing on that, I think the thing we have to work is legislative too. When you look at the cuts in the budget, it goes to some of those places like Calhoun and some of those where I see cuts this year in the budget, where those are actually the ones that are going to help the people that are in that 80% to put them over the top. So I think we have to do our work with our legislators to keep communicating that, and I'm interested to see where this goes. It is intriguing to me to see what you have done in just 2 year period of time. So kudos to you on that, and how we can incorporate that part in this Western County would be incredible.
Lisa?
So just a couple questions. Where did the $10 million that you're referencing in public money, where did that come from?
Yeah, so the majority is coming from commitments from Placer County, who would be the largest funder, the hospital and the airport. We also placed kind of placeholders for our other 4 member agencies that we haven't made asks to staff and boards or councils. So the majority of the $10 million over the next 5 years would come from those 3 member agencies. Just a matter of how the other member agencies want to show up and participate in the structure.
And because it's government money, how are you going to be spending it?
Yeah, so through the kind of those 3 buckets that we showed below the workforce housing agency structure on that slide. So through the revolving loan funds, through acquisition, and through regional programs. So regional programs, for example, I've mentioned the Lease to Locals programs. Both Placer County and Town of Truckee have down payment assistance programs. How can they actually start to place those things with us, so that what we're creating is the go-to resource for housing for the Truckee-Tahoe region? And then the housing acquisition piece is using a combined public and private pursuit to acquire housing. And the revolving loan fund would also be a public-private to allow developers to actually bring more middle-income housing to the workforce.
And then I guess the question that I would ask for the county is, who would we envision our partners to be down here if we were going to form our own separate agency? I think that there's some challenges also with combining, with the work that they've done up on the eastern side, just because it really is different. And thank you for doing your research on the housing thing. The realtor.com, some of those websites are really misleading because they don't list all the housing stock. So I know that there are actually more than, there are more than 2 houses for sale in Western County in that price range. But you got to go to Penn Valley, or you have to, it's just different areas. It's not maybe just in Grass Valley or Nevada City. But I think our needs are really different here. I also am not sure our member, the people who we potentially would be looking at to partner, like NID or the hospital, would be willing or able to make the financial contribution that of what you've seen. Thank you, Ted. I think that your hospital is very generous up there. I'm not sure we'd see that. I mean, Allison, you understand the finances of the hospital better than anybody. So I guess this is really important. I think trying to find the solution for that middle, market here is important. I've always said that the way you get that is just by building more houses, because if you build market rate houses, then it takes the less expensive inventory in Grass Valley or Nevada City. It makes it more attainable, because what ends up happening is the people who can afford to buy the market rate house, they're going to buy that house instead of buying the $350,000 house that then they're going to then put $200,000 into it, which is what we see a lot in Grass Valley. All the older housing stock that was our rental stock in the city has, over the last few years especially, has converted to owner occupied, because that's the market now. And I also am not sure that the county wants to be in the position of determining what is a fair wage for people. I agree, that people do need to make a living wage, but I think that's a really slippery slope when we start saying you need to pay people X amount of dollars. And having, had a private business for many, many years, one of the things that has really hurt the retail service restaurant people is the escalating wages. I mean, you're seeing restaurants go out of business. So it's a trade-off in the community. What do you want to be? Do you want to be a community that can service the people who live here with stores and restaurants and recreational opportunities, or are we gonna price out, we're gonna price that out of the market. So I just caution us to really be careful when you start looking at talking about, what is a fair wage, and just unfortunate the situation. I mean, COVID's changed everything because you can't find people to work for you anymore for less than $20 an hour. And I know in my particular situation, I would have been out of business if I had to pay all my employees $20 an hour. So that's just the reality of the world that we live in.
I appreciate your thoughts on wages, Lisa. I agree with you 100%. We don't want to be San Francisco. And I also want to say, as far as I think when we look at this type of housing, of course, it's very, very important. And of course, we do want to see this happening. When we say, are we willing to commit from our general fund for this program? I don't think we know just what we're talking about, what comes out of the general fund. When we start saying general fund, we need to be looking at the context of the entire budget and the general fund as a whole. I would not like us to come out here and say, well, the board said we have commitment on this and we have to commit this amount of dollars from the general fund. Should not be doing that. We need to be looking at the context of the general fund. I suspect that you have been looking at this, but I agree. I just think we have to be careful with it. There's no way we can say we don't want to do this, but we just have to be careful with the money being spent. Heidi?
Yeah, let me just clarify what I mean about wages. We already tell people what they have. There's a minimum wage law in the state of California and in the government. So that's one thing. I'm not talking about having additional requirements on private industry. I'm talking about subsidizing housing. If we're going to put county money into helping people get housing, that's where I'm saying we don't want to be covering what private agencies should be doing. If we're a government agency, we should be if we're going to subsidize something, it needs to be a subsidy of a fair existing wage. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, and I agree with that too. Now, if you do have something made up similar to the program that Emily's talking about, you do have those agencies in there that can afford to give. It may not be that dollar that's going to get them in there, but it's certainly going to get it started. I mean, I know, we all know this. As young people coming into the market, it's difficult, but eventually you're able to work your way in. And if you've got an JPA similar to what Emily's saying, you've got those agencies, the county, the hospital. Kimberly can probably tell you, I'm sure the hospital would be very interested in this. Again, they'd have to look at their dollars, but they're having trouble bringing people into our county and sustaining their jobs too. And idea, I would think, would be similar too. I think we agree, Heidi. I think we agree.
I do too, and I do too. And I do think we need to invest in this. And I'd be even willing, I liked seeing sort of the funding structure you have there. So if we're seeing other people putting a lot of money in, like anything we do that's new, we start by putting a little bit of money in and seeing how it works. And I'd be willing to do that to support this and see where it goes. But I think to Lisa's point too, I'm not saying I don't think we could do it. What I'm saying is I'd like to know more about how we would pull in the Western County folks and to see if that's feasible, because I think it would be great, but I'd want to know more.
Yeah. Agree. One more comment, Harvey, and then we're going to.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think that's the nuts and bolts question I had, which is, I think the direction you're looking for is, do we have an appetite in looking at that 80 to 120? What I'm hearing is yes, there is appetite to look at it, investigate it, understand more about the solutions. Supervisor Schwartz, thought you had some great points that I think need to be addressed while we look at it and bring it forward. There's no funding commitments being made here right now, but we can talk about that later if there is. But that was my nuts and bolts question. Basically, we're asking for additional return information for the 80 to 120. We're interested in investigating that.
Correct. So what I'm hearing to close out this session is that the policy direction is to expand housing to up to 120% of AMI, to have staff go back and look at expanding whether it's a JPA model or a 501c3 to encompass the entire county, east and west, to look at Western County, what that public-private partnerships would look like, what the organizational model would look like, as well as the funding. Any decisions would then come back to the board with recommendations and formal action. All right, thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, panel. Appreciate it. And hopefully you can stick around and chat during the break. We're going to take a break until 10:55. We'll return at 10:55. Welcome back from the break. Let's see, how many supervisors do we have in the room? I see 1, 2, 3. We're looking for a couple more supervisors. 4. And let's see, we need one more supervisor. Hi, I'm looking, there we go. We've got all 5 supervisors in the room. All right, and is Brian going to introduce this topic? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. All right, so our next topic is going to be on homelessness, and we now have clicker issues resolved, I think. Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn this over to Ryan Groover to introduce this panel. Ryan?
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the board, dealing with the mic fidgetiness again. So we're here to talk to you about efforts to address homelessness today. We have a presentation then followed by a panel with some representatives from our continuum of care. Really, this presentation is reflecting on the maturity of our efforts to address homelessness and reflecting upon the board's first prioritization of this issue came in 2017. Thank you, Supervisor Hall in particular, but the whole board for your leadership in bringing that focus. We're not going to spend a lot of time rehashing accomplishments and the things that we've talked about with this board year over year. What we're really going to do is review the 2022 objective, really dive into some of the data, both point in time and now coordinated entry, talk a little bit about the homeless action plan and some of the things that have happened since the board approved that plan in June, talk about reforms and opportunities, CalAIM and more, and then we'll have our panel with our COC guests. So I'll be participating in this presentation along with Phoebe, and then our panel is Mike, who is our county COC participant or voting member, Joe Nake, who is with Hospitality House and the home team and current chair of the COC, and then Sam Holmes, who is the executive director of the COC. All right, diving in. So this is the board's objective from last year. I'm not going to read this verbatim. It's actually quite wordy, and I'm working on we're proposing some streamlining of this year, but really this recognizes the different planks of the homeless plan. It's designed to align around the 5 components of that plan. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. I really wanted to start with the data because I think this is something that's key to understand in the context of the scale of the problem that we're dealing with in terms of efforts to address homelessness, as well as some of the politics around it that we heard a little bit about yesterday at the legislative advocacy section of the board workshop. So this data you've seen in a previous presentation, but it shows the 2019 point in time count data and the 2022 point in time count data. These are the metrics that are incorporated into the point in time count. We're really looking at the gap between the 2019 and 2022 point in time counts. And just to walk through this brief, so in Nevada County, we currently shelter 284 people. You can see the difference between what we sheltered in 2019, where it was only 164. And just to briefly note, we heard some at the legislative advocacy portion about statewide numbers. Statewide counties on balance shelter or have 67% of their homeless population unsheltered. In Nevada County, we flipped that script. It's 46% of our population is unsheltered, and most of our homeless population is actually sheltered. So we've seen a drastic increase there. That's resulted in a small decrease in unsheltered homelessness over that same time frame. And the reason that despite that drastic increase in sheltering, we see such a small reduction in unsheltered is because the total homelessness has gone up so strikingly from 415 to 527. And really, to put that in context, you can look at that final number on the screen, which is we have 200 people in the 2022 point in time count who are homeless for the very first time. This is something that's occurred statewide. There's been an increase. Again, in Nevada County, we flipped the script in terms of sheltered versus unsheltered. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because you've also seen this year after year, but consistent with years past, these numbers can bounce around somewhat, but to Mike's point earlier about this perception that people are busing folks here and people are coming here for services, the vast majority of folks have been in this community for 5 years or more or over 1 year, and it's very few people who are here for a very short period of time. And most people that are homeless are here for the same reasons that we're here. And they're here because they're from here, they have family here, they have connections to the community, jobs, et cetera, and then some as well for the services. So another thing in terms of context, so this comes straight from our ClearPoint dashboards. I just want to paint the picture of the overtime point in time counts. You can see the overall trajectory over the last several years, and something I really want to draw attention to. So I mentioned the board prioritized homelessness in 2017. 2018, the first full year PIT count after that, we're actually currently sheltering more people than the entire population that was homeless that first year after. So I just want to push back on this narrative that counties and our local service providers aren't being ambitious in addressing homelessness. What we're dealing with is in the increasing scope of homelessness, largely driven by the housing crisis and other things. Something I also want to highlight that was one of our earliest priorities was to move away from the point in time count data, not as it's a useful tool, but it's a 1 day of the year snapshot of what's going on with homelessness. What we've been working very hard on for the last 5 years is getting good, actionable, coordinated entry data. Part of that has been joining the Built for Zero movement. You can see up here the 7 key data points, starting with actively homeless, and that's contributed by the 6 points underneath it from 3 components of inflow and 3 components of outflow, really recognizing that homelessness is dynamic. It's not just a single number. People are coming into the system and leaving the system. We can't completely stop the inflow. What we can do is make homelessness brief and rare for people and make sure people aren't backsliding. So moving away from point in time count as the primary driver of how we're working this issue, because it's once every 2 years mandated and we do it every year, coordinated entry, we now have real-time data. And so you've seen the previous slide many times. This is the first time we've been able to show you that we have clean coordinated entry data. We now have, you see, this month-to-month view of what's going on with homelessness. And what this allows us to do is both analyze on the macro level what's going on with inflow and outflow, but also to work the list. You'll hear sometimes about the by name list. When people call coordinated entry and get on that list, our teams, many of whom are represented here at the table today, they jump in and they start working that list, evaluating people against the options that are available and what their needs are, making sure we're contacting them and following through on connection to services. So, but you can see all those 7 key performance metrics are now represented in ClearPoint. We have at the top overall homelessness and what's been happening, and then at the bottom we have the 3 flavors of inflow and outflow. And just to put a finer point on that, so this shows inflow in terms of, or outflow in terms of housing placements versus inflow returning from housing. You can see that we are housing people at significant numbers. A very small fragment of those folks become or slide back from that housing. So just to, you hear sometimes about this concept of housing readiness. Most of our people maintain their housing, and the people inflowing into housing, it's a very small number of the people that were placed in housing. And then just to layer in the inflows, these are the people that are newly identified. They call in, or the service provider calls them in and identifies that they belong on the by name list. And so just to draw this contrast between what, or to highlight what the real issue is here is, we have way more people coming into the system than there is available housing to place them and get them out of that system. So that gap is what contributes to that overall increase in homelessness. So that's the data. I want to touch base quickly on the homeless action plan. So you will have seen in June, we brought the homeless action plan to the board for your approval. It's really a continuation in terms of the meat of that plan from the initial homeless action plan. Again, Supervisor Hall provided some direct feedback early in the efforts to address homelessness about the need to consolidate our efforts into a single plan that can guide and inform our work. Our plan is carved into 5 distinct planks. I won't go over in detail all the things that fall into each of those, except to say that with the homeless action plans, we now have a unified plan between the county and the COC. That was something we were already working towards when the state required it. And so we're very proud to have a unified plan with them and to have just this year made some progress on it already with the acquisition of property for a homeless navigation / resource center, which is something that we've been talking about with the board since the very beginning now, and we're excited that we now have the keys. We're still in very early stages of planning and outreach. We're actually going to be meeting with Supervisor Swarthout, whose district this is in, to talk about the plan for outreach and engagement on that next week. So you will recall that the governor made a big show of rejecting all the homeless action plans in the state and convening counties. That was also mentioned yesterday. At the legislative advocacy portion of the conversation, Supervisor Hook and I attended a convening that the governor held regarding the homeless action plans. And really counties were speaking, and cities, big cities were speaking with one voice in terms of the need for ongoing sustainable funding, consistent programming, consistent state requirements in terms of what the roles for the county, the city, and the COC should be. So you can see this is our selfie with the governor here. So, and you know, the governor was pretty frank. He mentioned, or he came out and said that if he were to mandate services, then he would actually have to pay counties to do these services. And so we've continued with this trend of allocating 3 years worth of funding. We're now talking about what you'll hear of as HAP round 1, HAP round 2. So these are not state mandated funding. These aren't mandated programs that integrate into our broader programming. This is funding that's dependent on appropriations. What the governor and his staff required was some updates to the unsheltered homelessness metric that was in our plan. And so I just wanted to provide a comparison of what was in the plan that we brought to the board in June and what was ultimately required to get those plans approved. So the governor made a point of the 3% reduction in unsheltered homelessness, which was the statewide aggregate of all the county plans. Our plan had a 6% targeted reduction. What I want to draw attention to is the sort of arithmetic here. In the context of homelessness, that's if it continues to grow at the pace that it did between 2019, you're going to see the overall homelessness count grow by 45%. To achieve a reduction of 6% would require us to shelter 123% of what we were doing, or an increase of 123% compared to what we were doing in 2019. Layer into that the fact that that 2022 number is funded largely through COVID one-time resources. 6% is actually an extremely heavy lift with increasing homelessness and less resources. But to meet those state requirements, we further reduced that unsheltered homelessness target to 14% reduction. And the governor did release approve our homeless action plan. So that's data and what's going on with the homeless action plans. One of the key sort of maturations of our homeless efforts has been the changes and reforms that are coming from the state. So I talked about the one-time or drips and drabs funding that we've had, sort of a chaotic, creative environment with homelessness over the last 5 years. Some of the reforms that are coming our way have some challenges and opportunities. One of the main opportunities, specifically with CalAIM, is we're able to build some sustainable funding into our programs for things like a homeless team based in behavioral health that works very closely with the home team. But CalAIM is much broader than homelessness. It's a once-in-a-generation reform that really moves from, as I was mentioning in the core services presentation, from healthcare being about your medication and your diagnosis to recognizing the broader contributors to health. And Phoebe will talk to us in more depth about that. I want to highlight with both CalAIM, CareCourt, and many of the other things that have come from the state, the value of having board of supervisors and staff leadership. So we had Supervisor Hall and Schofield representing at CSAC. We had Bibi, who is the immediate past president of CBHDA, and so she was at the helm of the statewide Behavioral Health Directors Association right as they're implementing these critical reforms. And the value of that has meant that Nevada County has had an outsized voice, and we've been successful in trying to get CareCourt to a more manageable place. And then finally, as I started, and we're trying to really focus on the seeing the opportunities and the the chance of advancing board priorities by realizing sustainable funding or making the changes that these reforms are intended to make to be able to transform what we do and better address homelessness and other challenges. So I'm going to turn it over to Phoebe to talk a little bit about CalAIM.
Hi, thanks, Ryan, and good morning, Chair Schofield, members of the board. Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director. So CalAIM, I know you've heard about it a little bit before, but just to remind ourselves, it's really a major shift in how we look at healthcare in California, and specifically the Medi-Cal healthcare system. But about a third of Californians are on Medi-Cal, so it's a pretty significant portion of the healthcare delivery system in California. And essentially, the goal of the CalAIM initiative is to improve health outcomes. They basically sat back and said, we're spending a lot of money on Medi-Cal services, and we still have some subpopulations with pretty horrific health outcomes. People with serious mental illness die 20 years before people without serious mental illness. People who are unsheltered die at rates that people in like 1901 died at. These are really terrible outcomes, and despite all this money we're spending, how can we do better? And so there's a few massive kind of objectives under the CalAIM initiative and a lot of specific programs. One of the high-level objectives is to better align all the healthcare delivery systems. So there's the physical healthcare delivery system, and then there's specialty mental health and substance use disorder services. There's also other specialty systems like dental care and services for people with disabilities. So one of the things CalAIM does is better align all those systems. I'm only acknowledging that because that's where a lot of the burden on the behavioral health department lands. It's changing how we get paid for what we do, how we document what we do, who exactly we serve, and how we serve them. It's making changes to all those things to bring us more in alignment with the physical healthcare delivery system. A good, noble goal, a lot of short-term pain as we get there. But a second big strand of the work is to recognize that the social determinants of health are just as important as the delivery of medical services. That you can prescribe drugs all day long to somebody, but if they're living unsheltered or they don't have reasonable access to food, their health outcomes are going to be very poor. And so we have to invest in those determinants of health alongside other determinants of health, like medical appointments or whatever. And so CalAIM allows medical doctors, healthcare dollars to be used in ways that had never been allowed before. One of those areas is particularly focused on people experiencing homelessness who also have mental illness or substance use disorder needs. That's a subpopulation, again, that has these poor outcomes. And so we're able to now use Medi-Cal dollars for outreach and engagement and intensive case management, which is something we couldn't do before unless they were engaged as clients of our department. There's also other strands of CalAIM that allow some of our providers, community partners who've signed up to be providers in these areas to pay for things like first and last month's rent or supporting somebody who's been housed. So it's a really exciting opportunity to think about how to better support these vulnerable populations. And so in the behavioral health department, we are piloting running what's called enhanced care management, this intensive case management program, and using it as a way to see if it's a sustainable way to continue the work that was started under our MHSA Innovations Grant and our federal SAMHSA grant we had that started up the home team that Joe is deeply familiar with. And this is a strategy to say, as those grants run out, can we continue this work with a sustainable funding model and continue to serve this population that we know really needs that intensive help, folks who are disconnected from the service system, and for our team's focus, who really we know ultimately do belong connected to our system. They have needs aligned with the services we provide. How do we start engaging, start providing, meeting some of their needs to build the trust to bring them into our care? And then in addition to those service dollars, there are some infrastructure dollars associated with the CalAIM ECM Enhanced Care Management Initiative that we've been taking advantage of as well.
Something that I would just add is in the vein of recognizing our need to change to seize some of these opportunities. I think some of the lessons learned about out of the home team were that often the hospitality house side of the home team would do a great job outreaching and getting people ready for services, and then they wouldn't be eligible for behavioral health services, or the type of services behavioral health would be able to provide weren't appropriate for what their resources allow. And so what we've done is we've restructured our homeless services and brought more of that in-house into behavioral health. So Brendan Phillips, who has been our housing resource manager for a long time, is now within the behavioral health department overseeing this CalAIM team to provide a better handoff for these services and more expansive role of behavioral health in that system.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. That's super important. Is that how do we create that doorway into our care more seamlessly? And as we come to you more in the future as well around the new day resource center, that will play into that conversation as well. It's in the similar intention of how do we create connecting points for people. So another big policy initiative that's out there that you've certainly heard a lot about is Care Court. Again, Care Court is a civil court function where people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness and have a serious mental illness can be ordered into a civil court process. And at the same time, the behavioral health department can be ordered into that process as well. And the outcome of that process ultimately, in theory, is a care plan and a housing plan that provides stability to that person. Noble goal, trying to address people who we all see suffering on the streets. A lot of complexity to it in terms of the resources that aren't there to address all those needs, and how do we create space for those folks in our existing system that is packed to the gills, and as you've heard before, where we have 0 empty beds and all those kinds of things. So the good news for Nevada County is we get to hang back a little bit on this one, unlike every other initiative that seems to be starting July 1, 23. This one has a little bit longer of a ramp up time, which is great. There's a first cohort of 7 counties that goes live in October of 23. I heard yesterday, I haven't confirmed this, that LA joined that cohort, so there might now be 8 counties. And so, you know, bringing LA to bear certainly will add a lot of weight to that first cohort. And the good news is that also adds a lot of staff capacity to do all the heavy lifting of developing the processes, forms, identifying the bumps in the road that are likely to come as we try to stand this complicated system up. For us in Nevada County, we have a small grant from the state to support the planning process. And basically over the next year, we'll be convening our key partners that certainly include the judicial system and our criminal justice partners and other city partners, et cetera, to start thinking about how is this going to work in Nevada County, and trying to start to identify what we think the likely flow of folks is going to be and what we can do to address the needs that are going to emerge. Another thing just to put on your radar is that there's a pot of funding called the Behavioral Health Bridges to Housing Funding that is going to be released in a few days, and it's meant to be earmarked for the Care Court population specifically. So we'll be working it's a quick turnaround, so we're going to be working pretty quickly on trying to identify how to use that money most effectively in Nevada County and set ourselves up with a resource that will also be useful for the Care Court population once that comes online as well. At the end of the day, Care Court is going to be a really collaborative planning process, and that's the good news. I think that the more we all work together to try to figure out how to best serve some of these most vulnerable folks, the better the outcomes are likely to be. And on the downside, it's going to take a lot of time and energy to figure out all the legal processes, the rights, and et cetera, that people have. And then the last thing I'll offer on Care Court is, as you may have already heard, also yesterday, a significant lawsuit was filed against Care Court that, if it is picked up by the Supreme Court, could delay implementation while that gets sorted out. So to be determined if that's going to happen or not.
Makes you kind of nervous when you have so many steps you cannot read it.
Yes, exactly. That was the purpose of that. Thank you for pointing that out. We put that straight. That's a simple flow chart of the process, which is obviously completely complicated and impossible to track.
And immense value in having a phased approach. That was part of the advocacy from CSAC and CBHDA and others. And Karen Lang mentioned yesterday, make a friend in the cohort 1 counties. And I know Phoebe is very connected to her peers, and we'll be watching that very, very closely in terms of how that plays out.
Yeah, we appreciate the effort you put into it, Phoebe.
Likewise.
So when we presented to the board at the annual workshop, we really talked about the need to get away from this chaotic one-time funding. We're doing new things every 2 months as we get a new funding source, and really start transitioning from homelessness as a project to homelessness as an enduring program. And so really looking to continue moving down that path. CalAIM and the restructure we've done and the implementation of the ECM team, as it's known, as part of that. but just recognizing that we're still on that path. And this is sort of a broad strokes overview of sort of what I see as the phases of the county's homeless effort. So prior to 2017, when the board prioritized homelessness, we certainly worked a lot with homeless individuals in all our programs, but it wasn't in a coordinated way as it became after the board prioritized it. First couple of years were really spent with a lot of learning, creating, applying for grants, forming new ideas like the home team, crystallizing strategies. And then 2019, of course, or 2020 also brought COVID-19, which both was disruptive and dangerous to our homeless population, but also brought a lot of new funding and opportunities for us to be able to move the needle. I'd say 2022 was characterized by announcement of these major reforms like CalAIM and Care Court. I wouldn't anticipate that to necessarily stop with this administration, but we're very much enmeshed in that. And then I see us moving forward, really looking at a tighter coordination with the continuum of care and really continuing on this journey of moving to ongoing sustainable programs. So just to put a finer point on the COC piece, so a lot of the homeless funding comes into the county and other homeless funding comes into the continuum of care. The continuum of care, I think the board is familiar with, but it's a group of homeless service providers, other jurisdictions, and the county participates in that as well. And early in our efforts to address homelessness, we had the infrastructure and the administrative chops to really take on doing a homeless plan and take a lead role in the creativity and crystallization of the unified efforts to address homelessness. I'm pleased that with all the motion and momentum and the leadership that's been shown in the COC, especially with hiring an executive director who we have here with us today, we feel like it's really important for us to lean into a more collaborative role with the continuum of care. And so that's something I hope we can incorporate into our upcoming board objective. We see in terms of that sustainable county programs that there are certain areas where the county does best and belongs most. And then there are certain areas that the COC is going to be the ideal locus. So on the county side, permanent supportive housing is always going to be a key part of what we need for our behavioral health folks in particular. We have a variety of core programs where we're very successful if somebody's a veteran or if somebody's a family with children or if somebody has mental illness with getting them into those programs for which they're eligible. We have county-owned facilities that we're going to need to sustain and continue to operate for the long term. Development of housing, still I see as the key preventive measure and the key exit from homelessness. We need more housing, and we can't cool the jets on that effort if we hope to change the tide of the increase in homelessness. The reforms, which we're both mandated to embrace and which also present opportunities for us to continue to meet the need, move the needle, and then continued implementation of the homeless action plan. And I want to say there's a lot of overlap between these things. Continuum of care also does a lot of these things. We also do a lot of the things that are that I have on the continuum of care side here. But continuum of care, the beauty is you have all these leaders, you have all these executive directors, you have the service providers that actually work on the ground with people there to make decisions, there to provide their knowledge and energy. You have providers can come together and have access to the different funding sources and grants that can be pulled down to fill gaps in the homeless plan. COC and HERCS, which is the combined Nevada County Placer Homeless Resource Council, plays a large role in administering the coordinated entry system. So we saw the data that's coming out of that system, which is hugely helpful. I mentioned the part that we have a local COC, which is just Nevada County, but we're still part of a joint Placer and Nevada County Homeless Resource Council of the Sierra. I think that's vital for the Tahoe Truckee voice, where the issue is really a Tahoe Truckee issue. It's not just a Nevada County side or Placer County side. And so sometimes it's easy for Nevada and Placer to go their own directions. That's not helpful at all to Truckee. And so continuing to have that voice in terms of that partnership with HERCS. And then I just wanted to end with, for both, implementing the homeless action plan, because that's really a shared responsibility. The funding is coming both places, and we have an aligned plan, and we're excited about the future there. What we're looking to do is put as much of that funding that's aligned with that plan out for that collaborative decision making with the continuum of care as possible, not hoard that in the county for these core services, but actually get as much over to the service providers as possible. And so we're going to be continuing to work with them and continuing to bring things to the board to fully realize all the talent and commitment that is represented at the COC. And so that's a segue into the next part of this presentation, where I want you to actually hear from our COC members. So as I mentioned, Mike is our county voting member on the COC. Joe is the president or chair of the COC, and Sam is the new executive director of the COC. So I have a couple questions, and Joe, I think I'll start with you as the chair. But maybe you could just give the board an overview of the COC, who is on it, and what you do.
Yeah, so I think Ryan kind of touched on a little bit earlier. It's made up of community members and stakeholders throughout the community. Basically, what we do is we drive direct where funding goes throughout the communities. And excuse me for my voice, I'm a little under the weather.
Yeah, and I think still good morning to everybody. And good to meet you all. I think this might be the first time I'm actually have an opportunity to address the board here. So what the mission of the COC is, I think, is perfectly in line to what Ryan has really set up his department mission when addressing homelessness, to ensure that homelessness is a brief one-time experience, and that we're able to quickly transition those who experience homelessness into housing. So what the current Nevada County COC board comprises of is really public and private partners, and that's the beauty of the COC. It's a place where we can come together with an equal voice towards a shared mission and shared vision for how we can go about really addressing a complicated issue that exists in our community. Right now, our COC is comprised of the shelter providers, permanent supportive housing operators. We have a tremendous support from the leadership across HHS, from Ryan and Mike as well, and as well as Grass Valley law enforcement and some other community advocates as well. But the COC board really is the ultimate decision maker. My role and Herc's role ultimately is to administer the funds at the direction and discretion of the COC board. So any decision on funding, any plan that we put in place to reach those goals that I know you all have discussed, that have been diligently created and set forth by HHS, that we do so at a community level. And my role is to put some frameworks in place and to really ensure that we can meet those expectations that are driven by the community and that are in the best interest of the community. So, as we talk about the COC, I appreciate the trust that all of the stakeholders at the table have in Homeless Resource Council in this years. We certainly take that mission really to heart, and we are informed in that mission by the leadership of the COC as well, with both Joe and Mike sitting on the board of the Homeless Resource Council this year's. But really, a lot of the decisions that are made, though might flow through Herc's, are all community driven at the COC level.
I'd add, at the Herc's, there's 7 board members. There's 3 from each county. Myself, Joe, and then the vice chair of 531. Same over on the Nevada County or the Placer County side. There's 3 reps from them, and then there's 1 member, the 7th member, voting member, that it crosses over both jurisdictions. It's changed over the past. That right now it's currently AMI Housing because they serve both counties.
All right, thank you. So, and this is open to anybody, but maybe you could highlight some accomplishments over the last several years in terms of what the COC has done.
I think just the way we started tracking data so much better. You saw it earlier in the presentation. We've really gotten good in the coordinated entry and the HMIS. Built for zero with the veterans. I think we're down to like 8 people left to get to functional zero. That's been a huge success for the COC.
Yeah, data. We need to justify our performance at the state level. We are curious what the number actually is out there in the community. Veterans Homelessness was our first campaign, lingering on about a year longer than we thought we were gonna be doing it, but we've also served pushing 40 or 50 veterans. We keep finding more, so or more become homeless.
And I'll say, as we look into the future, and this is something that we've started discussing at the COC level, and it really excites me as we start building a direction to really meet the goals of our homeless action plan, is data is at the center of how we're going to make decisions and how we have been making decisions, but it's going to continue to be a priority. We hold part of our role is to hold all of the service providers in the community accountable for the way that they participate in the collaborative process. And a big part of that collaboration is participating in what is our homeless management information system, which allows us to have that continual, continual understanding of what the data is telling us of the trends of individuals who are experiencing homelessness, how people are moving through the system, and then to make those informed decisions, those data-driven decisions, to really produce the outcomes necessary for us to be able to meet the goals that we've all set together. And without data and without a really strong participation throughout the community, we'll have the gaps in our system, the data gaps in our system, really jeopardize our ability to be able to to have that, those shared goals and to share in the outcomes, because not one agency, whether it's a public agency or private agency, really can meet the ultimate goals that we've set as a community. And data is really how we are going to be able to ensure the accountability throughout the system.
All right, thank you. Now, looking forward, as you mentioned, maybe you can talk a little bit about the challenges and opportunities you see on the horizon.
Well, you want to go?
I'm happy to start. I think that we've certainly seen in some of the presentation already some of the projections of what we anticipate the community will experience in terms of the number of our neighbors who may be unsheltered over the next become unsheltered on the next couple of years. And as we think about how we can really create really a service economy to meet the growing demand, we're excited about a lot of the commitments that we're seeing from the state on continuing to provide what is fairly flexible funding for the most part in government when it comes to government grants for us to address issues, and certainly the accountability that the state is really taking ownership of and telling us we need to take ownership of to be able to continue that funding is a good thing. But the scale, if the scale of the issue continues to increase, and the difficulties that of scaling up the economy within the community of services, we want to really be mindful to just really the strain that it plays on our nonprofit partners. Hiring is always going to be an issue within the nonprofit sector. Competition for talent is always going to be a big issue. So really ensuring that we are able to quickly scale the nonprofit community to bring those organizations up to speed so that everybody is able to pull their weight and to be able to implement evidence-based practices and be able to fully have the staff and have the resources to fully participate in the collaborative processes, including inputting and maintaining data standards, I think is something that we're going to really be focused on over at least the next year or two.
I just see that as the homeless housing assistance and prevention program, HHAP, we know that there's around 5 that was announced with the governor's budget. So we're finishing up our application for 4. There's going to be 5. I see the county's efforts kind of getting this running down the runway, and it's time to fly. And that's where we need to turn over the coordination efforts, because there are other funding streams that are coming directly to the COC or HERCs. I think they're in a position to coordinate the delivery of a lot of our programming moving forward over the next year.
All right, so we have about 5 more minutes for our last question. So the next one, so we mentioned the multi-jurisdictional, multi-entity collaboration that exists on the COC. We have county, we have service providers, we have Grass Valley PD and others. How can the board, the cities and others work and support the COC? What do you need from the board? What do you need from the cities? How can we all come together and really use that?
I think that's it right there, coming together, the collaboration, making sure that we're in lockstep agreement and we're following our action plan, we're following our homeless action plan, we're making sure our goals and outcomes align.
And I think that this is, you know, I my perspective is as somebody who's new to the community, have been in this role months now. What has really stood out about Nevada County is not necessarily, the county staff specifically taking ownership of the problem, but taking ownership of the solution. And the amount of resources, the amount of time, the amount of just attention that Mike and Phoebe and Ryan's departments at large dedicate to working collaboratively and working innovatively to really lead what is some really tough conversations across the community, and to within taking ownership, knowing that they're not, that by taking ownership, they're not necessarily standing out in front and saying we're the solution, but that they provide a place where that the solution, that people can come together and work collaboratively towards that solution. So, if for my narrow lens, I think continuing to empower HHS to really continue to lead and be a place that could support the really what is the COC, the backbone of how the service community comes together to address this complicated issue is what I see as a strength, and my recommendation for Continuum.
So just to add, continued appreciation, deep appreciation for the support. We've done some trust falls with us on some funding pots that come through, and everything's worked out so far. But I think, continuing to support HHSA as we work and transition to more of a marathon approach for homelessness instead of the sprint.
Just a shout out, Joe's representing both the COC and Hospitality House today, but Nancy Baglietto, I think, when she was chair of the COC, I remember taking a call from her saying this needs staff. We need an executive director at the COC, and so really excited to see that happen. And I think that's really going to allow the COC to take that next step and be that locus of creativity and that joint decision making with our community providers and other jurisdictions. So really exciting for what that holds in terms of our ongoing efforts to address homelessness. So I don't know if there are any further comments from the panel. We have a couple minutes, otherwise we can transition. Questions? Okay. All right. So I think sorry, go ahead. So reflecting on the 2022 objective, I had a grammatical awakening. Realized we don't necessarily need to express the whole homeless plan in the board objective. So this year, what I'm proposing is that we recognize the importance of the partnership with the COC, the importance of prevention. So the federal homeless plan came out after we developed this presentation, but the prevention is a key plank in that, which has been a long missing component of it. And so the objective that's being proposed for 2023 is that in partnership with the continuum of care, we're preventing homelessness, addressing the needs of people experiencing homelessness, and moving towards sustainable and ongoing programs. So with that, submit for board discussion and questions.
Well, the most obvious question is why aren't supervisors involved with this? And then I'm going to turn over to Lisa because I know she's got some interest in the COC.
Well, I think generally, there's no reason why supervisors couldn't be a part of the COC. I mean, the COC, the composition of the COC as it stands now isn't enumerated and really set in stone. The COC is meant to be a place for everyone in the community to come together and have a lens into the collaborative efforts that are happening in the community and to provide input when necessary. The COC obviously, operating as a nonprofit, we can't do the work that we need to do without as much participation as possible. And I think a COC with, any elected representation where, we can both be a resource of information and also benefit from the enhanced visibility of the work would only strengthen our efforts to be able to address this complicated issue.
I know that supervisors are welcome. I think probably all of us at one time or another sat in on one of the meetings, but unlike so many committees that we're involved with, usually there's one or two supervisors assigned. And I just wondered if there was some reason why that is not the case.
I mean, my understanding of the structure of it is that it's not a board creative committee or commission. It's a HUD mandated body. And so it doesn't have an appointment from the board, but board members would be welcome both to participate. And I think that would be healthy. And, in terms of membership of the COC, there's a process for that doesn't exclude board members or city council members. I think there's great opportunity and space for the cities to be a part of it as well.
Lisa?
I guess I have to go now.
Yeah, right. He asked me, are you volunteering? I said, no, I think Lisa is.
Well, actually, and thank you, Supervisor Schofield. So I actually did, when I met with Ed back in December, I did mention that I would be interested in coming back to and attending the COC meetings because I had attended them years ago. Also, when Supervisor Hall got elected, she had formed a committee on homelessness that I was a part of. So obviously it's something that's of great interest to me. Hospitality House, most of the services that you provide for the homeless, structured services are in my district. So obviously I have a real interest in seeing what goes on and making sure that everybody's represented. I actually had a couple questions. One for Ryan. You mentioned that all the plans that were submitted to the governor's office were all rejected. Were those submitted by counties or cities or both?
So they're mostly counties and the COCs. They're supposed to be a joint plan between the counties and COCs. I think the exception to that is the 13 biggest cities also receive this funding directly.
So it's like what at the city level, we used to call them like the Big 10 or the Big 12, who pretty much controlled everything, including all of how the resources were allocated, as well as creating policy that really only fit the big cities and didn't take into consideration the rural communities. So hopefully his intent there was to bring back a little bit more equitable funding and resources to all of California, not just the big cities.
I would say the big cities definitely have an outsized role there. And when we went down to meet with the governor, there's like the adult table where all the big cities got to sit with the mayors, and then there was the cheap seats where.
Yes, I dealt with that all the time at the cities. No one ever cared what Little Grass Valley had to say when
I
you
just
sit
have
there
to
with
tell
LA.
you, the best part of the meeting though was when Sutter got up and grabbed the microphone. So there was a voice that came from small rural, and I just commended him. We were all like,
Yeah. Well, and I will say that in 2019, when Governor Newsom was here, he came up to meet with the League of Cities people, and I had the opportunity to meet him and talk to him a little bit. And he asked me what the biggest problem was in Grass Valley, and I said, well, we really struggle with the homeless issue here. He was shocked that a small community like ours actually had a homeless problem because he's so used to hearing it from San Diego and Los Angeles and San Francisco. And then he did a press conference a couple months later. He actually referenced the conversation that I had with him and talking in that it is a problem with smaller communities. And then in 2020, when he did his he started his homeless tour, he started in Nevada County. So hopefully that it stuck with him that we in the rural communities also have issues with homelessness. So, and then my other question, I know you're doing point in time count right now, so those numbers might change a little bit from the 2022, but so you're talking about currently 527 homeless individuals, either sheltered or unsheltered, but definitely homeless. If we had housing for those people like today or next month or in 6 months, how many of those folks do you think are housing ready where they could go into a situation and be successful? Because I know that there's a lot of struggle with placing people into homes, and I know we do our best to make sure that people are housing ready, but not everybody is. So just kind of ballpark it for me.
I would say probably half to three quarters. Definitely, we still need shelter, obviously, to get people housing ready. Interim housing is definitely a huge thing we need. I might scale that back to more like half. We're seeing a huge influx of folks, first-time homeless, working poor, people that just can't afford housing anymore, families. I mean, this year especially, calls every day to go on top of our chronically homeless list. That's, between my team and the ECM team, we're serving 182 clients right now. Hospitality House served over 700 unique individuals last year. So obviously 527 is probably a little low. It's a snapshot, like you said, when we do the point in time count. So, how many are actually out there? It also depends on how people identify. Some folks identify as home free, and no matter if you give them a mansion, they won't come in. So,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to add a little bit to that, Joe, because I think in my perspective is maybe slightly different in the sense that I think that generally speaking, what we need always is an array of housing options. And that when you have that array, most people are pretty happy to be housed if you can give them something that meets what they're looking for. And we really saw that during COVID when we were able to put people in hotels, for example, where people have their own room. We didn't say you can't have your partner or your dog or your whatever. And we didn't have anybody say, no, thanks, I don't want that, or leave. And we had to eventually move people on when we ran out of money for doing that. But what that tells me is that when you offer the right thing, people want to be housed. And it doesn't go perfectly for every person all the time, but equally much, it doesn't go perfectly for every, free market tenant out there either. But most people in the right setting do really well and are stabilized pretty quickly. The evidence is really clear that if you can provide a stable place for people to live, substance use, mental health symptoms, things like that subside over time.
Right. Yeah, I think that I'm a person who I like to see targets and to see, can we find housing solutions for 100 of those people? And, maybe next year we add another 100. I liked in the housing model that we were looking at with Truckee, they actually had very specifics, like they were going to try and do, 25 of this type and 100 of this type. And I think it's important to have those kind of targets when we're talking about planning. And I also think it gives the public the ability to say, wow, that because all we hear is, how bad the homeless problem is. But if we say there's 527 people, here's a solution. I look at that. There's 104,000 people in Western Nevada County. Can we as a community figure out a way to house these 527 people? I look at that as a much easier thing than, we continually see all the millions and millions of dollars that are going into these programs, but they're not really fixing the problem. I mean, I think that was the governor's frustration is so much money has gone into this over the last few years and it's just gotten worse. So the housing first solution is one that I've always been a big proponent of. And I would like to see us continue, along those lines. And I promise if I come to the COC meetings, I will be quiet and just sit back and listen and not do instructed things for you.
Well, I am gratified that prevention is a key component of the federal plan because, as we saw in the data slides, we are sheltering way more people than we ever did before. We're sheltering more people than were homeless in 2018, according to the count. And it's really the new people coming into the system, and most of these dollars that we have are not for preventing people from becoming homeless in the first place. And if we can't get a hold on the inflow, then we're just not keeping up with the scale of the problem.
Heidi?
Thanks. I just want to take a step back. I know we're kind of focusing on moving forward, just to take a minute to thank again CEO Allison for leaning into this in 2017 and 2018 and allowing all you guys to just dig in and try to. I love that projects to programs chart that you have that shows how much we've done to get a handle on this this issue. And to think in the collaboration with the city, we've done a tremendous amount by working together. And I think this is that, can we go to that slide? The projects to programs, I think that's really key. And what's exciting to me is that who knows what the next governor is going to do? Who knows what the next 3-year funding thing is going to look like? Who knows what the next, shiny object to solve homelessness is going to come down and be? And so if we can incorporate, so we aren't continuing to have to go from crisis to crisis or keep responding, changing our response to whatever the next thing is, really thrilled that we could call it a program, make it a program, and then those bumps hopefully will be less because we'll have it. We know what the process is for this county. We know how they come in, how they go through, where we get them out at the end. So I think that's just huge progress. Yeah, and the issues that are coming down as challenging, they're not things we're not solving. There's just the abrupt, crazy way that it's coming down from the state right now, plus wages, housing, all the big picture things that are continuing to create homelessness. So I just want to make sure we thank you and commend you for all the work we've done. We still are one of the leading county in the rural areas for all the great things that you've done. So I'll wrap it up. Continuing to move towards from projects to program feels key to me. And then I'm really excited about moving this over to the COC so that we can they can take on some of this and go out there and get the funds and manage it and keep everyone engaged and involved and make sure that the collaboration is having. My one concern about that is that, in talking about membership, I'm fine with supervisors being on it. I'm concerned about who the voting members are, because we know we've had in the past people who come in and present solutions or try to push solutions without fully understanding the problem. And I want to make sure that anybody who's coming in there and voting understands the problem, is part of the system of providing services. So I don't know how that works exactly.
Yeah, it's intentionally a weak model at Herx. There's 3 Placer County reps, there's 3 Nevada County reps, and then there's a voting rep that represents both counties. So it's really hard to get, super majority on an idea. But what we see in our meetings, Sam, is a lot of collaboration, coordination. So it's usually my vote from the county, and then Dr. Rob from Placer County, his vote, or the 2 votes from each county.
And I'll also say, just to put the the left and right limits on, I think data is really what we're going to start focusing on to ensure that opinions are heard, but that opinions are being considered within the context of really the reality of the community, reality of the systems at play. And we see that in the way that in Ryan's presentation, using models like Built for Zero, really focusing in on the monthly presentations of our coordinated entry system and focusing on the work that's happening at the lowest, not the lowest levels, but at the most actionable levels, right? The committees, like empowering the committees to really be the ones who are making the recommendations that are being considered using the data that we have available to us, and ultimately considering all of that input into our decision making, I think is what we're working towards in the evolution of the leadership, both at Herx as well as at the COC.
Yeah, we do have 5 subcommittees of the COC. We have Tahoe Truckee, Shelter, Housing, the Youth Committee, Best Practices. Those committees are designed to inform the COC board as to what direction we're going in. Of course, taking the data into consideration and making sure that we're putting funding really where it belongs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's obvious. There's just a lot of, excuse me, a lot of work going into everything. Excuse me. Just really quickly, it seems to me that that I like, Lisa, what you said. I mean, making contributions to upstream solutions to me is absolutely critical, because you see the static or near static population out of the last census, but we're doubling or compounding in some format the number of sheltered and unsheltered people. So it seems to me that if there's a contribution to resources, it should be in that arena, maybe more significantly than it has been. Not to say that what we're doing isn't working, because obviously that's working as well. To your point, Ryan, like we've met the goals we had when we took the snapshot in 2018. That's totally obvious. So just one policy perspective there. And then I know that the COC has that element in Truckee, but I would just like to think a little bit about Kathy Foley and AMI and this lack of infrastructure we have. We don't have any homeless shelter in Truckee. There is no place. And when we do have a place, it's temporary, and we usually get booted out and moved somewhere else. There's land use issues and compatibility issues. And we're lucky because we have a really strong stakeholder there that's making huge contributions in that part of the county. But we just have to recognize that there is no shelter there. There is no facility in Eastern County. So just reiterating that, and there's apples and oranges problems because we have a greater population to serve in Western County. I recognize that, and I'm into that, but just wanted to point that out.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, do we need any more discussion?
Yeah, Allison.
So the policy direction that we are seeking is to adopt the proposed objective that Ryan put up on slide 22, to continue to implement the homeless action plan with a focus on prevention using a housing first model, and then to make sure that our outcomes are measurable and to set specific targets. I also want to make note, and staff hears you, Supervisor Bullock, in terms of the Truckee issues, and we're working hard to find resolution for that. Any additional actions will always come back to the board in a form of a contract in terms of next steps and funding. Thank you.
Quick announcement. Sue, we want a picture with the sheriff's. Alicia? Okay, a quick picture out in the parking lot with the, out in front. Okay, especially with the red. Okay, they've got special signs on the cars and they're ready to leave. So if we can do that real quick.
Okay, so we're taking our 30-minute lunch break, and is that going to include that? Because we're 10 minutes behind, but
We'll check in.
okay. So at 12:30, be prepared for a check-in, and we hope to get started again at 12:30. But now, if you're wearing red, go outside for a picture. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and get the meeting started again. And during this portion of the meeting, these are the special topics that our supervisors have brought up that they need some discussion around. And so our first topic is going to be the Good Neighbor Ordinance, and that's going to be introduced by Supervisor Hook.
Okay, thank you. Well, actually, I'm gonna have Jeff kind of lead way, but I'm just gonna kind of hit the highlights for this is in my district and other districts as well, that seemed to be a real topic for complaints and emails and phone calls or issues where really these are situations where the neighbor probably is within his rights, but we're not looking at what we do to protect the neighbor next door. One example would be loud music that blares for 72 hours. Huge parties that bring lots of traffic into a neighborhood that maybe lasts for 72 hours. We get a lot of complaints about other issues as well. And actually, I'm going to let Jeff lead off with this a hair more. I know it's a controversial type of a issue. I realize that, but we're literally looking at, like, I think the other hard part is these folks call the sheriff's department and they want our sheriff's department to do something, right? Well, there's really nothing in place that says we can help you. So what is there? That's where I need to have this conversation. What could be a policy or this good neighbor thing that would allow for somebody maybe even just go out and say, hey, can you turn that music down? I mean, I don't know what the real answer is. I do know they did one in Grass Valley, which we have some of that information. I'm going to lean on Lisa because I think she was part of that originally and see how that was working. And how could we make that work throughout our county? Our county's really diverse. We've got a lot of rural areas that are way out in the back. And for the most part, a lot of people talk to their neighbors and there's probably not an issue that goes on, right, when you communicate. So how do we communicate this and make everybody happy? Which we know that doesn't happen. But Jeff has some statistics that I think will help, and hopefully Alicia, our undersheriff, will have some statistics as well.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hook. Pleasure to be with you. I'm just going to provide a really brief framing, and then I'm going to go and kick it over to Alicia and then Patricia for comments. And then, of course, we'll be excited to hear any of the board's discussion on it. But essentially, what Supervisor Hook has articulated is exactly correct. The challenges of really addressing nuisances on private property. But I would also articulate a lot of the complaints in reference to this discussion item are not related to your event ordinance, but rather private events. And so there's a number of challenges when there's disturbances in a neighborhood, and those can vary from noises to other types of complaints. A couple components I just want to articulate as well as we hear from the community, referencing a noise ordinance and how to restrict noise in private property. And I just want to articulate a couple things that while it's technically possible to bring forward an ordinance regarding noise, it does bring some real practical challenges. Those include the need for example, if law enforcement's called in, and of course, Alicia can speak about this in greater detail, but requiring to witness the action, having the ability to measure the decimal noise to ensure it's an infraction, the need to record that as evidence, and then also the fiscal and potential practical implications that could impact activity to address other higher level and priority crimes. So that's an important component. And I think that's when Supervisor Hook was also referencing the policy the city of Grass Valley put together. We're referring to as good neighbor policy. It's included in your packet. And essentially what Grass Valley put together, which was how to address neighborhoods which are receiving multiple complaints. And so essentially designating the police chief, and I know Supervisor Swarthout can probably speak to this in even greater detail from her time on the council, but when you're receiving multiple complaints over time, essentially allowing the police chief to go out and provide written notice to that tenant or property owner. And then if there's a complaint filed after 30 days of given that written notice, then a written citation can actually be implemented. Now, that doesn't impact the law enforcement component, right? A citation is another component. So this is a very challenging topic. And so there's not necessarily a good answer. And I think that's the challenge of this topic. But I want to go ahead and kick it over to Alicia for some statistics.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you Supervisor Hook for bringing this to attention. We've been working on this for quite a while, and if it was an easy solution, we probably would have had it solved a long time ago. So I thought it would be important to just kind of tell you, let's talk about what a disturbance is so that we're on the same page and try to talk about those expectations. So a disturbance call when they come into our regional dispatch center is anything that pertains to noise. It could be a barking dog, it could be a party, it could be a verbal argument. It's really up to the dispatcher who takes the original call to determine what type of call it is. And there's hundreds of different call types that we have. So what we did was we pulled some statistics to kind of show the board what you're looking at when just talking about disturbance calls. So in 2022, we fielded 2,032 disturbance calls just in the unincorporated area. That does not include Truckee, that does not include Nevada City, and that does not include Grass Valley. Those are just in the county calls for service that came up as a disturbance. Just in this month alone to date, we've had 134 calls for service in the county as well. So what we did is we put some of our 35 hot spots, what we call, and these are kind of repeat, I don't want to say offenders, but they're just repeat calls. And we kind of wanted to showcase what it looks like of a repeated call. And this isn't just your one-off, your neighbor dispute, your landlord, you call one time in your entire life. These are areas, think the fairgrounds. Statistically speaking, the fairgrounds does generate our top call for service for noise complaint because of the nature of the fairgrounds. However, when you look at in the graph in front of you, the residents actually, those type of calls that are repeated calls at certain residences that we've identified that had 5 or more calls for service at the residence, they take up 50% of our calls. So this is where it's really to the point where neighbors are feuding with other neighbors. They're elevating their conflict with one another to the point of violence. They are injuring animals, they're injuring property, and it really does, it's to the point where the sheriff doesn't really kind of know how to navigate because there are certain rights that you do have on your property. So the next slide, just to kind of put it in context, and it's really small and I apologize for it. But what that is it talks about, I picked 3 locations that were kind of our hot spots. One of them was Jennett Trail, and we did all calls for service that were labeled as disturbance for Jennett Trail. And I don't know if you could go up or down with the slide. It kind of gives at the bottom. Oh, I'll pull up my own. So we picked some areas. So Jennett Trail was what?
Forget. There, we have a conversation in terms of clarification of the area.
Yeah, so Jennett Trail is out Grizzly Hill area, Tyler Foot Road, that would generate. So we had, that's where some of the large party calls were. However, when you look at the statistics, it only generated 8 calls, and that was for every single call type that we had. It had 1 marijuana, 1 911, a community policing, which once we learned that there was an issue out there, we did a community policing project, which is called a COPS project. We had 4 recorded disturbance, noise, music, 1 medical. I pulled another property, which really kind of spearheaded this entire debate, was the property on McCourtney Road. This is one property on McCourtney Road, and they have generated in 2022 136 calls for service. Their top ones were animal abuse, thefts, civil service warrants, vandalism, and weapon offense. This would be the type of property that we would want to look at this type of ordinance, because what happens is I don't want to say it started in 2020, but it elevated an already a big problem. Was we had a homeowner out there who started renting. When 2020 hit, we had the inability to do any evictions. So his tenants started subleasing, those tenants started subleasing, and pretty soon you had multiple trailers, multiple people, and the homeowner was completely out of control. He could not control what was going on. And so when we tried to go in, you're going into people who actually have tenant rights. And so you have to get warrants. You have to have a reason to kind of go into this. And so we were struggling. And one of our officers or deputies that responded was from Grass Valley PD. And he said, Grass Valley has this ordinance. We might want to look at it. It talks about just this type of thing, this ongoing. And then the other property that we pulled up, we did an entire road. So we did the entire Sweetland Road, every single property on Sweetland Road. They generated 85 calls versus one property on McCourtney Road that generated 136. And we were just kind of doing that just to give everyone kind of an idea. So there is a penal code. It's Penal Code 372, and it's a misdemeanor. The problem with it is for a nuisance property. But the nuisance property, it has to involve a community or a large group of people. And then it doesn't give an example or a definition of what a community is or a large group of people that have to be bothered by this specific property. So is it 10? Is it 20? We have reached out to the district attorney's office, since they would be the ones filing the criminal complaint, to ask them, hey, what is your definition? The problem that we're having with using a 372 is it's only a misdemeanor, and it is only a temporary fix. So you have a homeowner, say we went out and arrested the homeowner at McCourtney Road. It's a misdemeanor. He has the right to OR bail. He's usually out before we finish our reports, and he's right back to where he started. And then how do you go back out again? You just keep going out and going out. One of the key components, though, is recording every single call. This is why we tell people, if you're disturbed, call us, because it's a call for service, and we can start tracking those stats. We can start creating COPS projects. We can start contacting the homeowner. The other component is with noise is that, and we understand, neighbors don't want to tell on other neighbors. They don't want the conflict. In order to have the other component, which is a 415 penal code, which is disturbing somebody's peace, you have to have a victim to have their peace disturbed. Law enforcement cannot be a victim of disturbing the peace. We don't have a dog in that fight. We need a neighbor then to say, my peace is being disturbed. I want to file formal charges. And at that point, we can take action. What we sympathize with is many times they don't, because they have to live with these people. And so they're looking at, and this is where Supervisor Hook is trying to point out where we're kind of like, there's not a whole lot we can do with this if you don't want to be a victim. And even when you are a victim, it still doesn't really stop the ongoing problem, because now you're just going to have ongoing neighborhood issues, which create other calls for service. So in a nutshell, the kind of what we are looking at for the Grass Valley Good Neighbor Ordinance, in essence, it's an absentee property owner could be held accountable for continued law enforcement, and it's continued law enforcement. It's not one or two, it's not one off, continued law enforcement response to a property. This ordinance could address ongoing disturbances such as parties, narcotic sales, narcotic trafficking, animals, etc., that continually affect the quality of life for the neighborhood. And the idea is to incentivize property owners to proactively address bad behavior from their tenants. Here's another component. When we first started doing marijuana compliance, it was given to the sheriff's office. We did a good job holding people accountable, eradicating plants, but we were missing a component, and that was helping people to become legal. So then that shifted over to Trisha and her team, and they did a great job helping people become legal, but the component of eradicating plants was just overwhelming. So then what we did was we teamed up and we said, okay, listen, you do your stuff, we'll do ours. And this last year, you guys heard that we combined eradicated over 85,000 illegal marijuana grows, confiscated some illegal weapons, and we understand that our partnership worked better together. This is the same component. It cannot be all sheriff's office, and it cannot all fall on Trisha. It has to be a combined effort with a lot more stakeholders involved in how do we do this? How do we get services? How do we help people? How do we identify the problem? And so that's kind of why we're trying to work together to come up with ideas, get everybody's feedback, and really understand that everybody has their own side of the story. There's no bad neighbor that is always bad. It could be a one-off, or maybe they're not understanding the process, or maybe they're taking advantage of a process. And this is where we just want to really kind of collaborate. So thank you.
All right, so we do have 3 more topics, and at this point, what do we need to discuss here?
I was just hoping we'd have a I just was hoping we'd have a conversation. I just don't know. I don't have an answer to it, but I have a lot of my constituents coming forward and saying, well, how can we fix this? They're wrecking my quality of life. So, I mean, you have some in your area, Ed, which I know, I mean, you can't stop somebody from using their property the way they like. That's a property rights issue, who I agree with property rights, right? But then how do we defend the property rights of the person across the property line? So I'm just kind of that, we have had a good work with the COPS program. We did one of mine out in my district, and that was huge, helpful to that neighborhood. The party stopped. There was a lot of code violation issues out there, so they did a really fantastic job. So I know part of it is the community coming and helping us to use the tools that we do have, right? Like you say, when you look at some of these places, I would imagine some of them would be less apt to come home with or come with that complaint due to the neighborhoods. I mean, we see that on Sweetland Road area specific, and I know that's a very busy area for complaints. So, and that's what I'm looking for. So what do we give you as a tool to really be able to go in and stop those kinds of activities?
You know, part of the problem is so pretend you're on your property and you're trying to do fire mitigation and you have a chainsaw running, say 12 hours a day. We get calls complaining about the noise of the chainsaw. And when we come out, we understand the person who says, I work graveyards, I need to sleep, I can't handle this noise all day long. But when you go talk to the neighbor, they said, I need to clean my place up. I'm trying to mitigate a fire risk. I can't use it at night. And, I only have certain days off. So what do you do in those type of situations? It's not a clean answer of a noise is bugging me, right? Certain noises bug certain people. It's important that the sheriff continue to go out and respond and ascertain what's going on out there. Sheriff Moon actually recognized this problem when voters decided that, certain drugs were going to be misdemeanors. And so she used to have a narcotics task force. And what we did is we went out and we worked a lot of drugs, and they were felonies, and you could write a lot of warrants. And when she saw the way the voters were voting, she understood that drugs were not at the top of their priority, although they do, have a systemic issue going through our community. So she revamped her system, and she doesn't have a narcotics task force anymore. She has a special investigative unit, and their primary goal is quality of life. It's the burglaries, it's the identity theft, the fraud, the things that really kind of get under your skin when somebody comes into your house and violates you. This would be another one of those components. But when you look at the bigger bang for your buck on what's going to happen and who should be going out and dealing with some of these problems, this is why I think it's a continued conversation, because it's just bigger than single or one community or one specific topic. We're willing to coordinate with Trisha. We've already had really great success, but then what other partners can we collaborate with to try and figure out what's another component? I know animal control works really hard on barking dogs. You can't just complain about a barking dog. You got to kind of keep a log of it. Nobody knows that, but you have to log that it's a continual thing. And then, animal control steps in. It's a slow process, and it can be really frustrating. So part of it may be just trying to communicate with the community to say, hey, here, we understand, here's some of the issues. We did sit down at your town hall up in North San Juan. I thought it was really great. We were able to talk to a lot of the community members and hearing them on issues, because we think something's important, and then they tell us what's important, and then they correct us, right? We're like, okay, yeah, I thought that was important, and apparently this is important, and that's good. That's what we want to keep doing, is these community meetings. But it's really meeting with the board to say, what are you hearing? Supervisor Hook is really great about calling me, sending people to me, and just saying, we have an issue. Can you help fix it? Can we kind of work on it? And again, we start those COPS projects. But unfortunately, I don't have that one thing that says this is your direction. I'm not even sure a noise ordinance would be applicable, because like I said, if you're going to complain about a chainsaw, but it's for a bigger reason, at what point who determines what's a best, right? A noise is a noise. And so that's kind of where we're getting stuck.
I just have one question, because it's one of the noise issues. I don't even think it's in my district, but the shooting range, do you track how many complaints you get? Because when I've walked along the trail and it's the Sunday, I know those hours are really restricted, but the hours where everybody's out there, it impacts a whole neighborhood. So how do we say that's okay, but what this guy is doing that's another one of those, it's a service that's a service, but it also impacts neighbors. Just curious how many.
We could track it, but those are Grass Valley Police Department calls because it's in their jurisdiction. However, they have taken proactive steps, because we used to train out there, and they heard their community, and they said, you know what, if we allow you to train and CHP to train and probation to train and the district attorney's office to train out here, you're increasing the number of times we have to fire down range. And so they stopped us training there. And so they did take kind of that step of saying only their department can train there unless it's a specialized thing. But yeah, we track all of the calls for service.
If I might add on too. So, not only can complaints go directly to the sheriff's department, but a person can also file an official code complaint. So just to give you an idea, not counting complaints about animals, tractors, generators, and so forth, just talking about events, music, and parties. In 2021, we received 2 official complaints. 2022, 2. And so far this year, we've received 1. And looking at the locations, it's 3 different parcels, essentially. So it does seem to be, just like the sheriff's department was pointing out, we do have, a small number of repeat offenders, if you will. And that's something where maybe a good neighbor ordinance would help us as a team address those issues. Is it going to solve everything? I don't think so. I don't know that there's really a silver bullet to this, so to speak, but I do think it could assist.
What would that look like? What does a good neighbor policy look like?
We have the Grass Valley version in the packet. I don't know if you guys want to.
I can quick. Oh.
So the intent of the Grass Valley Good Neighbor Ordinance had more to do with rental properties, because the city of Grass Valley is home to 50% of the properties there are rentals, and there's a lot of out of the area homeowners, so they have no idea what their tenants were doing. And we, just like the county with the one particular area, the city was also experiencing that. Well, there were several homes that were receiving hundreds of calls a month because the neighbors were disrupting. So the remedy that the city put together in their good neighbor ordinance was to actually fine the property owners for the behavior of their tenants. So it was, it probably the most contentious meeting that I ever participated in was when we put it together and put it out there, because the property owners as well as their attorneys came in and they didn't like that. But we did pass it. It did help us. It helped the city of Grass Valley clean up some of the problem areas. And as far as I know, they're still using it, but it hasn't been as impactful because certain areas have changed because they've gone from rentals to home ownership. So some of that has gone away. But the true intent was to hold the property owner responsible for the behavior of their tenant, which I'm not sure that I'm familiar with the property that Under Sheriff Burgett is talking about it, because I saw the calls that came through for that. It was pretty incredible. But the other issue, the noise issue, which is an issue that's in my district because now the fairgrounds are in my district. And when I was on the city council and I'd get those calls, I would say, oh, call your supervisor or call the sheriff's office because it's not in the city of Grass Valley. But that's one of those crossover areas where the noise at the fairgrounds really affects the city of Grass Valley because all those neighborhoods are adjacent. And I can tell you firsthand, I can hear when there's music at the fairgrounds, even with all my windows closed, I can hear it. And it is, so I understand the noise issues. My intent now that I'm here will be to try and work with the fairgrounds a little bit more to see if we can get them to be more cooperative with the complaints. And then also work with the festival producers, because, we went from 2 festivals at the Nevada County Fairgrounds per summer, and there's 6 or 8 now, I think. And some of them are less respectful than others. So I don't want to shut it down because the Center for the Arts has World Fest there every year and I'm on their board. But, they need to be really aware that they are creating a nuisance. And so for me to try and work with the people who are causing it before we go to some sort of a, policy on saying no. And I know that's hard. You guys are in much more rural, it's a much different thing. And honestly, in discussing this a little bit with the sheriff's office, it's easy in Grass Valley to get a noise complaint. It's 5 square miles. There's 4 officers on duty at all times. They can get to where you're going really quick. With the sheriff's office, it's a lot harder. If you're in North San Juan and you get a call out in Lake of the Pines, chances are by the time you get there, the party's already shut down.
or, they might have stopped. So it's a really different enforcement issue, I think, than what the city has done.
Check in with the chair here.
Well, I got to get my piece in.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't have a problem in 5, do you? I think we can talk about the fairgrounds some other time. Believe me, the fairgrounds gets the calls, believe me, at all times of night. Anyways, I think, I mean, the type of thing that I'm looking at and probably Sue's looking at too, and you're probably very familiar with the specific issues that we have. In my case, it's ATVs and just running loud all the time. And I think part of the frustration is that person anyways has already tried to work with the neighbor. The neighbor now they now hate each other. So there's just no communication there at all. And when they call, they ask, they're told, well, we don't have a noise ordinance. There's nothing we can do about it. I think that's the frustrating part. In my particular case, I'm going to ask the woman, we've already set up a date to come in and talk about it. But I'm going to ask you, Alicia, to have an officer maybe join us because it'll be in our offices up there. So people are frustrated. Even in your district, the guy that comes to most of our meetings and says, hey, these concerts that they go on in our neighborhood, it's like, and we control those. It is an issue. And I don't know what we do about it either, Alicia.
So I would recommend, what I need from the board is not to make a decision that staff will bring back an ordinance, but do you want to direct staff to work with the sheriff's office to look at what options are available and then bring that back to the board? Right.
Right, I think that's important, I think, because that's what our constituents see, I have to always explain, it's not the sheriff's department not doing their job. It's not code compliance not doing their job. There's not a tool. So even like code compliance, they're not here on the weekends. So somebody can't call in a code compliance issue, right?
And I think,
And then like, we're back to that, like, we do have an event ordinance that the music has to be off by 10, right? So not 72 hours in a row. So how do you, I know there's just a lot to manage. So I'll look forward to more of a conversation if my colleagues are open to that and see where we would head with this.
Yeah, and I'll clarify when I said, talk with the sheriff's office, that's CDA and work with the sheriff's office. I don't see this as an isolated sheriff's office issue, and we could see how it impacts, different departments. Supervisor Hall?
Yeah, just really quickly. Yeah, the event ordinance really dealt with most of the issues in my district, and I experienced also the other side of it. I have constituents who are being harassed by people who just have personal issues.
And there are both sides.
Yeah.
Even with my issue, I don't know much at all about the other side. Kind of reminds me of the shooting range situation that was down in your district, Sue. Yeah. Always
Okay.
curious.
All right, we have the direction that we need, so we'll go ahead and we will do a deeper dive on this issue. We'll work in coordination between CDA and the sheriff's office, and then we'll come back to the board with more defined problem, as well as possible solutions.
All right, thank you very much. So during the next 30 minutes, we have Hipcamp to be presented, and I've been sitting next to the whole time. Cassandra. Cassandra is going to make a 12-minute presentation, and then there'll be some time for questions. And then we had a couple other topics to discuss, which include code with cell towers and conversion around ADUs. So do we want to change that?
Well, we think we're probably going to need a little more time for this.
For her presentation?
Yeah, we want to make sure that she has time to do this.
Yeah, don't feel rushed. We appreciate you coming on here and
Okay.
all your travel, and we want to make sure that you have the time that you need to provide this information to the board. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Schofield, for putting this in the packet, and staff for spending all the time with with Hipcamp and Cassandra and all the people. And really, Hipcamp is a method of connection between a landowner and somebody interested in having a light intensity camping experience in a new place. Hipcamps located all over the nation, all over some other limited international destinations. But essentially, the reason I brought it forward is because we have these two opportunities to kind of reduce impacts from camping, wherever that may be. It could be in working lands or natural lands or somewhere in between. And then there's this enhanced induced economic benefit that we get from having people travel here that may camp and spend money in our economy, whether it's on recreation or maybe they have a part-time gig economy type of job, or they just want to come see friends here. There's some induced economic benefit there. And then it's also, while it's not a housing solution, it is a place for a nightly stay, which is always helpful as we think about all these different ways that people spend time and overnight here in the county. So I'm going to turn it over to Cassandra, and I just would like to mention one more piece is that at RCRC and NACO and CSAC, I've spent time with Cassandra, and Cassandra spent time with our staff and also our legislative support staff and other county members, which really is the reason why I've invited her here today, because I think Hipcamp is really doing the due diligence to understand the county's needs, basically nationwide, and to understand the policy implications and the natural landscape implications of their business. And they're here as an active participant, which I think is really commendable. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cassandra.
Thank you, Supervisor Bullock. And thank you to Chair Schofield and to the other members of the board for having me here today. I really appreciate this opportunity to connect with all of you. I've had the opportunity to learn from you and your peers in other rural counties at NACO and CSAC to hear what's top of mind for you, to hear what is of the highest priority for you. And I'm excited to have this opportunity to talk about low intensity camping and outdoor recreation on private land. I also have to give a big thank you to county staff. If I name everyone who lent a hand here, I would be here much longer than my allotted time. So thank you all for being so generous with your knowledge and expertise. I've really appreciated that. And I want to say thank you to our landowner community in Nevada County for being among the first, not just in California, but globally, to express interest in working with us to open up opportunities for outdoor recreation. My name is Cassandra. I support the government and community relations function at Hipcamp, and I was first introduced to Nevada County at a Wild and Scenic Film Festival on tour event in Northfield, Minnesota. So your county's reach is wide, and I'm thrilled to be here in person with you all today. Great. I'll spend the next 12 minutes or so, 10, giving some context for the trends in the outdoor recreation industry that we're seeing, what we have an opportunity there to anticipate. I'll introduce you to Hipcamp, share information about low intensity camping in Nevada County, and talk about the economic impact of outdoor stays on private land in this community to date. I'm thrilled that Erica and I have all the same source material here, so I can spend a little bit less time on outdoor recreation industry trends, but the headline is that this industry is growing and demand for new places to get outside is growing in the United States. The record numbers we saw in 2021, that 154 million people participating in outdoor recreation, that's more than half the US population. And I don't think that growth surprises anybody in this room. Nowhere was the demand for outdoor rec over the last few years felt more acutely in California than in California and in Nevada County. Camping has led the travel sector's recovery from COVID, accounting for 40% of all leisure trips taken in 2021. RVing took off, folks from metropolitan areas continued to camp more, and almost 40% of campers went on a glamping trip or a glamorous camping trip. And we've also seen demand increase for unique experiences, for farm stays and agritourism opportunities, for example. Importantly, there are strong indicators that these trends are here to stay. People are camping more, they're RVing more, they're glamping more. And as Erica mentioned yesterday, this record participation has meant record economic output in the United States. And California continues to be the clear leader here, with more jobs in the outdoor industry and more people getting outside than anywhere else in the country. And that's fantastic. We want people outside and connecting with nature. Hipcamp's mission is to get more people outside because we know that when people experience the outdoors and feel connected to a place, they are motivated to protect it. And we heard that yesterday. I think Ms. Lang said people will protect what they care about. But the volume of campers is impacting the experience and the environment. Almost half of folks who camped in 2021 said they felt negatively impacted by and were planning to change their behavior because of how many people there are in the spaces we currently have for outdoor recreation. And increased visitation is pushing people further and further into the backcountry. We see that all across the country, and that has real environmental impacts. In 2021 alone, more than 9 million households reported camping for the first time, and this use is really outpacing the infrastructure we have to support it. We really need solutions, and I'm excited to introduce Hipcamp as one of those potential solutions. Hipcamp is a platform, one I should say of many, that enables local landowners to advertise new and unique places for people to stay, camp, and get outside. From traditional private campgrounds and RV parks to farm stays, low impact tent and RV sites, cabins, yurts, canvas tents, you name it. The sites listed on Hipcamp are located on properties that are owned and managed by land trusts, that are working cattle ranches, that are small scale organic farms and wineries. And we work with landowners in all 50 states, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom to welcome guests to their properties. You're likely already familiar with this model. Landowners sign up with Hipcamp as hosts and create an online profile for their property showing the area available for guests. Those guests sign up with Hipcamp and are able to search by location and book on our website and mobile app. And hosts have full control of their availability and pricing, right? So this is a familiar model. They're able to collect the applicable taxes through our platform, and they're paid weekly for the stays booked through Hipcamp. Each dot on this map represents an individual or organization listing their property with Hipcamp. This is a map I'm very proud of. When I started here in 2016, I think I knew the name and phone number of every single person that was listing on our platform. And so it's exciting to see demand for these unique experiences on private land grow. These hosts are thoughtful neighbors and environmental stewards. They're longstanding members of their communities. Our hosts have lived in the counties they host in for an average of 19 years, and they're deeply invested in protecting their properties and their neighbors. More than half of the landowners that we partner with categorize their property as working land, so farmers, ranchers, vintners. They're welcoming guests to the properties they live on, the properties their livelihood is tied to. They take the time to educate visitors about what it means to recreate responsibly in the region. They're available to lend a hand if someone has a question, and they are incredibly generous with their local knowledge. Last year, so in 2022, landowners partnering with Hipcamp in California earned more than $6 million hosting campers, and they use that money to pay their property taxes, to make mortgage payments, to subsidize small businesses, keep farms and ranches operational, and make ends meet on fixed income. Their guests drove $39 million in economic impact for the surrounding communities, patronizing small businesses and taking their hosts' recommendations for where to eat, drink, or buy that piece of camping equipment they forgot. I bought a headlamp yesterday. And we'll talk specifically about the economic impact that Hipcamp hosts and their guests have in this county in just a moment. So zooming in on low intensity camping, I think this is a term you may have coined, which is awesome. And on the demand that we see here in Nevada County. Consistent with the wider camping industry, we see demand in this county for a range of sites and experiences. I'm not going to go through an exhaustive list, but I want to give you an idea of the range of options people are interested in. So we see demand for pack it in, pack it out tent sites where campers hike or bike in and there are no amenities available. We see demand for pack it in, pack it out car sites, so where you just pull up and park your car, but again, no amenities are available. And we see demand for self-contained vans, trailers, and RVs, where campers bring their own amenities with them, are able to be completely self-contained, and take everything with them when they go. We also see interest in sites with amenities like picnic tables, shade structures, canvas tents, and temporary or semi-permanent structures like platforms and yurts, as well as for sites with more traditional amenities, right, like plumbing and electric, so rustic cabins, stationary RVs. And Nevada County Code addresses unique campsites on rural land already. In County Code, you have what's called a low intensity campground, and those are defined as less intensive recreational camping in rural and forested areas that require less infrastructure, generate less traffic, and have less on-site development than other commercial camping areas. And this puts you so far ahead of the way most jurisdictions are thinking about camping, right? This is really creating an opportunity for local landowners to participate in and engage with the outdoor recreation economy in a low impact way. The current definition allows for sites for tent camping only, so it doesn't currently accommodate spots where you could, for example, park an RV. And it allows for up to 4 sites per acre. Use permits are based on standards including neighborhood considerations, the approval of evacuation plans, parking, and access.
And this allowance for low intensity camping on rural lands is really important. It supports, as I've mentioned, the tourism and outdoor rec economies. It encourages local landowners to directly participate in and benefit from those industries. And it enables landowners, including farmers and ranchers, to diversify their income streams and generate sustainable revenue, offsetting the rising costs that are associated with living, but also land ownership and agricultural inputs and operations. It also takes pressure off of our public lands and resources by dispersing use to locally run, well-managed campsites on private land. And it does this while maintaining the rural character and natural characteristics of the land that it's happening on. I'll also add that I think low intensity camping is important because of consumer preferences. I think the desire to get back to nature, away from people, into a more private experience, that has really changed what camping looks like and what people are looking for. We hear it all the time that folks with families choose to camp through Hipcamp because they can kind of guarantee the experience they're going to have. They can have it to themselves, private, quiet, as opposed to what could be a mixed bag at a first come, first served campsite, for example. It's really exciting to see this in Nevada County Code. You're leaders in this space already. It's not a surprise given all the work you do on recreation and resilience. And I think there's an opportunity to invest and make low intensity camping in Nevada County more accessible for landowners, more inclusive of the trends and demands that we're seeing in the industry, and more robust. And what I mean by that, more accessible. So a use permit is currently required and the application is costly, regardless of how many sites you want to have, how many people you want to host, and how many days out of the year you want to do it. I have monthly meetups with our landowner community here, which highlight of my month every month. And we've heard from folks in this community, from rural landowners, from the agricultural community, that this is a cost prohibitive permit for them. It's not worth it if what they want to have is, for example, 2 tent sites. And that's typically the scale that we see in this region. It's 2 sites, 1, 2, 3. That's typically what we see. And by comparison, the average campground in California, like commercial campground, is 124 sites. So this is a really different scale of use on the land. When I talk about more inclusive, the current language, as I've mentioned, doesn't accommodate the range of camping options that we're seeing across the outdoor industry and that there's demand for. Tent sites only, so doesn't account for RV sites, which is the fastest growing way to camp and one that can be entirely self-contained. And it doesn't account for campsites that provide camping structures like canvas tents, which increase access to outdoor experiences for folks who are new to that activity or who don't have their own equipment. And when I talk about making it more robust and an opportunity to make it more robust, I think it's appropriate given the conversation we just had as well. There's an opportunity to implement site standards that will ensure this is well managed and that it grows in the way that you want it to, and that makes sense for this community. There are already standards, as I mentioned, around site density, parking, fire safety. And if we make those standards more explicit and establish standards related to, for example, waste disposal and noise, I think that we can set this up to be an incredibly well-managed use. Further investment in this activity can, I think, have a positive impact for individual landowners, for the experience of visitors, for the local community, and for the regional economy. And I promise I'm almost done. We wanted to learn more about the economic activity currently supported by Hipcamp properties and Hipcamper spending in Nevada County. So we actually commissioned an external firm to conduct an economic analysis last year. We worked with Earth Economics, and they studied how Hipcamper spending supports economic activity, additional economic activity in Nevada County. So they looked at how spending in one industry translates to additional spending in related industries and the cumulative effect of that spending on the local economy. This study specifically looks at the economic activity driven by Hipcamp properties. So it's just one small slice of the impact of outdoor recreation on private land in Nevada County. There are many other platforms that make this possible. But their analysis found that the bookings at Hipcamp properties in Nevada County are contributing an additional $886,000 in secondary spending annually, creating jobs, infusing the economy with tourism dollars. And so the headline here is that low intensity camping has the potential to positively impact the local economy, to create jobs, to support small businesses, and to put money in the hands of local landowners, helping keep local land in local hands. And I will wrap this up so we can get to the discussion, but I just want to share, we've talked a lot about Nevada County as a recreation county. with strong outdoor recreation objectives, tourism, agricultural communities, and visitation to the Yuba River rivals that of national parks. And that's not even to mention the use that you see in Tahoe National Forest. We need ways to disperse visitors to well-managed accommodations. We need that in a lot of counties, and we have a way to do that in Nevada County while simultaneously enabling landowners to develop sustainable revenue streams and preserving the rural characteristics, the neighborhoods, and the natural features that bring people here in the first place. So low-intensity camping is something that is already supported here. There's demand from local landowners and visitors to the area alike, and I think there's a real opportunity to invest, ensure it's well managed. So thank you so much for your time and consideration today. I appreciate this opportunity to share information, and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of information. And I think the goal of today is not necessarily to direct any sort of ordinance or policy change. It's really just to give staff some leeway in working with Hipcamp and maybe other operators that decide to, if the board wants to decide to look at that and understand all the different elements that come to play inside the county, and start, having that conversation. Am I correct in that? Yeah, okay.
I have a couple questions. Does Hipcamp pay TOT?
Yes.
Okay, so they're registered through a.
Our landowners can collect TOT through our platform. So they select what the tax rate is for their county and for their jurisdiction and for the accommodation type they provide. Not every jurisdiction considers camping subject to TOT. I know Nevada County does. And so hosts are able to collect that and then remit that. We don't remit on behalf of hosts, but hosts are able to collect through our platform.
And then do you, when someone registers on Hipcamp to offer lodging, do you check to see that what they're advertising or promoting on their website is what the actual philosophy of Hipcamp is?
Yes. So I think we have what we call a QA process where we look at individual listings as they come onto the platform. That I used to do that. That used to be, I used to do that every day with every new listing. It's become more than one person can do. But we do take care to look at each individual listing to help folks understand how they can be successful on our platform and to have conversations with folks who may not be offering something that is a good fit for the community.
And I think so. Right now, are we requiring people who are doing Hipcamp in Nevada County to have a use permit? Go through the process? Brian, maybe you can answer that.
We would if they came to the county and asked.
If you knew
Yeah.
about it, okay. That was, yeah.
But we have not permitted any of them.
Okay. Well, and one of the things, so I pulled up the website and just typed in some dates for our community, and I was actually kind of surprised because one of the things that I saw that came up was it was like $355 a night, and I'm like, wow, to camp, okay, but it was actually houses. So you do allow a house model or a cabin model on Hipcamp as well.
We do, yeah.
So that would put you kind of in the same category as Airbnb or VRBO.
The similar platform, and the goal is to connect people with the outdoors. And so like vacation rental in, for example, downtown LA, probably not going to be something we keep on our platform, but a vacation rental in a community like this one, where you have all this amazing access to trails and to all of these natural resources, it opens the door for people who want to spend time outside but don't camp maybe or have their own equipment.
So I'm sympathetic to the cost of $5,000 of having to get a use permit to do it. And it's my understanding, and I'm sorry that I didn't research this a little bit more before the meeting, but right now the county doesn't have a short-term rental ordinance. Basically, people just register and they pay the TOT, but there's not a regulatory process for it in the county. Is that correct? Yeah. And honestly, I think this has very similar properties of that, and I would be really supportive of just not creating a problem that doesn't exist. And I know, I hate to keep going back and referencing Grass Valley, but they put in an Airbnb or a short-term rental policy when I was still on the council, and I actually voted against it because it was creating a lot of bureaucracy for a problem that didn't really exist. And I referenced how the county did it, and I said I thought that was a way better way to do it. So I'm really supportive of anything that brings people to our community to enjoy the beauty of it, spend their money, and then go home. I think that's a great business model. for helping our local economy and businesses. So thank you for coming and thanks for your presentation. I thought it was great.
Thank you.
I might add in, so also on Hipcamp site are sites like at NID campgrounds and state and federal campgrounds and the campground in Nevada City. So there are official campgrounds also listed. We haven't received any code complaints about any that may not be permitted per se. But one thing I wanted to mention is our Rec and Resiliency Master Plan. I think looking at this is one of the topics that the plan will need to look at, and it'll help us also prioritize all of these recreational measures and ideas and areas maybe where we can improve. I know there's other counties in California, and thanks to Hipcamp and Cassandra for sharing that information, are looking at how to modify their ordinances too. So we're really monitoring that. And I think throughout the Rec and Resiliency Master Plan this year that we're going through, this is one component that we should continue to evaluate.
And Cassandra, what is those 53 properties? How are they connected to you?
That's a great question. So at the time when we conducted the study, we looked at which folks listed on Hipcamp in Nevada County had hosted a camper in the last calendar year. And so that was the number of individuals who in Nevada County in, I believe it was 2021, had hosted booking through our platform.
So is there a financial commitment to you?
Oh, yes. So
Yeah.
we're a booking platform. So we do take a commission, which covers the credit card transaction fees, the liability insurance, and our support team and marketing materials.
Very interesting. I kind of agree with you, Trish. I mean, this sounds like something that really can be pursued within the new master plan that we're putting together. It's very unfamiliar to me, although I got a email from a constituent last night saying, "Hey, I'm a Hipcamp." They wouldn't tell me where they live, but
Well, I'm happy to talk about it at length. I know we have limited time today, but would love to be a resource and a partner to the county. I've been so appreciative of all of the work you've done on this topic to date and of your openness to having this conversation. We're really excited to be here and to be able to think about what this could look like in a county that is so significant in terms of leading at the state level and nationally when it comes to recreation and rural economic development.
Thank you. Great presentation. And Cassandra, you and I have had lots of time. We've had lots of conversations over at CSAC and I've had conversations with Hardy about this. So I like the concept and I think incorporating it in our recreation plan is probably the way to go. I like the idea of making it more fiscally accessible with the permits. I have several concerns that I've raised with everybody I've spoken to about, and I'm not hearing them resolved. So that would be something I would want to know about. One is the fire danger of people having campfires, and what is our code on that, and would it conflict with our existing code, and who's going to enforce that, right? Is that another job for the sheriff or for us, or are you guys going to pay? Because you're not, that's not your role. And biggest of all is the septic issue.
Mm-hmm.
I am just not, I mean, we've seen what goes on at the Yuba River, and human waste and dog waste. And where's my friend Amy? I know she's gonna love me for this. But RV campers that can contain their waste and then, take it where it's supposed to go I'm fine with. People who want to have tents in their yard and provide a bathroom access to them, I'm okay with. It's just there has to be a septic solution that meets our code or that is not damaging to the environment. That to me is the bottom line.
Thank you. I didn't want to get too in the details, and I really appreciate you bringing up both of those topics. There are top concerns as well. I think I spend 95% of my job talking about restrooms and fires, and we're a California-based company. We understand the risks, and that's our biggest concern as well. And so thinking about how can we build into code ways to ensure that people are managing that well and are aware of what their responsibilities are as landowners. And so I do have examples of other counties in California and Colorado that have put fire safety standards into their ordinances that deal with rural recreation and camping that I'd be happy to spend more time on. I think that there are examples that we can look to that are doing this really effectively. And I recognize that we're just one platform. We do have a fire ban tool and we integrate with the National Weather Service. So if I'm a landowner and I have a booking coming up this weekend and it either doesn't feel safe, the winds are high, or there is a red flag warning or a ban, I can open the app and turn on the fire ban, and everybody with a booking will get a text that says fires are no longer allowed at this property, and you can indicate what kinds of fires. And the National Weather Service integration means that the hosts get real-time alerts if they should be mindful of fire safety on their property. And then to the sanitation question, I can share examples from other counties as well. I think that there are a lot of different ways to think about that, and absolutely people need to be disposing of human waste in a way that is safe and legal. Whether that's, there are counties in California that allow portable toilets. I know that not every solution is going to make sense here, and so definitely want to be mindful of that. But we've seen offsite disposal. There are changes happening in the outdoor recreation industry around how to dispose of waste on public lands that we can look to, right? Overuse is really meaning that the ways that we used to deal with it don't make sense anymore. And I would love to talk to you. We've recently worked with a nonprofit that deals with these questions on public lands to think about our restroom policy and have updated it in the last, I think, 6 months. And so are thinking really critically and creatively about these questions.
Can I mention one more thing?
Oh, yeah, can I just say, I think it's awesome that actually the solutions you're looking for will be helpful for all outdoors experiences. I think that's awesome. The issue remains for me, who manages it and who enforces the violators, and that's an additional cost and resource. So I just want our staff to be, that's something we need to be mindful of.
You bring up a great question. I think it was one of the first questions that I asked when I met with the Hipcamp community or some of the people that Hipcamp here. And kind of philosophically, what I was totally obvious is that they're like, we care more than anybody, right? We have more to lose than any other person in this transaction as the landowner. And so I think that kind of reinforced my concept that I would rather see somebody in a Hipcamp situation than boondocking in my neighborhood, which is the common occurrence, right? I think there were 250 fires that were put out or smoldering or handled by the Forest Service. So like, can we get it into a controlled environment with some restrictions and some, something, a paradigm that like supports what we want, or are they just going to go off grid? And so I think to answer your question, it was really inspirational to me to see the landowners like, we care more about anything than, no fires, no, and that waste piece. So anyway, I just want to mention that.
So just real quick, I just have one real quick. So is there ability for your platform to pay the counties the TOT funds?
I can certainly look into that. I'm not certain what our functionality is at that level just yet, but I can definitely get back to you.
So like for Airbnb, those come right from those to the county, which has been real helpful. Not to mention we have a really active tax collector that follows these things, right? I just hate to see something, it's kind of interesting to me and I'm rather impressed. You say there's 53 and we haven't really had any real complaints with this going, so something must be working there. But then do we want to make it so that people don't want to come into that kind of compliance either? I think we have to look at that. And the other real quick was, I will say there was one, we did say that it was on state ground. We had somebody from Reno renting a campground down in a state park. So we did have one and it was quite elegant actually.
Supervisor.
And that wasn't through Hipcamp, I think, but you're right. That was through another.
Well, it wasn't Hipcamp.
It was
just an
Airbnb.
individual Airbnb thing. So, but they had a really good thing going there for a while.
Supervisor Hook, real quick, I just want to let you know, we did ask our treasurer tax collector that exact question. And the treasurer tax collector actually has another contract, not just with Airbnb, that actually crawls the internet to look for listings. And we just straight up asked, our Hipcamp and, are you receiving TOT? And the answer was a strong affirmative yes, and good compliance too. So that was the information that Tina Vernon gave us.
That's one more quick question. Is Hipcamp similar to Airbnb where you rate people, they rate people? So it is one of those things that's self-policing in some respects, because if you are renting a space at Hipcamp and the person you're renting it from writes a horrible review about you saying these people were terrible, they left their trash, whatever, the next person's not going to rent to you. So it kind of is it ends up being self-policing in many respects. And I want to make sure that as we look at this, that we don't make it so onerous for people that they can't afford to do it. I want to make sure that whatever regulatory process we do put in, it will encourage people to be able to do it versus, versus not, because it's cost prohibitive.
So I think, would you like me to go ahead and close out this session? So what I'm hearing from the board is actually you're not directing staff to look at regulating or coming back with an ordinance, that this is a really small industry in context of the county of only 52 hosts that will go ahead and monitor that industry and look how it coincides with a recreation master plan. I did hear feedback from the board that let's make sure that it continues to be accessible, but keep in mind mitigating issues, a septic, fire, as well as capturing the TOT. Is there something that we missed? TOT, all right, did I get that part? And then just for the board's information, we do contract with host compliance, which a lot of jurisdictions do, that actually do look at conducting studies, making sure we capture the TOT, not just like with the Hipcamp platform, but with Airbnb and VRBO and so forth.
I want to thank you very much, Cassandra, for that presentation. So we are at the full hour that you had allotted for Board of Supervisors topics, but there's two more topics to discuss. And those were code with cell towers and to conversation about ADUs. So do we want to allocate some additional time?
So yesterday, Supervisor Hook brought up cell towers in the context of our broadband strategy, and she was gracious enough to let us have some staff time yesterday to do a deeper dive on that issue. We have Brian and Tricia who are here to talk about that in context to our broadband strategy, but also our zoning and then facilitate some board conversations in terms of next steps. So Tricia, if you don't mind, or Supervisor Hook, do you want to go ahead and kick it off? So Tricia, if you don't mind starting us off, that'd be great.
Do we want to set a amount of time to allocate towards this?
Okay.
How much time would you
Chair
like?
Schofield said half hour.
Okay, so half an hour, please.
No, Lori is doing an excellent job of keeping to our agenda, but what I'm hearing from the board that we have some flexibility in our agenda. So currently we have you scheduled to be out by 3:45. But if we do a time check and if we get back into a goal of 4:35, does that work with board members to make sure you have enough time to discuss? Okay, thanks.
Okay, so thank you, board. We do not have a prepared presentation or anything for this, but I'll try to summarize it and correct me if I'm not getting it right. But the question is really with telecommunication. And the issue is there's small cell towers essentially that can be constructed for telecommunications. And this would really help in a lot of our rural areas. What's being asked, and this came really from the Penn Valley MAC, really a recommendation to look at simplifying the process for allowing these. As you know, though, our concern from staff's point of view is cell towers have been controversial in a few cases throughout the county. And so to modify this for telecommunication towers could also be a community conversation that would need to be had. Brian and I, again, haven't had a chance to really prepare a presentation or anything, but would you have anything to add to that?
I'll just add the current code does require a use permit for all cell towers and communication towers. There are some exemption for smaller antennas and wall mounted or building mounted type antennas. So that wouldn't require such an extensive permitting process. The issue is specifically support structures, towers, new towers for antenna, which our current code does require the use permit. We did most of the time, those are the traditional cell towers for Verizon, AT&T. We've permitted one up in the Truckee area for Oasis Broadband. That was a 100-foot tower through a use permit just last year. And I think that was our first and only broadband tower that we've done. Our broadband EIR that is being finalized right now does take a look at towers up to 100 feet for broadband uses. That could be, that document could be used to satisfy the environmental requirements for those types of tower or broadband towers. That would help reduce the cost for permitting, but it would still require a use permit unless we were to amend the ordinance to have a lesser permitting requirement. But as Tricia mentioned, there are issues with towers that have been controversial, not only just from their locations, but visibility, depending on where they're going. And then there's always concerns with radio frequency emissions and those types of concerns.
And Steve Monahan, if you could join the conversation as well, because we were talking about yesterday, after your broadband presentation, the solutions that we're looking at over the next 5 years, that this may address some of the connectivity issues in Supervisor Hook's district.
Thank you, Allison. The board passed, and Brian probably has history on this. This was years and years ago, probably 18 years ago, when fixed wireless first came out. You used to have a permit just to put the dish on the house. So I know they did that adjustment where you don't have to have that anymore. Fixed wireless providers do have the smaller towers, the 100-foot or less. I think that's why we put it in the EIR. And some of the other costs is, I've heard from some of them, the engineering on it, you know, and they're not used to doing the full engineering. That can be expensive, but that is a safety issue, and that's why we require it. But I think as the technologies mature over time, we're going to see the towers become smaller and more feasible to fit into what Brian was talking about.
Have an energy source at the bottom, like the big tower, AT&T towers we were dealing with had like generators at the bottom of them. Do these have power sources?
So it's up to the provider, of course, who's going to build it, and the level of service that they have to provide to their customers. So if you're a registered telephone company, you have to provide 72 hours of service without power. So that's what all the cell tower companies do. So then they do have generators, either a gas generator, propane generator, because usually the towers are out where you don't have PG&E natural gas, so you have to provide your own fuel. That can be an issue. Some of the newer technologies are using hydrogen fuel cells, so they're more self-contained.
I appreciate this conversation. I think it's just so something we could look at as we move forward. I mean, if we keep the expense, if it stays high, you're never going to get any of these little local ISPs to go out and help maybe with the last 10 people in a neighborhood, right? It doesn't pay to spend for a whole use permit and the engineering for the last 5 people. I mean, we keep talking about the last mile or whatever, right? So how do we look? I mean, I'm not saying we have to make a decision today, but maybe it's something that we could look at and see what other folks are doing in that same area. And I mean, that's the idea. If we want these local ISPs to become part of this big plan that we're doing, right? And I feel like they're going to be the ones at the end of the last mile that's doing those last 5 or 10 people that's going to have some sort of a tower that catches a signal. So it's just something, maybe it's not for today, but maybe it's something as we keep building that program.
I think that's a great point, Supervisor. What we see is our strategy, especially with what we heard about Golden State Connect Authority yesterday, is if we can build fiber out to more dense portions. When I say dense, it's pretty rural still, but there's always going to be homes outside of that we have to do maybe a fixed wireless, and those will really be tactical. So I see connections on top of homes or on a piece of property that looks down and can pick up those 5 other homes that are just, you know, within a half mile out there, where it's just, you know, over $20,000 a connection to bring fiber. You're never going to do that. So we're going to have more agile wireless, fixed wireless solutions to get the rest of those people.
These towers less controversial than the, no. Okay.
Supervisor, I think it's not going to be like the Lake Wildwood, it is gonna be like 5G. But it's not gonna be, you're not gonna have what is it, Brian, the significant ridge line issue where, the cell phone folks, they wanna go above the ridge because they wanna get a 360 span. They can, with one tower, instead of 3 towers, they can pick up all that area. So that's their challenge. These, we're looking at 20, 50, 100 homes at a time. And right now, these wireless folks are putting them up in trees. So it's happening. So I'd rather have them put it up in an engineered tower than up in a pine tree that could get bark beetle and fall over.
So if I could weigh in too, I'm totally in support of anything we can do to get smaller technology to get broadband out. I mean, the issue I had in my district with the towers, and so I think one of the concerns I'd want us address is that we have some control over where they go, because we had we had AT&T coming in and wanting to shove them in places and dividing neighborhoods, and were honestly in some places they really couldn't even show that that was really an ideal or even a need. They were just trying to use the money that was out there. And so, it was very, very cynical approach that they had. So I'd want some control over that. But that would be my only concern.
I had a potential suggestion. And so Steve, Brian, and I all sit on the broadband working group. This could be a continued topic of discussion in that group. Like everyone's mentioned, there's some things changing, right? So we're doing the broadband EIR. We can continue to see how the technology evolves and just keep it live in discussion in the working group.
Thank you, Tricia. I think that's an excellent suggestion. And then also, Steve, if you haven't gone to Supervisors MAC recently, this might be an opportunity just for MAC education, since this came from your district and from the MAC, to talk about what the county's currently doing and maybe some solutions they are not aware on the horizon.
All right, so we have the last issue, which is the conversation around ADUs.
So this is actually bigger than ADUs. This was an issue that came up at our board meeting on Tuesday. And what I heard from the board was to put it on the workshop agenda. This was to talk about rentals on properties that were unpermitted, including trailers, ADUs, and so forth, and how it's currently regulated by the county. So I will pause there and look for a board discussion.
Well, and I think, Mr. Durkins is the one that really pushed this. Oh, is he? Hi, Tom. And so I think we have an obligation to meet with them. Sue and I have actually agreed that we would be willing to sit down, meet with Tom, and then perhaps take it from there as to what next steps, if there are any next steps. Again, I'll just open it up for conversation, but we're willing to sit down with Tom and his group and just take it from there.
I just had a question,
Yes, sir.
probably for staff, and I don't know if you'll have the answer to this, but so with the advent of SB 9 in California, allowing up to 4 units on basically any parcel, and there's a lot of discussion in the community, more in the urbanized areas with SB 9, but how does that apply in the more rural areas? Like if you have if you have a couple acres or 10-acre parcel, does it still allow you to have the 4 units on the larger parcel?
Supervisor Swarthout, it does not. It has to be in a urbanized area, and there's maps that show those areas from the state, and it also has to be a single-family dwelling or R1 zoning. So most of our RA and ag zone property would not benefit from any of the SB 9 allowances.
So yeah, I agreed with Ed that I'd be happy to sit down. I think there's a lot of things to look at. And we've talked about this a lot today, neighbor issues, right? And we know there's a lot of folks that live out in unpermitted housing right now, and they get along great, and there's no problems in our neighborhoods. So it's still something I'd really like to sit down and address, right? I think that it's never been our intent to move people. We don't do that in code compliance. That's not what we do. I mean, those are complaint-driven issues. So yeah, let's look at what are some of the solutions. I think we could have some good conversations. So, I mean, I think our teams do an excellent job of what they do. And, I mean, housing crisis, we know we have that. So let's open up the conversation and go from there, if that's all right with the rest of the board.
Okay, so we'll have Tricia go ahead and work with you, Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Schofield, to set up a listening session, a meeting. I also want to recognize Supervisor Swarthout and Supervisor Bullock, who also met with the group recently to hear and better understand their issues. And I've heard a universal willingness of all the board members. If individuals reach out to them, they're more than willing to talk with them through issues. So thank you for being so responsive.
One more mention.
Yeah, me too.
I was just going to mention that the plan set, the universal plan set that we're developing for houses, and then ADUs, or I mean, I guess I'm just broadly speaking, anything that can fast track, simplify, reduce the cost of adding ADUs, granny units, cottages, whatever it is, in whatever format I'm in support of, providing it doesn't compromise somebody's health and safety. And there's a lot of pieces that go into that, but that's just as one board member, if we're talking about it, I want to just throw that right out there.
Yeah, and I'm fully supportive of all of that stuff too, and I'm going to channel Amy and some other folks, just with sort of the bottom line that just like we've insisted on all the cannabis folks and all of our legal ADUs, sanitation, electrical, anything that's a health and safety issue, I am not willing to compromise on.
And just so you know, our environmental health director, Amy Arani, is listening, and she appreciates the comments that you've been elevating.
Hi,
No,
Amy.
Well, no, you're making good comments, and we have state regulation that I mean, we can set our rules higher than the state, but we can't take them below the state. So those are things that we have to look at. We just can't pretend like we don't have rules that we follow, right? So that's the other caveat here. So I'll look forward to this.
And I think as we go forward with this, that we ask either some code compliance representative or even environmental health to join us as we go forward.
So I guess in that question, Ed, though, maybe at our next board meeting, would that be like putting an ad hoc together over that where we could sit? Is that something that would happen at our board meeting?
The chair has discretion to put together ad hoc.
I don't know if we need to do an ad hoc, but simply make that initial meeting, and perhaps we would create one afterwards, but let's have that initial meeting first.
Okay.
Brian, okay. All right. So it sounds like we are at a completion with the Board of Supervisors topics. And so we're going to take a short break here, and then we're going to come back, and Martin's going to give us a presentation on funding direction before you come back for your 2023 board objectives.
I think we need to give
Absolutely. Let's give our speakers a hand. Thank you, all of our speakers. Yes. Thank you very much, Supervisor Hook.
And
so
I think the other side, Lori, I was just going to say though, is I think our facilitators done an outstanding job and worked with all of us.
Thank you very much. So we'll come back just shortly before 2. Let's go ahead and have a seat, everyone. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3 supervisors in the room. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. We need a couple more supervisors. Well, I can preface this before I turn this over to Allison on what the rest of the afternoon looks like. So there'll be a funding discussion conversation that Martin will be leading. So we haven't officially started, Chair Schofield. I'm just setting it up. So we'll have a 60 minutes for Martin to lead a discussion on funding discussion. And then after Martin's presentation, we will have a very short 5-minute comfort/technology break so we can set up for the board objectives. Yeah. So, so you can do your prioritization. I'm going to turn it over to Allison to introduce this.
Oh, thank you, Lori. So over the last 3 days, we were taking note in terms of the policy guidance the board has provided us. Throughout the year, issues have also elevated. We go through our budget process, which as you're aware, but for the benefit of the public, where our chair and vice chair work with staff in the spring to work with the departments to go every line item of our $333 million budget. It then comes to the full board and public hearings in the summer for adoption. So the reason why I state that is that this is looking at these policy issues and programs that we have not yet received the guidance from all of you. Based on this conversation today, we'll move forward and build this into our budgeting process with the chair and vice chair. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Martin. We also have our agency heads on the panel. So if you have specific questions regarding the line items or the projects, they're here to help answer those questions as well. Thank you. There is not a paper copy. So if we do need paper copies, I believe that we have the capacity to do that. And so what we could go ahead and start the discussion and concurrently have those printed up for you. Yeah, let's do that. All right, thanks.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this has been an evolving document.
Sarah's going to go ahead and print that.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks, Allison, for that introduction. So this, again, is a culmination, essentially, of a lot of the discussion that's happened over the last few days as far as some of the key discussions on board priorities in particular. And so we think this represents a lot of the needs in those various areas: economic development, broadband, recreation, climate resiliency, and wildfire. I just want to mention, you won't see a wildfire buckets on here or allocations. We do have other funding for wildfire. So for example, there was 1.3 million. Craig had talked about the numerous grants, great grant projects that are going on in OES, and those are funded and matched. Those dollars aren't on here because they're essentially, they're already committed. So things that have already been committed and are already being done on the behalf of the board and for your various priorities are not on this list. And there's a lot of those items that we've talked about through the year. We bring you items throughout the year as well. So these items are those that we think the board would like to discuss to prioritize now. As Allison said, going into our budget process, we would basically put these in the queues in those various departments and take action on them over the next year or two. The two funding sources that are available here, we talked about the general fund on our first day here. And just the context around these available funds, there are some, you can see there, or maybe you can't see and I apologize, but the funding sources on this slide that fund these projects, there's basically three. One is ARPA, and we brought to you recently, I think on January 10th, Ariel did a great job talking about community resiliency grants at that time. And each time we come with ARPA, we attach for public benefit as well as the board basically how we are spending our $19.3 million. So there, a lot of those $19.3 million, again, are very committed. Public health is doing a lot of work, continued. A lot of the resources have been spent already on ARPA over the last year and a half, 2 years. So what's remaining of ARPA in these ARPA dollars is approximately $5.7 million after those commitments. Part of that does fund the wildfire grants that we talked about. So that's basically on the table here is approximately $5.7 million of ARPA. And then we also have some general fund that's being used for a couple of these projects. You'll see that as well. And then there's other funding from departmental funds or other resources also. So let me, so some of you cannot see this. Okay, thanks, Jeff. You're very kind. So Jeff is handing out the document. So I'll just touch on, you'll see the projects. There's another page to this. You'll see that's on your document. But the first one that we're looking at here is courthouse highest and best use study. We talked about that in our capital facilities. A lot of discussion and effort occurred there. So the idea is, if I can go through, would it be better, do we think, to discuss these individually, Allison, or do you want, I can give a bottom line to this?
I would defer to the board. We could go through each of the line items, do a brief description, or we could just look at the bottom line and then you can ask questions if you need to for each line item. What's your preference?
How quickly can?
I can summarize it very quickly, actually.
Okay.
So sorry, Sarah, can you go to the top one more time? I apologize. So if you look at those first items, economic development, again, tying very closely into our economic development plans. And Kimberly, thanks for your participation. We have the courthouse highest and best use study. That is ARPA $300,000 and grant support and match. And this does include the 700, these total dollars, the 5.7 million available, include the most recent $700,000 of local funding that's been talked about the last few days. In addition to that 19.3 we got for a land use or public land county, we got 700,000. So those are basically rolled up in this total. So $3 million. This is a huge basically leverage for the county potentially. It could be in any one of the areas that was discussed over the last couple of days to support match for grants, but also project readiness and development, support project readiness and funding gaps. So really could provide some great leverage for grants in any area. And courtyard reuse, we don't have funds immediately allocated there, but that project was discussed a little bit. Once the storage area on the current courtyard is complete, that would free up that space to be used for economic development type purposes. Economic development work plan, Kimberly talked a little about that. So this would support projects that may come out of that work plan. We don't have any dollars earmarked specifically for that. Truckee Library, we have $1 million, and that $1 million right now is earmarked out of possible library fund balance. So it's not using general fund or ARPA. The Nevada County Arts Council, there's been a historical contribution to Nevada County Arts Council over a period of time. So this would reestablish that over a 3-year period. And then housing and homelessness, we have on that list $1 million for Western Regional Housing Trust Fund. So this is another great leveraging match opportunity. These are dollar for dollar match from the state. Local trust funds. We heard some of the great opportunities perhaps in housing and the importance of that earlier today. And Truckee workforce housing, this was also talked about earlier today. The $10 million fund that was described, this would be a contribution on the part of the county toward that, leveraging various projects. And we have another proposal is a Western County workforce housing. That was talked about also today, possibly $500,000 for either a JPA or it was talked about a 501c3 model there. And then thanks, Sarah. Could you scroll up a little bit? Thanks a lot. And then the other projects on the list for Park and Rec, we have a couple of projects that have not moved toward fruition at this point. They were discussed last year. So we're rolling those funds into some of the other projects at this point. But you can see the Recreation Master Plan projects, $200,000 to support projects that might come out of the Recreation Master Plan and leverage potential grant, potential other activity there. And the climate resiliency objective that was discussed also yesterday, 200,000 there for possible next steps and consulting there. And then last mile grants, Steve talked about broadband yesterday and major efforts going on there. So I want to point out there is $1 million in ARPA that's, again, committed, and it's not on this slide. Steve has identified that as really critical to leveraging and matching some of the state and federal funding that's available for broadband. So that's already earmarked.
And approved by the board.
And approved by the board also, yeah. So what's left here, this is kind of a modification. Steve also talked about that we didn't have an opportunity to do the 250,000 grant this year, but next year we expect to and hope to have that 250,000 grant program. We've had, I think, at least two rounds of that already. So the bottom line, you can see of all projects, $7.5 million. If you add up those two ARPA columns there, 350 plus 5,350,000, it comes out to basically that $5.7 million that's available. And then we have 810,000 of general fund and about $1 million of, those are the library funds. So we'd like to open this up for any conversation, discussion. If you want to shift dollars, if you think some of these projects, prioritization, any discussion would be valuable.
I just start with clarification. Oh, okay. So, two questions on the truckee workforce housing. So that presentation did not have a suggested number. So what we're seeing here is $1 million, but that's over 5 years. So in a couple places you have over 5 or 3 years. So we wouldn't actually be committing that amount this year necessarily. We'd committing, 20,000, whatever, 200,000, whatever that is. And
so the amount and duration is really at the discretion of the board. And so we did these as placeholders, but yes, the intent would be over 5 years.
Okay.
If you, at whatever funding level that you direct.
We decide. Okay. And then,
so ARPA, you have to designate by December of 2024.
Correct. We would have to commit those dollars for ARPA before 2024. So essentially, yeah.
and then just the $1 million, and so we're splitting this into two decisions, contributing directly to just the truckee workforce housing, one amount, and then a separate amount we're talking about for maybe standing up a Western County.
We would come back with a plan that would have a budget, but knowing that if you expanded a 501c3, if you looked at a JPA, that could include consultants or staffing that would need to facilitate that in Western County. We're not that far along, but we would come back to the board before spending any funds with a complete program as well as a budget.
And that would be either joining the original JPA or standing up our own.
That's correct.
It could be either.
Correct. We got the direction to look at options, and so we would come back with recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
The grant match, the grant support match of 3 million, that could be discretionary as things arise. So that could be fire resiliency, library infrastructure, anything basically in a grant match scenario.
It could be.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to clarify though, the library we have pulled out as its own line item.
Okay.
So the intent of that 3 million was not going to be in addition to the $1 million for Eastern County Library.
Right. I understand that. I understand. I just wanted to clarify that there is flexibility in there, except the library.
Correct.
It's already called out explicitly in the
For discretion. So, but that was our recommendation.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a clarification there. Yeah, that those funds, $3 million, it could be project readiness for various projects, or it could be, there could be other gaps in addition to a match that a grant doesn't cover that
Could it
may be
be
county costs. So, yeah.
creating a grant program for specified services? We want to create a $250,000 grant program for Firewise communities or fire safe councils or.
The intent, the answer is yes, you could direct staff to create grant programs at 3 million, but the recommendation is what we're finding with the dollars coming down from the state and the feds is the requirement of match. And because Measure V did not pass, we are limited in the match that we have available.
Right.
And so we're recommending setting aside the 3 million so we could be competitive of what Ariel said, not only getting projects that are ready, and that may include doing a CEQA, that may include gap funding, that may include, the match needed to apply for grants, that would be the allocation, but not for a re-granting program.
Got it. Thank you.
And then it could also potentially be, as we discussed, and I think that's in there in one of the descriptions, proposal development costs. So actually hiring firms, we talked a bit about the capacity needed to really end to end, right? From project readiness to proposal development to implementation to reporting. So it'd really be about, and as Allison always says, these projects would be brought back to the board when they actually happened, but the intent is to be able to increase the capacity to access that funding kind of end to end.
Got it. Thank you.
And then the Truckee Library that topic has been pulled out of the general fund issue and put into just the library tax fund.
So it's actually not Measure A specifically, but I'll have Steve Monahan speak to the specifics of that. But yes, that's a separate funding source than the ARPA or general fund. You want to speak to that?
Sure, Supervisor. The library fund has two revenue sources. It has a maintenance of effort that is general fund that goes into that, and I think it's roughly $750 a year, somewhere around there, $750,000 a year. And then it has the Measure A sales tax fund. That all goes into the library fund. So it gets intermingled into a pot, and then we run the annual library budget. And then we save up a library fund balance to get us through the next recession, to be able to do capital improvement projects like refreshes and Bear River branch, the Penn Valley branch, et cetera. So I couldn't say that it's all general fund or it's all Measure A. It's library fund balance.
Quick question on that, Steve.
Yes.
But just to clarify, so Penn Valley and the South County libraries, obviously all of those expenditures came out of that fund in just exact same fashion. Okay.
Right.
And then the other piece I'd like to mention too is that the conversation about the library, because it is in our capital facility plan, there are all kinds of triggering elements that could come with that, including other funding sources. So that's just important to realize that it's not true discretionary spending. It's in support of a program that we haven't seen yet. So there could be something coming forward, like if the bond measure can meet A, B, and C, and if certain elements of the construction meet A, B, and C, then that money would be available to catalyze that construction project that's in our CIP.
Correct.
Is it our goal to go from the 707.5 million down to the 5.7? So we're actually eliminating.
Supervisor, it's actually, we are balanced, so to speak, right now. We have about 5.7 million in ARPA spending, 810 of general fund, and $1 million of department. We would be balanced, I would say, if you were to accept all of these as they are. But there are, you can see on that list, for example, some that are not funded, the courtyard reuse, or if you did not want to do some of these projects, we definitely, we have other uses for these projects. We could come back to the board later with we are going to come back to you each year with a similar list like this of, projects that have come up either in the board workshop or previously and funding. So we won't have
ARPA next year.
We will have ARPA through December 2024. So we have one more year after this. Yes.
Okay.
Got 2 more years of ARPA essentially.
But not additional ARPA funds.
Correct.
We just have, these are the last ARPA funds. We just
These are-
have a couple years to spend them.
Yeah, these are the last ARPA funds. If some of these projects changed over the next year, for example, when we come to the board workshop, we would, as we did last year, we put a couple of these back, recirculated those dollars and put the money back for higher priority, like the Edwards Crossing and Recreation Administrator.
Or
But you're
when
right.
it comes under budget, we'll reconcile the funds and
Right.
bring back the balance for redirection.
But you're correct. Yeah, this would be the last of the ARPA if we spend all these dollars.
The big question is the 1 million for Truckee Library, then other funds. That just means it comes right off top of our general funds.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. Those are coming out of the library fund balance.
Which I just.
Yeah.
And we have I think if I remember from memory, 8.5 million in the library general fund balance.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have one question. So I see, I know we didn't do the Edwards Crossing. I know something's not going on with the recreation administrator. I understand that, but is there any way just to leave that tied to organized recreation? Instead of putting it all back into the overall
And that's
reason?
absolutely. And so that's where we need a lean on the 5 of you to have a conversation today. Either request more information for staff to further come back for a recommendation, or to move those line items around to align with board priority setting.
Right. I just am looking, I mean, I know that was what, $750,000, I think, over that 3-year period of time. But I hate to rip that out from organized recreation and then have an opportunity to come up and then have to come back to it. I mean, that's what it was kind of put out there for, was that part of the recreation plan. So I just hate to see it consumed back into the whole process.
Yeah, if I could, thank you, Supervisor Hook. There was, I believe, 250,000 of ARPA for the recreation administrator and 150 for the Edwards Crossing. We essentially took those two out and allocated 200,000 each to the recreation master plan and the resiliency. So we sort of shifted those dollars into those two categories. So right now there is 200,000 for the recreation master plan support. But if there are yes.
I also want to remind the board that we hired a full-time employee, and that was Erica, to lead the effort of both organized and recreation. And so that's additional level of staff resources that has been built into that budget.
Can you speak out, Eric? Thank you, Ariel.
50 still in there for that rec administrator role as well. That
The 50 there? That,
isn't that, yeah.
Okay, that's what, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure about, sorry. Can you scroll up? Sorry, Sarah. Are you out? Yeah.
Sue's question. Sue, did you have your question answered?
No, I mean, I understand where the money went. I just am concerned that organized recreation, there won't be funding with all the big pull for outdoor recreation. There's two very different pools there, with outdoor recreation being so key on everybody's mind. I just want to make sure there's some funding left in there for something that happens with organized recreation.
Projects identified?
Well, I mean, that's something we're still working on with the master plan too, right?
So you're wanting something,
Yeah, I mean,
for
we're
when the
taking,
master plan is
yeah, we
done.
had 250,000 planned for it. And we used that, we rolled it back into, which is perfect, I get that. I just hate to see that go in an empty spot when something comes up with organized recreation is so incredibly important. We still need administrator or something to help rebuild and escalate what happens with organized recreation through all of our park districts. And we all know they're struggling. I know they're still having a hard time working together on some, but maybe even at Bear River particularly, right? I mean, there's areas where that could be incredibly important for that district to survive.
Isn't, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but recreation master plan projects, wouldn't organized recreation fall within that? So that 200,000 will be available, Sue, for,
It's 50,000, yeah.
No, that's for the master plan.
That's all for the master plan project.
So Supervisor Hook, is
just
there a line item that you would look at reallocating to organized recreation?
Well, I just would like to see it, whether it's the administrator part or administrative help somewhere in there. I mean, we talked about that and it did kind of fall off the plan, but I mean, I keep looking at what's happened at Bear River with organized recreation. And I think it's something as we move forward, I just don't want to see that fall between the cracks.
Do you have a recommendation? And if our goal is to have a balanced plan here, is there a recommendation of where you would take that 250 from?
You know, I mean, I get it. I think I'm just going to support this and I'm going to lean on Erica and that for the plan. The more I think about it, I'll just have to.
An option could be taking it from the 3 million grant support and adding dollars in organized recreation.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
that's like-
I'm just confused because I don't see where we.
Fine, I get it. Let's just leave it the way it is. For me, that 3 million even for grant support match could be something for organized
Okay.
recreation as well. So we'll do it that way.
I'm just curious, just for my own edification. So I understand that there's recreation master plan, not projects. It's the plan completion. Okay, so let's scratch projects out.
I apologize. It is for, yeah, we've already earmarked dollars for the plan itself.
Okay.
That's already done deal.
So it is
This is
project
for, yeah, it's projects developed. in the
identified by
period.
them.
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
so in just point of clarification, my understanding is that there's two elements, outdoor rec and organized. And the money's right there. Wouldn't organized fall in within that category, Sue? So if you had a project that was
Well,
identified.
sort of, but it doesn't always happen that way, Hardy.
Oh,
Organized
so-
sits on the back burner down here a little bit. It does. I mean, because we
Yeah.
have special districts that run it. That's my
No.
only question. I mean,
think
I
that
know
was
that
our
trails and all that stuff is really, really important, but I'm
What's-
just saying organized kind of sits on the back burner.
I think we can call it out. I mean, I think what we see here, if that 200,000, if we wanted to make a demarcation, I would totally support that. And with,
But what I'm hearing is that, so we don't know yet, either for trails or for organized,
Right.
right? It sounds like we don't know yet what projects are gonna come
we haven't
up.
identified any.
We haven't, so this is a group sum for both. So I think there's a commitment, Sue, that we would, you're not comfortable with the commitment, because I don't see how we could like pull out a certain amount for trails, a certain amount for organized before we even know what the master plan is gonna.
Yeah,
I hear your
I hear
concern, but
you.
I feel like it's in the same.
And I'm okay if you even wanted to call it out with a flag or something and say, this is, for, yeah, I'm no problem. I mean, there's.
Yeah,
I
but it
think
would
there's-
still have to be within the master plan. We can't be identifying projects.
No, it's not a
Right.
project. I'm not saying a project. I just want to make sure there's funding there when there is a project.
Mhm.
Well, is there gonna be funding there when there, we don't have a recreational program. That's what we've said all along. We're looking at ARPA here, which is a
No, no, I
one-time
agree.
shot.
I understand that part. But
think we-
still, we took on that role to help organize it. I just want to
We
make sure.
said
we
at the
don't jump-
beginning, though, there isn't recreation money. We aren't a district.
There's a lot being done with organized recreation now in terms of assisting them with applying for grants. Staff was successful in coordinating $1.4 million for Western Gateway. I know Erica's working with the organized recreation districts, but it's important to staff that we have confidence from you, Sue, that the dollars will also be designated for organized recreation, because that is the intent. So I hear a suggestion from Supervisor Bullock is to maybe better define that line item to make sure that it includes organized
Yeah,
recreation.
I think it's a question of titling that to include the words organized or outdoor or whatever we want, but I think that's fair enough. And the money, in my opinion, that the money's there for you, Sue.
Yeah, that's fine. Either way is fine, I guess. I just. Yeah, okay.
And we have staff who work on this every day, and that's Caleb Dardick and Ariel Levitt, as well as our panel, and as well as staff that you have a deep bench behind you. So if you have questions regarding the day-to-day operations and how the time and funding is being allocated, feel free. I would invite staff to jump into the conversation to add clarification when needed. Thank you.
right now, sorry. Okay, yeah, so that was my understanding too, is with the recreation master plan projects line item. And maybe Ariel can jump in here too. My understanding was the idea that there's 200,000 total proposed for it. 150,000 could be used for any kind of projects, you know, whether it's trails or assisting with organized rec and so forth. And then Ariel, if I heard you correctly, that 50,000, it was for, you know, administration helping out with organized rec. Is that what you were?
So that's what I'd understood, but the way it is, so sorry, because I think that comment was not clear because I was not clear and couldn't see the top of the column. So no, it is all, that column is just identifying that that's TOT fund. So it is 200,000 for projects in the master plan, which include both organized and open space recreation strategies. I guess, you know, Supervisor Hook, the part that I think that, and then as you pointed out, also that grant funding pot could be used for, as we talked about, if those priority projects are identified, you know, supported by the board, some part of grant funding for recreation projects as well as other projects in that grant, in that larger grant pot.
So I would weigh, I guess I'll jump in on this last end, and then I don't want personally any of that grant matching fund moved elsewhere. I mean, you guys keep referring back to that one. That one to me feels critical because it can provide more money. So, but I do see, I am a little uncomfortable that the courtyard reuse and economic development work plan has nothing in there. And if you'd asked me to figure out where that would come from, I have to say, while I support the Truckee workforce housing and the Western County workforce housing ideas, that's a lot of money we put in there. We're suggesting, and we just started talking about it. So, I mean, I heard on the Western County workforce, let's first find out if how viable that is. And so to my mind, I'm not thinking we need $500,000 to figure out how viable that is. And then on the Truckee part, you know, maybe we can commit for 3 years at this point and see how that goes. Or, I mean, it just feels like a lot of money for something that is really new. So I would recommend taking some from there, from both of those lines potentially, and adding, and I don't know how much you would need on the courtyard reuse or economic development work plan, but I'd like something in there to help it. So it's on our list. So we should make sure we can work on it, things. And we have a whole person now doing economic development. And so we want money available if ideas come up. But that's one thought.
If I can just say that I have gotten just in the last day or two a price for the economic development work plan that would be between $40,000 and $50,000.
Really reasonable for us to put.
So I'm hearing reallocate the Western Regional Housing Trust Fund. We currently have $1 million, so we want to allocate 50,000 to the line item economic development work plan. Is there consensus there?
Yeah, I'd support that.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and put a placeholder there.
And what is needed on the courtyard reuse to move that along? I would think that wouldn't be very much either. Is there already funding coming for that one?
Supervisors, no, we don't have funding identified for that. We just solved the problem of getting the new storage facility that'll open up that lot for redevelopment. So I'm really not at a position to give you a figure. We have to dig back into this on the next steps. We were working on an RFP to bring it out to the development community. So I really don't know at this time. We do have facilities general fund designation in your reserve, but out of this priority list, I couldn't make a recommendation for you today.
And then going back to the Truckee, so, I mean, right now we're contributing 7,000, it looked like, that Truckee workforce housing. And we're gonna jump to $1 million?
So the two, yeah, maybe we can talk about the regional housing trust fund and the Truckee workforce housing trust fund, and just feel free to correct me if I get anything wrong. the Western Regional Housing Trust Fund concept is kind of broken into, hey, is it going to be a JPA serving specified members, or is it going to be a 501c3 basically serving our whole community? And I think we didn't really get exact direction on that yet, on which concept may work if we were to contribute to something like that.
Or if there's interest from the JPA currently to expand. The $500,000 reflects their operational budget. So if you were going to duplicate a similar program to Western County, that's how we came up with that number.
Okay, and so that goes into the 3 buckets of developer revolving loan fund, unit construction, subsidy for a bunch of other program funding. Both of those things can happen in, they can happen independently of each other. We can contribute to East County to do that 80 to 120. We can we could just do West County and not East County, or we could do both. So I just want to clarify that. The piece, the 7,000 that we're currently contributing to the JPA is only for our specified membership in the JPA, helping county employees who need to live in East County. There's no contribution to the workforce problem that East County has. So like economic development and workforce, housing contributions, the county right now is not contributing to essentially what Truckee and Placer County are doing. So that's where that came from. The Western side is, hey, is this model working? And can it help us meet the needs of that whole discussion we had about 80 to 120 here? I would agree that those are big numbers. I think from a program standpoint, happy if we want to cannibalize those to put it into other areas. The one that comes to mind is direct fire threat mitigation. So things that weren't accomplished in Measure V, because if we have the grant match support, that's going to be essentially a huge savings account just for the grant matching leverage dollars. So we could put some direct funding toward the things that we asked the voter to contribute to. So we said, hey, please pay for this. Now it's sitting in front of us without any of that revenue. I would support that. I do think we need major contributions to both East and West County workforce housing. That, in my opinion, that's an economic piece that we've all kind of agreed is critical. So I'd encourage the board to think about that. And within the East County side is the.
Yeah, I think, I think we've got a lot of fire funding, but I also like the idea of finding some more for the stuff that Measure V was going to fund, particularly green waste disposal, which has come up for a number of us, and supporting our fire-wise communities. Those would be key, because I know we've got money in evacuation planning and all that other stuff. I'm still uncomfortable with the amount of work we still need to do for housing. So I might need to just get more clarity on this, like supportive housing. So we still need more housing in the supporting housing category that is not necessarily supportive housing. It's not for people who need wraparound. It's just for people who earn between $24,000 a year, and I know people like that, and 55,000. So we're not, unless they have a problem that's bringing them into the system, I'm not sure we're doing a lot for them. And so I feel like unless I've got that wrong, I still want funding for that gap.
That can be a program element that you ask staff to bring forward.
Under the Western JPA.
Yep.
But this is for workforce.
That's for workforce. So we are recommending $1 million for the trust fund, which is that 1-to-1 match. An option could be reducing that amount that you would receive match, because the housing trust fund does not serve the AMI that you're speaking to, and then carve out dollars for a program component. But I think that would be, that's something that we would definitely want to work with staff in the state and bring back as a further recommendation. So if you keep the category of Western Regional Housing Trust Fund, provide flexibility to staff to do trust fund as well as a program component to meet that population need, we could come back with recommendations on that if that's the direction of the board.
That makes me feel much more comfortable if others are okay with that.
Can we get consensus from the board members to direct staff to come back?
I'd support that.
Okay, and
yeah,
I have to say, I feel at a complete disadvantage here because I wasn't involved in any of these projects and I don't know any of the backup for how the money is going to be spent. And I could spend,
Neither
you
were
know,
we.
I could spend lots of time asking the questions about it. That's probably not a very good use of time, but just one quick question and then I thought this was going to be the opportunity to talk about something new that we wanted to see funded. Seems like you guys have already worked out how all the money is going to be spent. So is there an opportunity to talk about funding something different that's on here?
Yes, so in terms of process, we would bring back contracts and budgets and programs for the board approval. These are issues that have come up from the board members, which we've never received policy direction on. So for us to move forward on any of these items, we need direction from the board. But this would be an opportunity, if there's something that's not on the list that you want to talk to your colleagues about, getting more information or directing staff to come back to the full board, now would be the time.
And can I mention one thing? Because I was in your shoes last year, and
Apparently, I'm kidding.
I wanted to be in some seriousness. It is, and these are things that the board in previous years have agreed that are priorities that have been cultivated over the year previous to you getting on the board. So it's not a disadvantage or information, you know, accessibility for me. I was in the same position, but I just wanted to let you know that is the way that it has traditionally worked.
I'm reminded of how I embarrassed myself demanding homelessness funding in that first couple of months when everything was already allocated. So yeah, Lisa, it's not just you, it's the process, I think.
Well, as this goes forward, this is a direct input into our 23-24 budget. This is an essential piece here.
Yeah, these projects, I mean, largely reflect what departments have brought to you over the last 2.5 days and projects that are key to enacting the plans that those departments have brought forward to you. And yes, they will be part of the budget.
Also, almost like a one-time shot. We aren't going to get this next year. You aren't going to have 5,700,000 in ARPA funds.
It is true. We will not have 700,000 of ARPA. We will be coming back to the board as we talked about over the last couple of days. I mean, we've ended year end with surpluses over a number of years. We come back to the board next year with this same process. Here's some available funds, whether it's ARPA, other grant money, or others, you know, general fund year end results. And we'd ask you, you know, we'd be working with you over the next year to come up with a list for projects at that meeting. Also that tie to those board objectives that are discussed in the board workshop next year.
But we also have to look at the 5-year general fund that you're estimating at this point. In 5 years, you aren't going to have near the reserve that you have right now. Now, hopefully you will. Hopefully you will. But the way you show it right now, which means we don't have to spend all this either. We have to commit it. That's true.
And you could commit it back to general fund, have further board discussion. That's another option.
I have just a question. So if we take 50,000 and put up an economic development work plan, which I think is great. The other side where we have the grant funding for the 3 million, which I think is so important for matching. So that would be another place where if there was projects that come out of that plan, we would take it out of there if like we had a matching.
Correct. These would be
project.
grants that align with board priorities.
So I did hear a suggestion, I think from myself and Hardy, if I heard right, to take some out of Truckee workforce housing and put it towards towards wildfire mitigation. Is that right, Hardy?
I could support taking some money out of Truckee Workforce Housing, Western Regional Housing Trust Fund. And if there's specific needs on the west side for green waste,
yeah,
let's do that. And if there's generalized county, equitable county dispersion of the money we're taking out from the Truckee Workforce Housing in support of fire mitigation, I could support that too. but it's gotta end up in, you know, it's gotta end up in East County serving some of those needs we have.
Can I make a comment about the Western County Housing Trust Fund? Just for everybody's context, I think you heard about this in the housing I think you heard about this in the housing presentation earlier today as well, but just so you're fully aware, the money that goes into that housing trust fund is matched by the state. So anything we put in there, we draw down an equal amount. And it's also a partnership with Grass Valley and Nevada City. And so the funding that we use there goes to projects for all three, and we pool our funds and pull down that state match. So just context in terms of amplifying the impact of our funds.
Okay, then where could we, I mean, the elephant in the room is that we don't have Measure V funds, and some of our districts voted for it. And some didn't, so we're gonna need a ton of money that we're not gonna be getting on on vegetation management, and if, you know, I understand that, but this was supposed to be an open, I mean, I'm feeling a lot of resistance to making any changes here, and that.
Oh, no, don't feel that at all. I mean, really what we are seeking, and these are hard discussions.
Yeah.
And if the board doesn't feel well informed to move this forward, you could direct staff to come back and we could have a board presentation at a future meeting. You could also look at, you know, delegating to the budget subcommittee to work through some of these issues and come back with recommendations with staff. We just want to make sure before we moved forward on any of these board policy that we had the direction of the board. We never came back to the board to seek $1 million for the Eastern County Truckee Library. So it was important to get that board direction to build our budget around. We never came back to the board to look at expansion of the Regional Housing Authority to Western County. So we got that policy direction during the board workshop, and then we're tying dollars spaced to that. So really this is advancing your priorities, but we're absolutely, we could go back and do additional staff work and bring back a menu of options, and we could also work with the budget subcommittee.
One piece that, you know, we do need to realize that reduction of those money, obviously, as Ryan pointed out, it's a reduction of that leverage.
Yeah, I understand that, but I understand that. So that's obviously not a good place to take it from, but so there's no good place to take it from is what I'm hearing.
But I think that it's a matter of priority. And so if you do consider, you know, off the heels of Measure V, which I know that as well as, you know, we all feel that, and I totally honor that. If we want to, I think those two are big dollar items, Western Regional Housing Trust and the Truckee Workforce Housing. Those are both the things that, you know, in the scheme of things, that would be where I would recommend looking at it. And maybe a tiny bit out of the grant support and match area. We're doing direct mitigation.
I think that's where we can take a lot of the match for the wildfire stuff. That's why I'm concerned about that.
I agree, but some of that money is not going to be spent until the middle after fire season. If there's money that's more accessible and nimble, and it can be moved to do work in late spring and summer, if we can handle that program, like actually do that, then that's something that would really make a difference.
Well, maybe I direct this to staff, and obviously it can't just be me and Hardy talking about it.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
I want to know, Ryan, how strongly do you feel about the? There you go, Ryan.
It's board discretion. I mean, from my perspective, in terms of trying to maximize our housing funds, the more we can put into the Regional Housing Trust Fund, the more we have impact because we get that matched dollar for dollar. But I totally, like, we look for other funds to put in there as well. So it's not solely ARPA or general fund that would contribute to that.
Or if there's some place
I'm
else to take it.
comfortable moving some of those funds for what we didn't get through Measure V, but I don't want a restriction to, well, there has to be this amount in East County, or my district voted for it, yours didn't, you know. Can't have that. It's got to be a general, here's what's best for the county. Disagree?
I totally agree. I just think we have to say that we have to have that out on the, you know, I agree. Philosophically, everybody knows that we're working as one team.
Yeah.
So is there a dollar amount that you might think about? I know Craig, I believe, talked yesterday about over $1 million for a year-round green waste. I mean, is there a number that you might think about? We could put a line item in there for out of
Yeah,
the,
yeah, again, I guess, I mean, I'm not wed to taking it from the Truckee Fund. I'm looking for somewhere else. If we don't think that's the best place, maybe somewhere else. Um, I guess I would also look to staff to recommend, like, what would it take to provide more assistance to the fireways communities and to stand up a bigger green waste program, which I was hearing pretty consistently from my colleagues were two of the priorities.
I know, it's like, where do you rob Peter to pay Paul, kind of, when it comes to this, is where we're stuck. And I mean, I look at that Regional Housing Trust Fund, we wouldn't have cash and fields if it wasn't for that. The new project for Grass Valley that hopefully is gonna put in habitat housing infrastructure, right? If that works, those are just key components. And I think comes back next year, the next time around, we kind of are rotating it and working collaboratively with that funding. Not with Truckee though, because you guys didn't join in on it. Evidently, Truckee City didn't. So I want to kind of separate that from the Truckee issue. I think that's just incredibly important. That one needs to stay for sure. So it is very difficult to look down this list and say what's not a priority. I'm having a hard time looking at it as well.
I think if we're looking at $1 million over 5 years for the Truckee workforce housing, removing some money and moving that into a priority area that matches the needs of my colleagues is great, because we're not committing that. That still means that there's 200,000 at least for this year, and in future years, if the board prioritizes it, you know, we have some flexibility there. There's not a $1 million. I guess my point is there's not a $1 million demand right now to meet our needs. So there's a lot of flexibility in that number, in my opinion.
Well, if you feel comfortable with that, I'd like to see that, like, maybe do that over a 3-year span for now, and then put that other funding back into that grant bucket.
So 250
minus
back.
the 50 for the for economic development study or work plan. I mean, if that,
And
if
the
you
grant
feel
bucket would
comfortable, and
be-
that still gives
yeah.
you 20,000 a year for 3 years, and then
$200,000.
200,000. I mean, and that, and then who knows where we'll be if there's
Right. And that's
leftover next year. We can
You
look
could
at that.
redirect
Yeah.
it.
We could
Actually, if we say 3 years, which I agree with, and this one says 5 years, that should free up 400,000.
That's right. That's
And
right.
so, be clear on what, then you
Well,
want to redirect the
350, 'cause we're gonna put
400
350. Yeah.
to fire services, whether it's green waste, and we could work with staff on the priority areas.
Well, so are we going to designate it for that, or just put it into the grant funding match pot?
No, I think we should designate it.
Designate it.
Okay.
Okay, for direct programming.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Well, and you know, I'd kind of like to see it maybe a competitive feature for our firewise communities. I would think that
Okay, so 350 for a direct grant program for the firewise communities.
should give
And
us a
green
lot
waste.
for our
Can we be
dollars.
flexible with what we do with it in the beginning, and then make up our mind, come back with some ideas?
Yeah, and
I
I'd like,
love the grant thing we did where people actually do their own work is so huge.
Right.
I mean, I would love to see, so maybe a portion of it can go towards that again, and then a portion towards
Yeah.
green waste.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do we have to commit to that right this second?
no, you do not.
So let's have that kind of a conversation.
But I'm hearing
But we should
300.
recognize that this seems to be the direction we
Right.
want to take
Yeah,
it.
no, I-
Yeah.
Plus the economic report.
Which is 50,000.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and we captured those changes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
All right.
Any other changes? Any other comment? Yeah. It does still balance. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and we really want to, we have used this process for years. We've modified it based on board feedback. We've heard both things, that we want you to come with recommendations, but also we want to provide input with the colleagues on the same room. You never have an opportunity where all 5 of you are in the same room talking about budget allocation. So I really appreciate having patience for this conversation. And our goal is to really make it inclusive. So we'll go ahead with these recommendations, move them forward. And just a reminder, every contract over $50,000 comes back to the board for action at a open public meeting.
Okay, you have direction?
We do. Thank you for that. I
Wonderful.
see
Wonderful.
Craig Griesbach is smiling in the back. He's happy. Thanks. Thanks very much for your discussion.
All right, thank you very much, Martin and team. And we're moving into the board objectives. So we are going to take just a very short 5-minute comfort break and technology break to get you set up for your prioritization. So I know Landon and Jeffrey are going to be helping set up. And if you need to take a quick comfort break, do that now. and we'll be reconvening in a moment. Quick comfort break and technology break. I'm going to turn this over to Ariel as she does the Menti prioritization with you. So Ariel.
Okay, this is fun. I think most people remember this from last year, or 4 out of 5 of you is my guess will remember this from last year. And so does everybody have their code and it's all set? I'm thinking that's a yes. Jeff, we're good? Okay. So this is just a first, this should be showing up on your phone, and this is just a practice question. So please go ahead and put your code in, and then we'll walk through your objectives. So yeah, we need to fix that, Sarah. We may pause for a technical break, and while we do that, I want to draw your attention to the handout I left at the earlier break in front of everyone, so you can check out your proposed 2023 objectives. Are what we heard from you as we're bringing forward, and of course, this will be what we'll be voting on. Yeah, and then we'll try it again. Okay. I will, yeah. And feel free to add if I'm missing. Are we, yeah, we refreshed it. This is showing the value of having a test question. So we're gonna do that again and make sure everyone's works. So if once again, see, that's weird. So we, yeah, this is like the,
Okay, so we just did settings.
hide results.
Oh, do I have to like hit
And then hit
save?
apply, yeah. Or what?
There's no apply. Okay.
Hitting the reset button, reset that second.
Yeah.
Now go back to it and
So
now
let's-
do
I'm
it,
gonna
yeah.
go into here.
Hide results on all sides, okay.
Okay, so let's get one person to test it really quickly, like do something to like enter the results.
Yeah. Will you try yours and we'll see if it worked? Will you just try yours really quick? Nope, we're just testing it with just.
Closing that little dialog box that happened.
Yeah.
So weird, I don't understand this.
Okay, so results are hidden. So Brian,
That's what it should be. Oh,
so leave that bit.
leave that. Okay.
Okay.
Very
let's-
good.
Okay. We're. Yeah. Will you, if any of you just tries one more time, so we can see. Can you do it once more? Sorry about this. Yeah, okay, we're good. Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks for your patience. Take 3. We need our 5th supervisor back now that we're ready to go. So, all right, take 3. So we can do this again, and now it's working. And so once we see that we have all 5, then we can do the reveal. Need one more. There we go. Okay. All right. Now, Sarah, you could press H. Awesome. Okay, now we're good to go. So now we can advance the slide, Sarah, and we'll go to our first real objective, which is fiscal stability and core services. So there were no changes to the basic wording on this objective.
Time we had several categories, and then we only had 2, and then we just had no categories. So remind me how many, we're going through all A, B, C?
If you're doing ABC or removing it from your objectives, the ABC is an internal guide to staff in terms of aligning staff resources and staffing. And so we're just looking for consistency with alignment with the board, or if you remove it all together from the
But it's not
objectives.
gonna show just yes or no, it is gonna show A, B, or C up
Yes.
there.
Just like on the first slide, it will show your outcomes once they're revealed, but we'll wait till they're all 5.
Correct. Correct.
Yep.
No,
We'll
it's
get
not.
to cannabis and we'll, yeah, we're waiting for one more vote on, okay, fiscal stability and core services. All right, that's a priority. Okay, moving to the next objective. So emergency preparedness, what we heard was the desire to retain this objective. The only change that I'll draw your attention to in the verbiage was the addition of "and community partners" in the second sentence. So this has stayed the same except for the addition of partnering closely with residents and community partners in emergency preparedness, defensible space, home hardening, green waste disposal, and fire safe land stewardship. All right, economic development. There were no changes in this, proposed changes to this objective to promote economic development by emphasizing resiliency and entrepreneurship, retaining and attracting high quality jobs, investing in major infrastructure projects, and working with local, state, and federal partners to support our small businesses, nonprofits, and tourism sectors. Okay, and our next objective, cannabis. And what we heard from the presentation was the suggestion or direction to maintain a focus on cannabis as a core service, but report on it under economic development. So essentially to remove it as a priority objective was the direction that we heard. We're just waiting on one. Sometimes you have to scroll down and press submit if you think you have. I think someone needs to scroll down and press submit if you think you have already, or maybe we're having a glitch. Looks like everybody thinks they did, but we're missing one. Sarah, can you clear the results and can we do it again? Okay, let's try it one more time. We got it.
Well, I voted A to remove it and to put it into the thing.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead. It looks like we'll remove this from the board policy, and as discussed at a previous workshop item, we will put this underneath economic development as an industry.
That's what I. Much from anonymous.
Okay. Recreation, no changes to this objective to promote sustainable recreation in partnership with community providers and other jurisdictions to enhance recreational access, support public health and safety, realize economic opportunities, and preserve natural resource assets. And we have all 5 already. We're getting good. Awesome, Allison's got what she needed. Okay, broadband, also no changes to this objective to equitably expand broadband to support economic development, distance learning, telework, telemedicine, and general quality of life for all residents by championing the implementation of Nevada County broadband strategy plan policies and last mile infrastructure projects.
All right, got it.
Climate resilience, this is a new proposed objective to safeguard Nevada County's economic durability, environmental integrity, and public well-being by preparing for, adapting to, and mitigating changing climate conditions in a way that reflects our rural quality of life.
Got it, thank you. It will be a B.
Okay, Allison's called that as a B. And our next objective is housing. There are no changes to this objective, which is to coordinate with local jurisdictions, developers, and other partners to facilitate development of and access to affordable and workforce housing.
Thank you.
No applause from Ryan. Is he? Okay, next objective is homelessness, and the verbiage of this objective has been streamlined somewhat. And the new proposed verbiage is in partnership with the Continuum of Care, prevent homelessness, address the needs of people experiencing homelessness, and move towards sustainable ongoing programs.
I got it.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that all this will be brought back to you at your next board meeting to be ratified in open session. So thank you.
That is definitely worth a big round of applause. Good work. So we are at the end of the workshop, and this is where we want to hear closing points, your comments from the workshop. And so, Mr. Chair, should we go district by district, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or do you want to kick us off for closing comments? Everybody has. We're going to set the clock. Sarah's going to set the clock for 8 minutes for everybody, up to 8 minutes to hear from everybody.
I don't need 8.
You okay? Well, who wants to kick us
it's
off?
I think it's been a great workshop, and what I'm really impressed with, we talked about it earlier, is how much progress has been made over the years that I've been watching this in areas that at one point wasn't even a category. And I think I just looking like the legislative what role, and I talked about it during that day. It's like what it used to be was this little friendly conversation, and suddenly we've got this big body like this. I've been very, very impressed, Lori, and I'm very impressed with my colleagues, our staff, and even our public that has been here throughout this session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And who'd like to go next?
So first, I just want to thank everybody. This was exceptionally good. I would think the legislative could have gone a hair longer. That was just so easy to get embedded in that. I just ever impressed with, we get to work in Nevada County with the staff. It's incredibly important that you like and what you guys do. And this is just a glimpse of what happens with us every day in Nevada County. And I can say how lucky I am to work with these 4. You know, we can have differences of opinions, but man, we make things happen. I think it's great. And that's because of the work that the county does too, but also just by looking at what's important for our county. I think that's been a key thing here, is to look at the overall health of what we're going to do for Nevada County. And I think we all have a passion and a love for what we have, even Lisa when she's new. She's going to bring a whole new part to our board, though, with her experience in city government, right? So we're all going to learn things from her as we go. And again, and public comment at the beginning, fantastic. We have some community members that have great stuff that they want to encourage us to listen to and have great opinions and ideas. And I really feel like sometimes that's very important, is that we have to have that ear to community, because really those are people we work for, right? So with that, Shanine, I know you kind of did a lot here for getting this going, and as a newbie up in the CEO's office, outstanding. All you guys over here. Brian's the best. He kept me from choking with my lozenges. You're awesome. And you know, just the staff that we get to work with every day. So I won't talk anymore, but when facilitator, you are fantastic.
Thank
you. Kept us on task. We're a little late, and actually we're not even hardly late.
No, we're not late.
What can you say about that? So see, you did really good. Keep us.
You guys are amazing.
And Emily's did an amazing job. I wanted to say the food was it was fun, and she did a beautiful job. And what a great place to have this event. There was room for us to move, to be spread out, to be able to have conversations with our public and the folks that came and were on our panels. I just think this really was outstanding. It just gets better and better every year.
Wonderful. Thank you, Supervisor Hook. Who would like to go next? Supervisor Swarthart?
So I realize that I have a lot to learn. So thank you all for I know how much work goes into doing an event like this, especially when you take it off site and you have to, I look at all that equipment and all the work that tech has to do to bring us here. I appreciate the kindness that all of my colleagues have shown me, and, you know, helping me work my way through all of these complicated issues that the county faces. But I look forward to the next year, 4 years, I guess, 4 years, 4 years. And I agree with Sue. Whoever set up the catering, you did a really good job. I attend a lot of events like this, and just the fact that we didn't have sandwiches for lunch every day was really nice. So, and just a shout out to the public, especially those who've been here the whole time. I did this the last couple of years, and when you can't participate and you just sit and listen, it's sometimes hard because you want to shout out and you want to say stuff, but everybody's been really respectful. And Lori, thank you for your leadership in all of this. I've always enjoyed working with you, and look forward to seeing you at the next thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Swarthart. All right, who wants to go next? We've got 2 left.
All right, I'll just, same as everyone said, all the same thank yous. A particular thank you to the staff who pulled together all the presentations and did the speaking. I know they worked so hard behind the scenes to reflect all of our points of view and to do the backup research. I know you guys work really hard in practice to keep it within the time frames. And that is so much appreciated, because to give us the time to give us the data we really needed, and then to give us lots of time to talk about it. So just huge thank you to staff who did all that. You did a fantastic job. I think you hit the nail on the head this year. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Supervisor Hall.
I think it's all been said. But I do want to point out that government is a little strange in that you do all this weird work here, but it actually does translate into helping people live a better life here. And I know that we talk a lot about that, but it really does. And I think that's an inspirational piece for me coming into these meetings, knowing that money we spend and the discussions we have and the staff reports and the preparation time and all the legislative leg and reg affairs that we do end up making people in their lives better. So I trust in that. I hope you all trust in that and know how much, how valuable you are to to our community here in Nevada County, the whole county, one county. And awesome. The food was awesome. A lot of pastries I really enjoyed. A lot of food and biscuits and gravy, yeah, eggs, and thanks to all the audio visual, everything was seamless. I don't know if nothing went wrong. Thank you so much for moving us along. And Dan Miller sends his regards as well.
Maybe he's watching online.
Actually, I got an email last night from Roxanne, and to say hi to everybody. Dan was not indirectly related in the email, but I could tell he was standing behind her, telling her what to say. But they are doing very well in Arkansas. They're having a good time, but I think they really miss everybody here.
And would our CEO like to say anything?
Oh my gosh, we really appreciate the leadership and the policy direction by the board. This is really going to make 2023 awesome. I'm really excited to see the progress that we're going to be able to do together as a team. Lots of thank yous have been said, but I really want to point out that we had over 20 community partners and leaders who came and spoke with us over the last 3 days. We had 22 county staff who presented information. And then we had our core team of 13 people that spent months for this to go seamless. And anyone who's done event production, I think, could really appreciate the details that were thought of. And that includes Sarah and Jeff and Shanine and Loriana, Caleb, Brian, Ross, Landon, Jeff, Josh, Jay, Ariel, and of course our brilliant facilitator, Lori. So again, thank you for all of your work and your efforts, and it did not go unnoticed. So thank Lori.
Thank you, everyone. And now I'll turn it back over to our chair.
Okay, if there's no further business, then I call this special meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors adjourned.
Righty. Music, maestro.